Did I fall asleep here? Did I do anything disrespectful?
Nothing much. Just destroyed half of my palace.
If the 3 pure sect took him, he's already gone.
3 pure sec? You really shouldn't have touched my son. Oh, wait. I mean, my client's son.
I'm telling you, she was wiping his mouth like he's the new emperor. All fell viant.
You should wake him up.
The dragon. I'm not lying.
So, do we call him Prince or Stepdad?
The Empress's room is not for a stray like you.
A stray who saved her kingdom while you were watching from the clouds?
I'm serving myself right up to him on a silver platter. After half a day of intense cultivation, Fang Chen had reduced the surrounding forest to a scorched wasteland. By reaching the intermediate stage, the reach of his Immortal Blade now spanned a massive 800-yard radius. This had to be the boost from the void, flow lightning energy. Normally, it should have maxed out at 400 yards. Fang Chen couldn't help but marvel. According to the cultivation method, the first tier of the Immortal Blade covered 100 yards, the second tier 400, and the third tier a staggering 1,000 yards. But fueled by the void, flow lightning energy, the destructive power of his Immortal Blade had doubled. 800 yards, that was dangerously close to the sheer destructive force of Lord King strikes. Below the nascent soul realm, unless it was a 9th-level golden core expert who had survived a heavenly tribulation and built a resistance to lightning, absolutely no one could survive this attack. But the toll it took was just as immense, instantly draining every ounce of lightning energy in his body. Still, if he reached the third tier and amplified it with the void, flow lightning energy, wouldn't a single strike cover 2,000 yards. It would completely overshadow Lord King. His eyes lit up with sheer thrill at the thought. If only he could return to that lightning pool, or strike a deal for that lightning orb with the Vice Pavilion Master of the first-class Junction Pavilion. The moment the second thought crossed his mind, he aggressively shook his head. I'm losing it. Why am I thinking about her? I groped and kissed that woman. If she ever lays eyes on me again, she won't just chop me to pieces. She'll burn me to ash, mix me into dough, bake me into meat buns, and feed me to the dogs. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He stood up, ready to bolt. The massive commotion he just caused would definitely draw unwanted attention. But the second he stepped out of the cave, a painfully familiar silhouette darted across the sky above him. She wore a vibrant orange short, sleeved top over a pale yellow flowing skirt. Her jet black hair was styled into cute twin loops, with long pink ribbons trailing fiercely in the wind. But the dead giveaway was the theatrical opera mask covering her face. Who else could it be but the Vice Pavilion Master of the first-class Junction Pavilion? Was this a dream come true? No, this was a waking nightmare. He instantly shrank back into the cave, holding his breath and freezing in place. Guzinner's mouth didn't stop moving as she grumbled. The Pavilion Master is so incredibly annoying. I was perfectly busy earning merit points, but no, he just had to send me here, saying Vice Master Yan's spatial artifact caused a disturbance nearby. If it's so important, why didn't he come himself? All he does is boss me around. The remnant soul residing within her hairpin replied calmly, he is likely tied up with other matters. Guzinner scoffed, TCH, he's just obsessed with the lightning divination token inside Vice Master Yan's spatial ring, whatever. Once I slaughter that little creep Fang Chen, I'll have one of my own anyway. The hairpin soul let out a subtle sigh. Given the Pavilion Master's exalted status, he wouldn't personally travel this far for a mere token. There must be a far greater divine treasure hidden within Yan Daeon's ring. Guzinner shrugged, entirely unbothered. Even if there is, what does that have to do with me? The Pavilion Master is a massive cheapskate. He charges me just to ask a question. If he finds some legendary treasure, it's not like he's going to share. The hairpin soul sounded confused. Then why did you rush over here like your life depended on it the moment you got his orders? Guzinner's eyes curved into mischievous little crescents. To try my luck, obviously, I was hoping I'd run into that little creep along the way. Heaven knows when I'll actually get my hands on that token, but I refuse to keep swallowing this anger. These past few days, the more I think about it, the more furious I get. How dare he grope me like that? And after all that, he had the nerve to say I'm a perfect handful. That absolute bastard. Fine, maybe I won't kill him just yet, but beating him to a pulp is totally justified, right? The hairpin soul was utterly speechless. She was still hyper, fixating on the perfect handful comment. To be fair, the sheer disrespect of that gesture was devastating. She cleared her throat awkwardly. "You're overthinking this. The world is vast. Where exactly do you expect to bump into him? We're in the middle of nowhere. There isn't a soul in sight. Why would he possibly be?" Her words died in her throat, because she suddenly sensed something. Glancing down at the cave directly beneath them, the spectral face of the remnant soul completely froze. Unbelievable. You've got to be kidding me. Is the universe playing some twisted joke on them? "What's wrong, Master?" Gu Zinner asked suspiciously, noticing the abrupt silence. "Oh, nothing at all," the hairpin soul stammered, desperately trying to cover it up. If Gu Zinner actually found Fang Chen right now, she would absolutely knock his teeth out. Gu Zinner didn't think much of it and went right back to her furious muttering, "That little degenerate. The second I see him, I'm going to snap the exact hand he used to touch me." Perfect handful, huh? I'll give him a perfect handful. Fang Chen waited until the skies were completely dead silent before clicking his tongue and slinking out of the cave. He quickly slapped a dustless talisman onto his body and sprinted in the exact opposite direction. Absolutely mental, he cursed inwardly. In the middle of the freaking wilderness, in broad daylight, and I still run into her. He whipped out his purple sword and shot into the sky without a second thought. A few moments later, he glanced back. The Vice Pavilion Master was nowhere to be seen. Only then did the heavy knot in his chest begin to loosen. But right at that moment, a shadow passed over him. He looked up, noticing a single white cloud blocking out the sun. At first, Fang Chen didn't think anything of it, but after flying for quite some distance, he realized he was still trapped beneath its shadow. What kind of cloud moved that fast? Fang Chen's eyes darkened. Without missing a beat, he slipped a nascent soul jade talisman from his inventory and stealthily activated it within his sleeve. Anyone who could surf the clouds had to be at the nascent soul realm at the very least, and an entity that powerful was currently stalking him. Yeah, right, there was zero chance they came in peace. The moment the talisman was fully charged, he unleashed it, hurling a devastating strike straight up at the cloud. Boom, a massive, shadowy blade materialized, tearing through thousands of feet of open sky to viciously cleave the cloud in half. With a dull pop, the cloud shattered, revealing an old man in a black robe, his arms crossed defensively in front of his chest. It was an apocalyptic nascent soul. Level strike, yet it had only shredded the old man's sleeves. There wasn't a single scratch on his arms. "My, aren't we ruthless?" the old man rasped, locking eyes with Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. That voice, those eyes, wasn't that Lord Zayoi out from earlier. The guy was supposed to be critically wounded, so how the hell was he fully healed? No, this isn't Lord Zayoi. Oh, Fang Chen realized, his expression turning deathly serious. "Who are you?" he demanded, entirely unable to read this man's true identity. Heh, the impostor offered a soft chuckle. He raised his right hand, gently brushing the two spatial rings worn on his fingers. One belonged to Yan Daeun, the other belonged to Lord Zioyao. But Fang Chen's eyes weren't glued to the rings. He was staring at the hand itself. It only had 4 fingers. Fang Chen's pupils contracted into pinpricks. "Looks like you won't need to introduce yourself." The black-robed elder slowly rose from his seated position, and an invisible wave of suffocating, terrifying energy instantly, completely crushed the surrounding air. The man offered a faint, chilling smile. "Little friend, hand over the spirit beast that stole my divine merit orb. Do that, and I'll be merciful. I'll make your death quick." Fang Chen's gaze turned impossibly heavy. Quick what? Like those Sanqing Sect disciples who got stomped until their heads popped like watermelons. A cold sense of dread settled deep into his stomach. The power of this hellish desolate beast was on a different level than a typical nascent soul expert. How the hell was he supposed to escape? He suddenly remembered the female deputy tower lord he just passed, and a spark of hope lit up in his eyes. She wasn't some psycho out for his blood anymore. She was a literal saint sent from heaven. "What's wrong? Do you want me to finish you off personally?" The hellish desolate beast stared down at Fang Chen with total indifference, as if he were looking at a common insect. If he wanted to, he could crush the boy like a bug without breaking a sweat. Fang Chen let out a dry cough. "My spirit beast, someone snatched it." The beast's eyes gleamed with mockery. "Don't waste your breath acting for me. I know exactly how slippery you are. I was watching when you poisoned that nascent soul expert. Honestly, I'm impressed. I've never seen anyone take down a nascent soul using a stunt like that." Helpless, Fang Chen yanked his robes open, turning them inside out to show he had nothing to hide. "If it were on me, a senior of your caliber would have sensed it already. Right." The Hellish Desolate Beast frowned and closed his eyes, extending his divine sense to scan the area. The little spirit beast really wasn't there. However, he did catch a faint, flickering trace coming from the direction of the heavenly secret pavilion. It really isn't on you. It feels like it's being kept in a heavily sealed location. The Hellish Desolate Beast lowered his gaze, falling into deep thought. But Fang Chen felt it, a sudden wave of killing intent. It was the kind of cold lethality reserved for someone who had outlived their usefulness. He took a few cautious steps back, speaking carefully. "Senior, let's keep this professional. If you want your pound of flesh, go find my spirit beast." Hopefully, by the time he reaches the heavenly secret pavilion, he'll run straight into the pavilion master, or the Sea Demon Emperor, and get himself slaughtered. The Hellish Desolate Beast gave a slight nod, an eye for an eye. "I like that logic. You broke my finger, so it's only fair that I take your life in exchange, right?" He snapped his head up, a chilling smirk flashing in his eyes. With a casual flick of his finger, a devastating blast of energy tore through the air toward Fang Chen. With a temperament like his, there was no way he was going to let Fang Chen off the hook. But his smirk froze as Fang Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging straight into the clouds. A split second later, the boy was gone, riding a dragon of pure electricity into the distance. The lightning dash technique. The strike hit nothing but empty air. The Hellish Desolate Beast let out a short, dry laugh. "I was trying to kill a bug, and I actually let it fly away." "Fine then, I'd like to see just how far you can run." At the edge of the horizon, Gu Zinner was cruising through the sky at a leisurely pace, humming a cheerful little tune. Ding-a-ling-ding, dong ding-a-walla. Suddenly, a lightning dragon roared right over her head. The energy screeched to a halt, dissipating right in front of her. A figure stood there, hovering in midair atop a shimmering purple sword. Gu Zinner squinted, then froze in shock. Fang Chen, how the hell did he get here so fast? Even the remnant soul hidden in her hairpins was stunned. Instead of hiding, you're running straight to Gu Zinner. She was just planning her accidental revenge encounter, and you go and deliver yourself on a silver platter. Fang Chen cupped his hands respectfully. "Senior, we meet again." Gu Zinner instinctively started to return the gesture. "Oh, it's been a will. Wait a minute." She snapped her hands down, her eyes widening into furious circles. "Why am I being polite? This absolute prick actually dared to show his face to me. If I don't break one of his arms today, the heavens will never let me hear the end of it." "Whoa, take it easy," Fang Chen shouted before she could explode. "Look, to be honest, I'm actually here to save you. The Hellish Desolate Beast has marked you. I risked my life to come and warn you. Stay safe out there. Anyway, I'm out. Goodbye." He summoned another lightning dragon, preparing to vanish instantly. Gu Zinner didn't believe a word of his nonsense. Calling it a lie was an insult to liars everywhere. At least they usually included a grain of truth. This guy was a total fraud. "You're not going anywhere," Gu Zinner shouted, her excitement peaking. Fang Chen had basically delivered himself to her doorstep. It was like a lamb walking straight into a tiger's den, and she was the tiger. A very hungry tiger. She unleashed her nascent soul energy, yanking the air out of the sky to form a massive, solid palm, and slammed it toward Fang Chen. But from within her robes, the remnant soul's voice rang out with a sharp, grim warning. "Heads up, something's coming, and it's massive. That aura, it's an infernal behemoth." Gu Zinner felt a jolt of pure adrenaline. She whirled around without hesitation, and unleashed a devastating shockwave of compressed air right at her back. Even across 1,000 yards, the blast hit with staggering force. But the infernal behemoth simply swiped a casual claw, shredding the air, palm into 3 useless wisps. It tore through the sky, closing in for the kill. The remnant soul in her hairpin narrowed its eyes. A 4. Aperture nascent soul realm. You're outmatched. Run. Gu Zinner's heart sank. A 4. Aperture nascent soul. Most sect masters in the outer realms haven't even reached that level. Even the master of the Jiangshan Pavilion is only at the 5. Aperture stage. She was just a beginner in the nascent soul realm. She stood no chance against it. Terrified, she spun around and bolted. Suddenly, a hand reached out to her. "Senior, come with me." Gu Zinner looked up and froze. It was Fang Chen. "Is this guy actually trying to save me? He warned me about the beast, and now he's risking his life to take me with him." For a moment, she was completely dazed. Could the righteous hero standing before her really be the same little scoundrel from before? Knowing his thunder dragon was incredibly fast, she bit her lip and gripped his hand. "Thank you," she whispered. The soul in the hairpin face-palmed and let out a long, weary sigh. My poor naive girl, you actually bought his act. That beast is clearly hunting him. He's just using you to save his own skin, and here you are thanking him. The spirit was practically vibrating with frustration. She almost spoke up, but then she hesitated. This was the perfect trial for Zinner. You only grow up after getting burned a few times. So, she decided to play along and keep quiet. Don't mention it, Senior, Fang Chen said, his voice the picture of politeness. Gu Zinner looked at him, her eyes filled with doubt. Aren't you afraid I'll still try to kill you later? Fang Chen was blunt, terrified, actually. I know you want my head on a platter, but that's a personal grudge. Right now, this beast is a threat to every human alive. We need to stand together. Once we survive this, you can settle the score with me all you want. His speech about the greater good was so noble, it left Gu Zinner completely speechless. If Fang Chen was willing to risk death to save an enemy for the sake of humanity, how could she keep trying to kill him? She gave a sharp nod. Fine, our debt can wait until later. The spirit of Fang Xin just shook her head in disbelief. She was seriously worried that one day, Fang Chen would sell Gu Zinner into slavery, and she'd happily help him count the profit. All right then, Fang Chen said, hold on tight. He gripped her hand, and the thunder dragon roared into the distance. Thanks to his lightning cultivation, he could now use his cloud shadow technique 12 times. After nearly 400 miles of teleporting, his power hit its limit, and the thunder dragon flickered and died. Fang Chen exhaled sharply. Senior, my lightning energy is spent. This is as far as I can take you. You're on your own now. Gu Zinner frowned. What about you? Fang Chen went quiet for a beat. I'll draw the infernal behemoth away to give you a chance to escape. If I don't make it, please just let our grudge die with me. In reality, Fang Chen already had a mid-grade dustless talisman ready in his sleeve, a charm that could hide him even from a nascent soul expert. All he had to do was hide. When the beast followed the lightning trail, it would lock onto Gu Zinner, leaving him completely in the clear. Gu Zinner's lip trembled, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions crashing over her. She had wanted to destroy him, but now she was genuinely moved. Suddenly, he didn't seem so hateful anymore. She even started wondering if she was the one who had been in the wrong. If she hadn't disguised herself as Liu Qingxian, maybe none of this would have happened. Knowing the beast was closing in, Fang Chen urged her on. If you don't leave now, I can't activate my stealth charm. To Fang Chen's absolute shock, Gu Zinner grabbed his arm, her eyes burning with resolve. No, I'm taking you with me. She pushed the past aside, and with a sudden burst of speed, she took flight, dragging him across the horizon. The wind roared in Fang Chen's ears. He glanced at the girl beside him. Behind that strange mask, her voice sounded so young. A sudden pang of guilt tugged at his chest. The vice master of the Jiangshan Pavilion wasn't the villain he'd made her out to be. She actually had a pure, kind heart. Show her a little goodwill and she wanted to return the favor, even going so far as to forgive his earlier offenses. Using her like a pawn and leaving her to face the danger alone, that was crossing a line. He glanced at the mid-grade dustless talisman hidden in his sleeve. It could only conceal one person. If he ditched the Vice Master right now, he could guarantee his own survival. But if he stayed with her, the Hellfiend beast would almost certainly catch them. He wrestled with the thought for a second, then gritted his teeth and shoved the invisibility talisman away. He shouted over the wind, Vice Master, do we actually have a destination in mind? Fang Xin's remnant soul. She had been silently observing Fang Chen's hidden movements, and a look of genuine relief washed over her face. Watching from the shadows, she hadn't missed a single detail of his little internal struggle. If he had abandoned Gu Zinner to save his own skin, using her as bait to distract the Hellfiend beast, she would have seriously reconsidered letting the girl follow such a cold-blooded snake. To her immense gratification, he hadn't. Gu Zinner's pure heart had moved him, revealing the fiercely loyal and radiant core hidden beneath his cunning exterior. I definitely picked the right guy. Good, she thought. If you truly help temper Zinner into greatness, I swear I'll make it worth your while. Gu Zinner shook her head. I'm not familiar with this continent at all. Panic flickered in her eyes. A 400-mile head start was nowhere near enough to outrun a 4-aperture nascent soul realm expert. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then follow my lead, head toward the northern reaches. There's a massive lake there called Tay, who, with a little luck, we might just survive this. If the pavilion master of the Jiangshan Pavilion was still there, they just might make it out alive. If not, they'd better start praying that the masters of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion showed up in time. With that thought, he pulled out his identity token and fired off an emergency distress signal. Target the Hellfiend beast. Gu Zinner's eyes lit up, She had accepted the exact same bounty to track the Hellfiend beast. That was why she left the Heavenly Secret Pavilion in the first place. Logically, if she sent a message back as well, she could claim a piece of the bounty. And with that kind of merit under her belt, there was no way Fang Chen could refuse to hand over the secret realm. But just as she reached for her token, she froze. Wait, she was currently disguised as the Vice Master of the Junction Pavilion. Flashing a Heavenly Secret Pavilion Disciple token right now would completely blow her cover. Noticing her sudden hesitation, Fang Chen frowned. What is it? Gu Zinner panicked. Nothing. Defeated, she could only watch helplessly as Fang Chen happily reported the Hellfiend Beast's coordinates, claiming all the glory. A nascent soul realm expert's speed was absolutely terrifying. The mountains and rivers below blurred into a chaotic, retreating smear of colors. This was Fang Chen's first time being dragged through the sky at breakneck speed by a nascent soul powerhouse. His curiosity got the better of him. Senior, I just realized I never caught your name. Beneath the mask, Gu Zinner's face went rigid. There was no way in hell she could tell him her real name. That would immediately expose her entire scheme of going undercover as a junior disciple, just to get close to him. Talk about embarrassing. Me? My Taoist title is Master Purple Flame, just call me that. Master Purple Flame, Fang Chen thought back to the terrifying, eerie violet flames this woman commanded. Fang Chen nodded in agreement, a fitting title. Seeing that he bought the bluff, Gu Zinner casually added, Yep. It was bestowed by the will of an ancient saint when I broke through to the nascent soul realm. Fang Chen's interest was piqued. The will of an ancient saint. As in, the legendary 9 great ancient saints who forged this very continent. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what that will actually is, Gu Zinner explained. But whenever someone successfully hits the nascent soul realm, an ancient consciousness grants them a title based on their defining trait. Since my body harbors violet fire, it dubbed me Master Purple Flame. No kidding, that's actually a thing. Fang Chen was amazed. Chatting with a nascent soul powerhouse definitely had its perks. You learned the craziest secrets of the cultivation world. If I ever managed to reach the nascent soul realm, he wondered, what kind of title would it give me? Gu Zinner pouted her lips under her mask and muttered under her breath, Is that even a question? Master Scoundrel, who else could possibly claim that title but you? Fang Chen's face froze. Ancient sages be my witness, he thought bitterly. I am absolutely not that kind of person. When I finally break through to the nascent soul realm, I pray the heavens open their eyes and grant me a title that doesn't sound completely ridiculous. Shortly after, a biting chill swept over them. They had pushed deep into the northern territories of humanity, finally arriving at the edge of Lake Tai. Only a few months had passed, yet the once vast dried-up basin of the lake had transformed into a massive, frozen crater. So, this is the place you were so desperate to reach. Gu Zinner scanned their surroundings. It was nothing but an empty, frozen lake bed, hardly an ideal fortress. There was absolutely no way this barren landscape could hold off the hellborn Desolate Beast. Fang Chen, however, stood frozen in stunned silence. The master of the Grand Horizon Pavilion had already abandoned them. The lord of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and the Azure Ocean Demon Emperors were nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the overwhelming, murderous aura of the hellborn Desolate Beast was rolling across the horizon like a suffocating storm. They say the heavens always leave a way out. Right now, it felt like the absolute end of the line. Fang Chen pulled out the mid-grade void, concealing talisman. He grabbed Gu Zinner's hand, pressed the glowing paper into her palm, and said softly, Go. None of this was her fight. She had been dragged into this nightmare completely by accident. She deserved to live. Gu Zinner stared at the talisman in shock. A mid-grade void, concealing talisman. Why aren't you using this on yourself? This artifact was powerful enough to completely mask a cultivator's presence, even from the terrifying senses of the hellborn beast. Fang Chen let out a bitter laugh. He never even had the chance to activate it before the beast locked its deadly gaze onto him. His original plan was to use his lightning evasion technique to buy some distance, then have Lord Purple Flame distract the creature long enough for him to safely trigger the talisman. He never expected things to spiral this far out of control. It's yours now. Hurry, leave no trace behind. Fang Chen let go of her hand, his mind racing as he calculated his odds in a head-on clash against the monstrous beast. His talisman arrows wouldn't do enough damage. The Yin Marrow Tiger amulet likely wouldn't be enough for a killing blow. His only real trump card was the Judgment Brush. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, he should be able to write more than half of the character for death. Even if it didn't kill the beast outright, it would definitely inflict catastrophic damage. Suddenly, a warm hand grabbed his again. Gu Zinner met his gaze with absolute calm. I should be the one to stay. The beast is hunting me. Did you really think I'd let you act as my human shield? Find a place to hide. Keep quiet. I'll draw its attention and lead it away. A wave of guilt washed over Fang Chen. He opened his mouth, desperate to confess the truth. But Gu Zinner just looked at him serenely, letting out a soft sigh. I never should have disguised myself as Liu Qingxian to trick you. I'm truly sore. Convinced she was marching to her death, she wanted to clear the air and bury their grudges. Fang Chen's guilt deepened, and I never should have crossed the line with you. Gu Zinner blushed fiercely. She looked like she wanted to ask something, but hesitated, leaving Fang Chen equally tongue-tied. The words simply wouldn't come out. But as the suffocating pressure of the hellborn Desolate Beast drew closer, she realized they were both about to die anyway. What did she have to lose? She locked eyes with Fang Chen. Give it to me straight. Am I really just a handful? We're literally seconds away from a gruesome death, and this is what you care about. Fang Chen practically choked on his own breath, his remnant soul threatening to cough up blood. Just how obsessed was this girl with her chest size? Gu Zinner urged him, her face burning crimson. Caught completely off guard, Fang Chen felt his own face heat up. He stole a quick, discreet glance at her modest curves. I mean, they're not non-existent, but they definitely aren't huge. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Channeling the smooth, talking tact of the East Sea Demon Emperor, he offered, Lord Purple Flame, honestly, you'd look stunning in absolutely anything. Gu Zinner blinked then, the realization slowly dawned on her. So you are calling me flat? She exploded indignantly. Get the hell out of here. I hope I never see your face again for the rest of my life. Furious, she swung her leg back, fully intending to punt him right out of the crater. I'm literally on death's door, and I still can't get a single compliment. Fang Chen easily dodged her kick. He turned back to the ominous, rolling black storm clouds devouring the horizon. Stop wasting time and go, he said, his voice dropping to a serious tone. This beast is my problem, not yours. But Gu Zinner lunged forward, fiercely trying to shove the void, concealing talisman back into his chest. I don't want anything from a guy who thinks I'm just a handful. She huffed. You get out of here. As the two of them bickered and shoved the talisman back and forth, a wisp of absolute, terrifying frost erupted from a distant icy ravine. It was so impossibly cold that it literally froze the ambient spiritual energy in the air, turning it into glittering diamond dust that drifted on the biting wind. Gu Zinner's eyes widened in alarm. What is that terrifying frost? Is there some kind of legendary, ice attribute divine treasure buried down there? Her offhand comment struck a chord. Fang Chen traced the icy mist back to its source, a massive pitch black fissure in the ice. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the exact same ice cavern he had accidentally stumbled into back when he was trying to rescue Liu Qingxian? That glacial cavern's frost was lethal. Fang Chen hadn't dared to venture deep inside back then. Out of nowhere, why would a massive burst of cold air erupt so suddenly? Could it be the master of the Jiangshan Pavilion? The realization made him grin. Quick, we have to see this. Gu Zinner realized the lethal frost might be enough to make the abyssal beast think twice about following them. Without another word, she grabbed Fang Chen and bolted toward the source. They hovered over the massive, gaping mouth of the ice cave, a literal abyss. Waves of terrifying frost surged upward like a violent geyser. Even as a nascent soul expert, Gu Zinner staggered, nearly knocked out of the sky by the sheer pressure. This cold, it's unreal. There has to be something extraordinary at the bottom of this pit. In fact, this entire frozen wasteland might have originated right here. Gu Zinner scanned the horizon as she spoke. Fang Chen was stunned. Most of the beast realm was buried under snow and ice. Could all of that have come from this one abyss? Thinking back, the snow in the beast realm really was unnatural. The human realms to the south were lush and perpetually in bloom. If it were just geography, why was the northernmost tip of the beast realm a warm, grassy plain? The north and south of the continent were warm, yet this middle section was a frozen wasteland. Standard geography couldn't explain that away. Gu Zinner was likely right. The source of the eternal winter was right in front of them. Suddenly, the sky darkened as the black-robed abyssal beast caught up to them. What kind of sovereign's treasure ended up in a place like this? Even the abyssal beast sensed something was off about the cavern. He turned his gaze toward Fang Chen and Gu Zinner. You two are quite the runners. What's the matter? Out of breath. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and pulled Gu Zinner into the abyss. "Follow us if you're feeling suicidal." He spat back. The abyssal beast's expression darkened as he peered into the depths. He was hesitant. Risking his life for 2 insects seemed like a bad deal. But he had a reason to hunt them. He needed Fang Chen's soul to disguise himself and reclaim the merit orbs from the boy's spirit pet. He'd come too far to quit now. Ignoring the eruptions of frost, he dove in, planning to kill the boy and devour his soul before the danger peaked. Sensing the beast behind them, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This monster was actually insane. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of icy wind struck. Fang Chen felt his very soul freezing over. The wind was invisible and impossible to block. Gu Zinner shouted, "Hold on to me." Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He wrapped his arms around her from the front. He didn't waste a second, pulling her into a tight embrace. Gu Zinner only came up to his shoulder. The hug completely buried her against his chest. Purple flames surged from her body, forming a protective ring. When the icy wind hit, it actually snuffed out a flicker of the fire, making Fang Chen's blood run cold. He'd seen those flames melt high, level artifacts like the dragon, binding rope. For the wind to extinguish them meant the danger was off the charts. "Are you trying to crush me?" A muffled voice grumbled. He looked down to see Gu Zinner glaring up at him, annoyed. "Well, how am I supposed to hold you?" Fang Chen moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist instead. Gu Zinner stiffened, shoved his hands away and whirled around. Fang Chen looked innocent. "Front's no good, back's no good, fine, you decide then." Gu Zinner gritted her teeth, leaned down, and scooped Fang Chen up in a bridal carry. "How's this?" Fang Chen felt a bit ridiculous. "Aside from the blow to my ego, it works." Gu Zinner flushed, then "Shut up and don't move." With that, she carried him deeper into the darkness. The pursuing abyssal beast was suddenly struck by the same icy wind. He halted, casting his beast domain, a shroud of black light. The wind hit the barrier, slowed, and froze solid, revealing its true form. It was a flat crystal, clear insect shaped like a blade. Its needle, like mouth, could pierce skin effortlessly, and the extreme cold in its gut could freeze a victim from the inside out in a heartbeat. Nightmare ice insects, why are they here? The ice fire demon monarch bred these a millennium ago. They should be extinct. More insects swarmed in. The beast hesitated. A swarm might break his domain. Still, seeing Fang Chen disappear, he snarled and dove deeper. Gu Zinner's face was grim. The deeper they went, the more frequent the attacks became. The insects seemed intelligent, focusing their strikes on a single point in her flames. After what felt like forever, a faint glow appeared. Someone had dropped night pearls at the bottom, revealing the silhouette of a massive palace. Fang Chen recognized it immediately, another palace of the Ice Fire Demon Monarch. It looked exactly like the Blazing Sky Palace, but the beast, script on this one read the Frozen Hell. Gu Zinner was worried Fang Chen wouldn't understand the gravity of the situation. "It's called the Glacial Abyss," she explained, her voice tinged with dread. "Just the name alone tells me this is a death trap. There are luminous pearls scattered across the floor, which means someone was here, but the hole is dead silent. Either they're hiding, or they're already dead. Neither option is good." Above them, the oppressive aura of the Hellish Desolate Beast was drawing closer. "I told you to use the Dustless Talisman earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're coming in with me. If we die in there, don't you dare blame me." As the icy gales outside grew more feral, her confidence wavered. She wasn't sure if her purple flame could protect them both, let alone survive whatever awaited them in that cursed hall. Fang Chen's expression turned strange. He shot a subtle glance at his chest. For some reason, that damn chicken feather had started to heat up, and now it was practically scalding. "What's this stupid feather's problem now?" As if it had heard his mutter, the feather flared with heat. Fang Chen hissed in pain. You can actually understand me." When he'd complained before, and the feather had literally branded itself onto his skin, he wasn't sure if it was sentient. Now, there was no doubt, this thing was alive. What kind of freakish entity had he let hitch a ride on his body? Gu Zinner turned, looking bewildered. "Who are you talking to?" Fang Chen's face darkened. "Something I can't quite put my finger on." The feather flared again in protest, growing even hotter. Fang Chen sucked in a sharp breath. All right, I'll stop talking about you." Only then did it finally cool down. Yet it remained warm, as if it were reacting to something in the immediate vicinity. Gu Zinner eyed him suspiciously. She couldn't help but wonder, did this guy have some ancient spirit living inside him too, like the soul in her hairpin? A sudden gust howled above them. The silhouette of the Hellish Desolate Beast was now clearly visible. Gu Zinner didn't hesitate for another second. She grabbed Fang Chen and lunged into the hall. The heavy doors were already standing open, proof that someone had entered before them, only to vanish without a trace. The interior was roughly the same size as the Lihue Temple, and he could see all the way to the far end in a single glance. But unlike the Lihue Temple, which had a millennium-old clamshell housing the burning heaven pearl at its center, the center of the glacial abyss held a pool of ice. Piercing its frozen surface was a translucent ancient sword, its blade etched with the twisting form of a frost dragon. Inside Gu Zinner's hairpin, the ancient soul let out a sharp gasp. A top-tier spirit artifact, forged from glacial frost and engraved with the dragon's mark, is that, the Snow Listener, one of the legendary 9 heavens, slaying swords once wielded by the North Profound Sword Venerable. How could it possibly be here? Gu Zinner was stunned. This was the first time she'd heard her master sound this shocked. Even when they'd found the shattered moon mirror, the old spirit had only seemed mildly surprised. This was something else entirely. You've hit the jackpot. Back in his day, the North Profound Sword Venerable was an absolute powerhouse, a tier of his own, second only to the saints. He fell during the Great Ancient War, and his 9 swords were either shattered or lost to time. I never imagined I'd find the Snow Listener here, perfectly intact. Gu Zinner's eyes lit up with excitement. The North Profound Sword Venerable, the 9 heavens, slaying swords, just the names alone conjured images of an era where legends walked the earth. Does that mean I can? Just as Gu Zinner was about to reach for it, she felt Fang Chen tense in her arms. He stared at the blade and whispered, "Don't touch it." The people who came before us were here, yet they didn't take the sword. There's a reason for that. Hide, let the beast test the waters for us. Gu Zinner shivered. He was right. She'd been so blinded by the treasure that she'd completely ignored the risk. You're as cautious as ever, aren't you? She teased, though her voice lacked its usual bite. She thought to herself, the guy is a total rogue, but he's smart. I need to start thinking twice before I jump into things just like him. The soul in the hairpin felt a wave of relief. Finally, the girl was starting to see the value in Fang Chen's caution. Gu Zinner pressed herself against the back wall and pulled out a mid-grade dustless talisman, activating it and slapping it onto Fang Chen. Then she swallowed a myriad-form pearl. A soft green glow enveloped her, slowly shifting her appearance until she perfectly matched the texture of the temple wall. To the naked eye, she had simply vanished. Unless someone physically touched the wall, they would never know she was there. Fang Chen was impressed. This was the same pearl Ziyan had used to impersonate Liu Qingxian so perfectly that even he couldn't tell the difference by sight. He'd only figured it out once he actually got his hands on her. Now he realized the pearl wasn't just for disguising yourself as a person. It could turn you into an inanimate object too. Why didn't she use this before? He wondered. We wouldn't have had to hide in that icy ravine. Then it clicked. Once you camouflaged yourself as an object, you couldn't move. One twitch and the illusion would shatter. It was an incredibly risky move. A beast like that could easily sniff out the deception if they weren't careful. She wouldn't have used it unless she was backed into a corner. But they were out of options. This was their last shot. A heavy weight hit the floor outside. The Hellish Desolate Beast had arrived. It prowled into the hall with predatory caution, its gaze immediately locking onto the ice pool. Its pupils constricted. The personal blade of the North Profound Sword Venerable, and it's completely intact. It surged forward in excitement, but stopped dead in its tracks. It narrowed its ancient eyes and scanned the room, letting out a rasping, cruel cackle. You puny humans. This sword is a trap, isn't it? Otherwise, why would you leave it behind? You're waiting for me to take the bait and trigger whatever's inside, aren't you? As expected of a beast that had lived for countless ages, it saw right through their little game. Fang Chen sneered inwardly, so what if he'd been spotted? All that mattered was that the bait had been taken. He whipped out his quays, ice, spiritual longbow, and let an arrow fly straight at the snow-listening sword. A streak of brilliant silver tore through the air, slamming right into the blade. Tracking the shot back to its source, the hell beast locked onto them with a predatory grin. Found you, he roared, lunging forward. But as the sword vibrated, the frozen pool beneath it erupted with movement. What looked like a simple pond was actually a hive. Thousands of flat-bodied needle-nosed ink dream frost bugs swarmed out of the depths. Woken from their slumber, the swarm turned their collective rage toward the hell beast. The beast's face paled. He could handle a few of them, sure. But a tide like this, he didn't stand a chance. Abandoning his pursuit of Fang Chen, he bellowed, "You treacherous little human, you set me up." With that, he bolted for the exit. The ink dream frostbugs flooded the hall like a black tide. There was nowhere left to hide. Gu Zinner's heart hammered against her ribs. Her purple flame was powerful, but against a swarm this size, it would be snuffed out in seconds. She grabbed Fang Chen, ready to make a break for it. The beast was a nightmare, but these bugs were certain death. Yet, as the swarm surged toward them, something impossible happened. The insects veered away at the last second, as if terrified of getting too close. The entire hive streamed past them like a river of shadow, hell, bent on hunting the beast and ignoring the two humans entirely. What just happened? Gu Zinner gasped. Master, was that you? Did you do something? As far as she was concerned, only her master's power could have repelled a swarm like that. But the spirit within the hairpin sounded just as shocked. They aren't afraid of me. They seem to be afraid of the boy. Him, Gu Zinner stammered. You mean this little rogue? Master who? Or what? Is he exactly? I don't know. The spirit replied. But he's carrying something that terrifies them. Fang Chen stared down at his chest, where a faint orange-red glow flickered beneath his robes. Well, look at you, he whispered to himself. Actually coming in handy. Even those monsters are scared of you. The chicken feather glowed brighter, almost as if it were preening with pride. Excitement surged through him. This feather was definitely more than just a scrap of bird fluff. Could it be that this thing had power over every creeping, crawling thing in the world? A natural deterrent for every pest in existence. Fang Chen, is it safe now? Gu Zinner released her myriad essence bead and materialized, her voice cautious. Fang Chen peeled off the dustless talisman. He winced, seeing that its power was nearly half drained. I think so, he muttered distractedly. The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Zinner shoved him away and gave him a disdainful kick. Then get lost. She dashed toward the snow-listening sword, her eyes gleaming with greed. Now that the bugs were busy with the beast, that legendary blade was hers for the taking. Fang Chen pushed himself up, casually dusting the ice off his pants. You really think you're just going to walk away with it? You think the expert who's been lurking here all this time is just going to play nice? Gu Zinner froze. Wait, what happened to the first person who broke in? Whoosh, a shadow flickered, and a tall man appeared before the sword, his hand closing around the hilt with practiced ease. He was handsome, wearing the warm, polished smile of a successful merchant, the kind of smile that masked a heart of pure ice. Gu Zinner's jaw dropped. It's you. It all clicked. No wonder the Tower Master hadn't gone after the storage artifact himself. He'd sent her as a distraction while he waited for the perfect moment to claim the snow-listening sword. And thanks to the chaos she and the beast had caused, his plan had worked perfectly. Gu Zinner stomped her foot in frustration. You watched me almost die and didn't lift a finger, but the second there's a prize, you swoop in. Have you no shame? The master of the Jiangshan Pavilion gave a thin smile. Saving lives isn't in my contract. Seizing opportunities, however, is the mark of a true merchant. Is there a problem? Gu Zinner's fists clenched, but Fang Chen spoke up, his tone suddenly serious. Senior Xian, get back. Get as far away from that sword as you can. Gu Zinner blinked, but she moved back instinctively. For all his perversions, the kid had a knack for being right when things got ugly. The Tower Master arched an eyebrow. I didn't realize you two were on speaking terms. Interesting, but tell me, what exactly is wrong with this sword? He cautiously let go of the hilt and stepped back. He had scanned the blade for traps before touching it and found nothing, but Fang Chen's tone gave him pause. The Hall of Blazing Fire had the heaven. Burning Pearl, Fang Chen noted. It was a death trap. This place is called the Frozen Hell. A name like that doesn't usually guard something so peaceful. Maybe it's just a hunch, he added. Maybe the bugs were the only threat, and it's smooth sailing from here. The Tower Master's brow furrowed. Is that so? Suddenly, he caught it, the dragon engraving on the blade's surface. It twitched. It was subtle, but his eyes were sharp. His face drained of color instantly. Get out, he screamed. Get out of the hall now. Crack. But he was a heartbeat too slow. The dragon engraving lunged off the steel, manifesting into a spectral worm. It unhinged its jaw, unleashing a blast of absolutes, Eero Frost. The cold was devastating. It didn't just freeze the air, it seemed to freeze time and space itself. In a flash, half the massive hall was encased in a tomb of solid ice. The pavilion master's face went pale with horror, and he shot out of the room. Gu Zinner's face also drained of color in terror, and she frantically tried to flee. But the freezing cold spread with such terrifying speed that even the pavilion master of the Jiangshan Yipin Pavilion couldn't escape. He was frozen solid midair. Gu Zinner, too, was immobilized, her body locked in a desperate sprint. Only Fang Chen, noticing the dragon pattern stirring, immediately unleashed his lightning power and flashed out of the great hall. But when he looked back, both Gu Zinner and the pavilion master were completely frozen solid. He watched as the encroaching cold threatened to solidify them completely, forever sealing them within the Great Hall. He gritted his teeth, decisively activating his cloud shadow technique to teleport before the two. Without a second thought, he hoisted the ice-encased figures and fled. The cold was so terrifying that the moment Fang Chen touched them, his hand nearly froze solid to their bodies. Fortunately, his lightning cultivation was inherently scorching hot, preventing him from being completely frozen as well. Just as the Great Hall was about to be completely sealed by ice, he decisively activated Cloud Shadow and fled. Roar, a furious roar erupted from the dragon, which burst out of the Great Hall and spewed world, freezing cold at Fang Chen. "What is it with these blasted chickens and dragons these days?" Fang Chen muttered. "Why are they all so vengeful? I've already fled, yet they still pursue me relentlessly." Just then, a burning sensation flared in his chest. The chicken feather detached itself from Fang Chen and transformed into a magnificent rooster with emerald eyes and splendid plumage. Its wings spread wide, neck proudly arched. It surprisingly flew straight towards the pursuing ice dragon. Fang Chen was startled. "Get back here," he yelled. "That's a dragon, not a worm. It's out of your league." But the rooster, clucking fiercely, charged straight into the fray. Immediately, arcs of immense power erupted above them. Fang Chen dared not linger. Drawing on his dwindling reserves of lightning energy, he carried the two ice statues and shot into the sky. Along the way, he encountered many nightmare frostworms, but they seemed too busy rushing back to help the ice dragon, paying Fang Chen no mind. This allowed him a perilous return to the surface. The surface wasn't safe either. In the distance, roars of hellish beasts erupted, along with whirl, shattering ripples of energy. Fang Chen's heart leaped with joy. The Pavilion Lord and the East Sea Demonic Emperor are here. He didn't dare rush to the surface. Instead, he hid in the ice valley, staring at the frozen figures before him. Fang Chen immediately channeled his spiritual energy to dispel the ice from their bodies, unsure if they were still alive. The Jiangshan Yipin Pavilion Master's death wouldn't weigh too heavily on him, but Elder Ziyan had been harmed because of him. If she died, it would be a heavy burden on his conscience. Fortunately, as the chilling aura receded from their bodies, their breathing slowly returned to normal. A moment longer, and as ice sculptures, they would surely have perished. The Pavilion Master quickly regained consciousness. He abruptly sat up and examined his internal state, his face immediately falling. He then checked Gu Zinner, and his expression darkened further. A colossal loss. "We didn't get the Snow Listening Sword, and both our nascent souls were damaged," he said gravely. "I'm fine, my nascent soul is strong, so I need to return and heal quickly. I'll recover in half a year at most, but Vice Pavilion Master Gu is in deep trouble." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. "What happened to Elder Ziyan?" he asked. The Pavilion Master looked at Fang Chen, his voice grave. Her nascent soul was frozen solid and shattered. She's only at the Golden Core realm now. Fang Chen's expression darkened. "Is there a way to remedy this?" he asked. Elder Ziyan lost her nascent soul realm cultivation because of him. The guilt would be immense. The Pavilion Master gave Fang Chen a peculiar look. "Are your relations with her so good? Do you care for her that much?" Fang Chen said seriously, "To be honest, she came here because of me. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to rest easy." The Pavilion Master realized. "I see." He shook his head slightly. "Then you'll probably never rest easy for the rest of your life." Fang Chen's heart sank to rock bottom. Is a nascent soul injury truly so hopeless? He didn't know how he would explain it to Gu Zinner when she woke up. "It's just too difficult for you," the Pavilion Master suddenly added, "and while I could do it, I'm currently preoccupied with my own issues." Fang Chen's eyes lit up. "Please give me guidance, Senior," he said. The Pavilion Master sighed softly. "If you don't have strong connections within the East Sea Demonic race, what I say will be useless." The East Sea Demonic race. Fang Chen's face showed a peculiar expression as he mumbled, "I've seen the East Sea Demonic Emperor's body." "Is that connection strong enough?" The Pavilion Master tilted his head back, his eyes wide, staring intensely at Fang Chen. After a long moment, he recovered and scrutinized Fang Chen suspiciously. "I haven't heard that the East Sea Demonic Emperor keeps male concubines," he said. Fang Chen gave a dry cough. "I saw it by accident," he said. The Pavilion Master grew even more curious. "She didn't kill you. The might of a demonic emperor is not to be trifled with." Fang Chen replied, "She peeked at me too. We're even." The Pavilion Master's eyes, which had just softened, widened again. "That's a lot to process." You always manage to surprise me." The Pavilion Master let out a soft breath. "All right, since you know the East Sea Demonic Emperor, then there's a glimmer of hope." In the East Sea, there's an origin cauldron. It contains a mysterious power capable of healing any injury in the world, no matter how dire. A nascent soul injury is nothing to the origin cauldron. If Vice Pavilion Master Gu is fated to enter it, restoring her nascent soul won't be difficult. The origin cauldron, Fang Chen mused. There certainly are a lot of cauldrons in this world. I have the Mountain River Cauldron, there's the 9-dragon demonic cauldron in the cave, dwelling at the foot of that snowy mountain, and now, among the East Sea demonic race. There's another origin cauldron. Is it really that hard to borrow this cauldron? Fang Chen asked. The Pavilion Master gave a slight nod. Incredibly hard. First, that cauldron's main purpose is to suppress the ocean spring. Healing is just a side effect. The sea demons hate it when people mess with it, fearing the spring might leak. Second, everyone across the Taikang Prefecture and the Four Seas knows of its healing properties. Countless experts are constantly trying to borrow it. With a waitlist that long, you might never get a turn. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. So getting my hands on the mother source, cauldron, is going to be a nightmare. His supposed misunderstanding with the Eastern Sea Demon Emperor was nothing more than a joke. Why would a ruler like her do him any favors over something so trivial? If anything, she'd avoid him just to steer clear of the rumors. Still, a sliver of hope was better than nothing. It was worth a shot, even if it meant paying a steep price. Don't worry about Vice Pavilion Master Gu, the Pavilion Master said, noticing Fang Chen's dilemma. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll personally escort her to the Eastern Sea. Fang Chen hesitated. He didn't know much about nascent soul realm injuries, but he knew one universal truth: delaying treatment always made things worse. By the time the Pavilion Master healed, Gu Zinner's nascent soul might be damaged beyond repair. I'll take her to the Eastern Sea to test our luck first. If we can borrow the Mother Source Cauldron, great. If not, we can always wait for you to step in. The Pavilion Master nodded slowly. The sounds of the escalating battle outside brought a flash of worry to his eyes. He was severely injured. If anyone found him in this state, it would be a disaster. He'd become a prime target, just like the crippled Master King. I need to leave. I'm leaving Vice Pavilion Master Gu in your hands for now. The Pavilion Master struggled to his feet and looked Fang Chen in the eye. I owe you my life for stepping in today. Name what you want, and I'll get it for you to settle this debt. Fang Chen's eyes lit up without a second of hesitation. I do. A page from the Jade Heavenly Tome. With just one page, he could study its inscriptions and force a breakthrough in his primal spirit, allowing his soul to reach the nascent soul realm ahead of his body. Pavilion Master swayed, his mouth twitching. You really know how to pick him. Countless peak, stage nascent soul experts are scouring the earth for a single page of that tome. Rumor has it that even a powerhouse in the soul formation realm is tracking it down. Fang Chen was struck by a sudden realization. If that was the case, Zai Fage Yu was incredibly patient. To hold a treasure of that magnitude and keep it perfectly hidden, what a waste it ended up being. You saved my life. I will move heaven and earth to find you a page, but fair warning, I can't guarantee its condition. When the Jade Heavenly Tome shattered, barely any pages survived intact. Thrilled, Fang Chen immediately cupped his hands in a salute. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Finding even a fragment is harder than scaling the heavens. I'm in no position to be picky. The Pavilion Master nodded. I'm off. Don't tell anyone I was here. He slapped a mid-grade dustless talisman onto his chest and faded into nothingness. Fang Chen looked on with pure envy. Must be nice being the Pavilion Master, throwing around mid-grade dustless talismans like it's spare change. Cluck, cluck, from the depths of the abyss, a gorgeous, oversized rooster flapped wildly as it flew back up. It was none other than Chicken Feather, returning from his brawl. You're actually alive, Fang Chen blurted out, genuinely shocked. He was half expecting the bird to have been butchered by that dragon. The rooster strutted proudly over to Fang Chen and spat out a glowing shard of ice right at his feet. Fang Chen's lips twitched. I'm not eating a bug. But upon a closer look, his breath hitched. It wasn't a bug. It was a miniature sword, barely the length of his index finger, its blade wrapped in intricate ice dragon motifs. It was the Snow Listener sword, just shrunk down to a fraction of its size. Unbelievable, he had actually brought back the Snow Listener sword. Fang Chen reached out to grab it, but the miniature ice dragon glared at him with chilling malice. A blast of freezing energy rolled off the blade, making it utterly untouchable. The massive rooster shook its head, letting out a barrage of clucks that sounded obnoxiously like mocking laughter. With a flash, the bird transformed back into a feather tattoo, sealing itself against Fang Chen's chest. Fang Chen's face darkened. He had just been humiliated by poultry. But could he really blame himself? Even the pavilion master of the first realm tower had nearly died trying to handle this divine weapon. Of course, he couldn't just casually pick it up. Glaring back at the hostile little ice dragon, Fang Chen scoffed, "I'll tame you eventually, just you wait." He pulled out a hollow jade slip. Carefully sliding the miniature sword inside, he finally turned his attention back to Gu Zinner. Staring at the painted opera mask concealing her face, a wave of curiosity washed over him. What did she actually look like? She seemed even younger than him, yet she was already in the nascent soul realm. Did she come from some monstrously powerful background, or did she just stumble upon some insane stroke of luck? He gently pinched the edge of her mask. Just as he was about to lift it, the eyes beneath the painted surface snapped open. "What are you trying to do this time, you creep?" Fang Chen flashed an awkward, sheepish smile. "I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?" Gu Zinner pushed herself up. Suddenly realizing how freezing her body felt, she wrapped her arms around herself and scanned their surroundings. "I already know the good news." "I'm not dead. Lay the bad news on me." Fang Chen rubbed his nose. "Your nascent soul suffered severe frostbite. Your cultivation realm has dropped." Gu Zinner immediately checked her internal state. Her eyes glazed over in shock. It wasn't hard to imagine the utter devastation on the face hidden beneath that mask. Feeling a pang of guilt, Fang Chen quickly added, "The pavilion master gave us a way out. He said there's a cure in the Eastern Sea. I'm taking you there right now." Focus returned to Gu Zinner's eyes, quickly followed by a spark of joy, but then suspicion crept in. "You're taking me? Why are you being so nice to me?" First, he risked his neck to warn her about the Hellish Desolate Beast. Then he shoved his life, saving mid-grade dustless talisman into her hands. And now he was personally escorting her to the Eastern Sea for treatment. Did he have a crush on her? The thought made her panic slightly, but it also sparked a tiny thrill of pride. Well, I guess I am pretty irresistible. There was no way Fang Chen was going to explain the truth. He let out a dry cough. "Stop asking questions and just come with me." Gu Zinner was just debating whether she should impose on him when boom, an earth-shattering shockwave blasted through the air, nearly tearing the canyon wide open. The Hellish Desolate Beast's furious roar echoed from the sky above. "Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets, you 3 Demon Emperors, I will remember this." Fang Chen snapped his head up. The Hellish Desolate Beast had been beaten back into its true form. Its colossal body was riddled with horrific gashes, pouring out so much pitch, black blood, that a dark, putrid rain began to fall over the valley. But the Pavilion Master and the 3 Demon Emperors weren't faring much better. The Pavilion Master's robes were shredded, his hair was a wild mess, and his aura was dangerously erratic. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor bore a massive, gaping claw mark that nearly pierced straight through her torso another inch deeper, and she would have been cleaved in two. The Southern Sea Demon Emperor and the unfamiliar Demon Emperor looked slightly better off, but they were still battered and bloodied. Damn it, the Azure Vault Demon Emperor still isn't here. The Western Sea Demon Emperor snarled. The Pavilion Master's face darkened. He suspected the Azure Vault Demon Emperor had arrived a long time ago. The coward had likely seen the terrifying might of the Hellish Desolate Beast and hidden himself away, terrified of getting maimed or killed. He was the absolute pinnacle of selfishness. Back when the beast was slaughtering its way through demon territory, he had been throwing a massive fit, begging the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the sea demons to intervene. But now that the beast was ravaging human lands, he washed his hands of it entirely, perfectly happy to watch from the sidelines. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor gritted his teeth against the pain. "Let's drop it. We're just lucky this hellish desolate beast somehow provoked a swarm of terrifying bugs. It's badly wounded. Honestly, if it were just the four of us, we wouldn't have survived today." The beast's power was beyond comprehension. Most of their attacks hadn't even left a scratch on it. It was terrifying to think about. This monster had been sealed away for at least 60 years and was half dead from the ice bugs. What would it look like at the peak of its power? "You worms, once I heal, I'll devour every last one of you," the hellish desolate beast roared. Deep down, it was already regretting ever chasing after Fang Chen. "Just wait until I recover. I'll swallow you all alive," it bellowed. It cursed itself for hunting Fang Chen, a blunder that had drawn the nightmare frost bugs and left it severely wounded. Otherwise, slaughtering these four would have been a walk in the park. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes. If this beast actually managed to escape, it would become an absolute nightmare for all of them. Gripping an ancient bamboo sword, he shouted, "Everyone, do not let it get away, or at the very least, make it bleed so much that it takes centuries to recover." The 3 Demon Emperors felt a chill in their hearts. They immediately lunged forward, unleashing a devastating barrage of their innate water element divine abilities. The Hellish Desolate Beast parried their strikes with ease, retreating while sneering, "If I want to leave, do you really think you can stop me? Just you wait. I'll be back for your heads." But right in the middle of its villainous monologue, a muttered complaint echoed from the ground directly beneath it. "You talk too much." Before the beast could even react, an unimaginable, crushing force enveloped its body. It was ripped right out of the sky and slammed brutally into the earth. The Pavilion Master and the Sea Emperors froze for a split second before their eyes flared with killing intent. Seizing the opening, they unleashed their ultimate attacks. A massive front leg was blown into the air, quickly followed by a large chunk of the beast's head. "You pathetic human," the heavily mutilated beast finally realized who had grounded it, its blood, moon eyes locked onto the fissure, burning with apocalyptic hatred. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Senior, you misunderstand. I don't have that kind of power." He quickly deflected. The beast erupted with blind fury. "That voice just now, that was fucking you." It raised a titanic claw and viciously swatted at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. Without hesitating, he grabbed Gu Zinner, burned the very last drop of his lightning energy to cast Phantom Cloud Dash, and blinked behind the Pavilion Master and the others just before the claw obliterated his previous spot. Once he was safely out of range, his demeanor flipped instantly. He puffed out his chest, wearing a mask of absolute righteous fury. "You vile beast! A murderous abomination like you deserves to be slaughtered by the heavens." The Hellish Desolate Beast was so furious it practically started convulsing. "When you were in danger, I was senior. Now that you're safe, I'm a vile beast." The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor's eye twitched violently as he threw a sideways glance at the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's mouth jerked in a spasm of second-hand embarrassment. He's new to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, literally just joined. The unspoken implication was loud and clear. We did not teach him to be this shameless. The Southern and Western Sea Demon Emperors couldn't hide their cringes either, but despite the bizarre comedy of the moment, their hands didn't hesitate. They pressed the attack, hell, bent on finishing the crippled monster. The beast's flesh was ripped apart, leaving bone and gore exposed. Roaring in agony and realizing it was about to die an incredibly humiliating death, its rage reached a boiling point. "Fine, if you all want a swift path to hell, I'll happily grant your wish." Its jaws snapped wide open, spitting out a pitch black orb the size of a human head. The moment the barrage of attacks struck the black orb, they dissolved like clay figures plunging into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. The Pavilion Master's face paled. He stared at the black orb in horror. What is that? It just completely absorbed attacks from nascent Soul Realm cultivators. The Hellish Desolate Beast gave a spine-chilling grin. "Weren't you worms always curious about how the ancient giants first descended upon this world? Let me enlighten you. We brought them. The Hellish Desolate Beasts are the harbingers of the giants." A bomb seemed to go off in everyone's minds. In human historical texts, the Hellish Desolate Beasts were only ever mentioned as omens that preceded the ancient giants. Once the giants actually arrived, the beasts would mysteriously vanish. The true connection between the two had always been mere speculation. To hear the horrifying truth straight from the mouth of a Hellish Desolate Beast was staggering. The beast slammed its paw down on the black orb. "I was planning to plant this summoning sphere in a prosperous holy land like the Grand Horizon province. But since you're so eager to die, congratulations, this miserable island will be ground zero for the ancient giants' invasion." "You're all dead?" Crack, the beast shattered the orb. Instantly, a column of pitch black light blasted upward, tearing through the clouds and anchoring itself to the unfathomable heights of the sky. The pillar of light didn't fade. It pulsed steadily, acting like a cosmic tether linking this island to an unknown realm. Thump, thump, their hearts pounded in their chests. Suddenly, it all made horrifying sense. The ancient giants didn't just appear, they climbed down from the heavens, sliding right down these pillars of black light. "Ha ha ha, when the ancient giants finally descend, I'll be back for front row seats to watch them swallow you alive." The beast backed away, cackling maniacally. Before leaving, it shot Fang Chen a venomous glare. "Human scum, when that day comes, I'll rip your life away with my own claws. Your spirit beast stole my treasure. You tricked me into a nightmare frostbug ambush, and you slammed me out of the sky. That's 3 debts of blood, and I will collect on every single one." With that, it transformed into a streak of black light and vanished over the horizon. No one bothered giving chase. Their eyes were glued to the heaven, piercing black pillar, their expressions as grim as death. The Pavilion Master launched an experimental strike at the pillar, but it was swallowed up instantly. The 3 Sea Demon Emperors followed up with everything they had, yet the black light didn't even flicker. The Pavilion Master's expression was grave. We must head to the Grand Horizon Province immediately. The major sects need to unite to destroy this beam. If an ancient giant makes it through, the world-ending apocalypse from a millennium ago will repeat itself. The four exchanged heavy glances. The long-legged Southern Sea Demon Emperor stepped forward, her beautiful face serious. It has to be me. The beast fled north, meaning the eastern and western seas need to be on high alert in case it circles back. The same goes for the mainland. The plan was set. Everyone immediately sat down right where they were to heal and recover their spiritual energy. Fang Chen, however, stood there, staring thoughtfully at the black pillar. He wasn't sure if his mind was playing tricks on him, but he could have sworn the void, piercing ancient tree inside his body, just gave a slight tremor. He tentatively took a step toward the pillar. To his absolute shock, the black beam visibly recoiled, almost as if it were afraid of him. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Was this otherworldly pillar actually terrified of the void, piercing ancient tree? He whipped his head around to check on the Pavilion Master and the three Demon Emperors. They were completely absorbed in their meditation and had completely missed the anomaly. He opened his mouth to tell them, but quickly snapped it shut. The descent of the ancient giants was a matter of world-ending magnitude. Blurting out that he could literally push the apocalypse beam around with his sheer presence sounded like an absolute bombshell waiting to explode in his face. Until I have enough power to protect myself, it's better not to show my hand. I'll wait for the heavy hitters from Taking State to arrive. If they can't handle that black pillar of light, then it won't be too late for me to try. Fang Chen, Gu Zinner said, walking over slowly with her hands clasped behind her back. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Fang Chen had a bad feeling about this. He held up a hand to stop her. Hold that thought. He quickly ducked behind the sect master before saying, all right, lay it on me. Gu Zinner gritted her teeth. This guy was such a jerk. Her expression turned icy. The bad news is, I know the truth. That hell beast was hunting you, and you tried to pin it on me, and to think I actually fell for your lies. I was even moved by it, you shameless rogue. Her chest heaved with fury. She was reaching her breaking point. Before the hell beast left, it mentioned that Fang Chen's spirit beast had stolen its treasure. Connecting that with his sudden appearance claiming she was being targeted, the truth was obvious. Fang Chen was the real target. Fang Chen gave an awkward grin, and the good news, you've forgiven me. Gu Zinner clenched her fists. The good news is that I'll show you a tiny bit of mercy. I was going to tear you into 108 pieces, but now I'll settle for 107. With a shout, she swung her fists at him. Fang Chen scrambled behind the sect master. Master, look, she's trying to murder me. The sect master's temple throbbed. This kid, but then again, he couldn't exactly stand by and let one of his own get thrashed, could he? Ahem, Vice Pavilion Master Gu, take a breath. You're badly injured, don't make it worse by overexerting yourself. He could tell something was wrong with her internal energy. Gu Zinner stopped, though she was still shaking with rage. Master, do you have any idea how infuriating this guy is? Every single one of these injuries is his fault. Having pieced together the situation from their bickering, the sect master felt a headache coming on. He dragged Fang Chen forward. What do you plan to do about this? I'm willing to take responsibility for her, Fang Chen said. The three sea demon kings immediately snapped their heads toward them. Gu Zinner's eyes went wide, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment. What are you talking about? I meant for her injuries, Fang Chen clarified. The sect master fell silent for a moment, glancing at the East Sea Empress. He knew exactly where a nascent soul wound could be healed. He decided to swallow his pride and help Fang Chen out for once. Empress Yizhu, it's thanks to Fang Chen that we were able to wound the hell beast and keep it from returning. Don't you think he deserves a reward? He was subtly hinting at the Mother Source Cauldron. The East Sea Empress knew exactly how vital Fang Chen had been. He'd eliminated a major threat for them. Letting him borrow the cauldron was more than fair. What impressed her most was that he was asking for someone else rather than himself. She had no reason to refuse. But just as she opened her mouth, the South Sea Empress cut in. Sect Master, we can give a reward. The South Sea clan isn't stingy, however. Before that, you need to give this boy a proper lecture. She was still fuming over the fact that Fang Chen had seen her, well, everything. And the fact that he hadn't even blinked while staring. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. The sect master's face darkened. Fang Chen, you actually dared to offend the South Sea Empress. Fang Chen was speechless. You were the one peeking at me first. How are you playing the victim? If I spill the beans, we'll see who's more embarrassed. He put on a serious face. Master, here's what happened. I was cultivating in the lightning pool when 2 empresses suddenly fell out of the sky and landed right in with me. MMF, a stream of water, suddenly gagged him. The East Sea Empress smiled sweetly. Fang Chen is so concise. He's already said everything that needs to be said. Fang Chen shook his head frantically. I wasn't finished. The East Sea Empress laughed. Fine. We'll let the Vice, Tower Master of the first-class pavilion, use the Mother Source Cauldron. Empress Jiyumeng, what reward do you have for Fang Chen? Hurry up and hand it over. She was basically telling her to shut him up. If he actually told the story of that day, they'd never be able to show their faces again. The South Sea Empress felt flustered, already regretting that she'd provoked him. She cleared her throat. It's nothing. It's all in the past now. Fang Chen, you did well today. I'm quite impressed. I see that danger follows you like a shadow. When you have time, come to the South Sea. I'll give you a protective night pearl. What kind of toy is that? But since it was a gift from a demon king, it couldn't be ordinary. He quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Only then did the East Sea Empress feel safe enough to withdraw the water from his mouth. Operation Protect Reputation was a success. Your name is Fang Chen, right? The West Sea Demon King was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and an utterly average face. He stood in stark contrast to the stunning, youthful beauties of the East and South Seas. It was as if the heavens favored the female sea demons so much that the males looked like forgotten orphans. I'd like to give you something good as well, but to be honest, I had a chest of water essence, but while it was in my son's possession, some low-life thief stole the whole thing. Drop by the West Sea when you have the time. I'll make sure you receive a proper royal welcome. Feigning righteous fury, Fang Chen declared, Senior West Sea Demon Emperor, there's no need for such formalities between us. The West Sea Crown Prince and I are as close as brothers. My heart bleeds for what he went through. I curse the bastard who stole the water source essence. May his future sons be born without assholes. It's absolutely despicable, beyond vile. The West Sea Demon Emperor burst into laughter. A deeply gratified look crossed his face. My disappointing son finally found a true friend willing to walk through fire for him. How wonderful. Fang Chen then turned his gaze to the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master chuckled, teasingly scolding him. You'd even fleece your own people, ha. Even as he said that, he tossed over a token he had prepared well in advance. It was an access token for cultivation in the Thunder Pool. You've been practicing a cultivation method from the Temple of Myriad Tribulations, haven't you? If the Temple of Myriad Tribulations gives you any trouble, just drop my name. I'll go there and personally sort them out. A surge of joy hit Fang Chen, quickly followed by a deep warmth in his chest. The Pavilion Master was undeniably good to him. A pang of guilt washed over him. The Pavilion Master had entrusted him to decipher the inscriptions on the bronze statue of the Hellish Desolate Beast, and he hadn't even started. About that bronze statue, the Pavilion Master waved a dismissive hand. Don't stress over it. I've studied it for years without a single breakthrough. Tossing it into your lap was asking too much anyway. A heavy weight settled in Fang Chen's heart. If the Pavilion Master didn't deeply care about those inscriptions, he never would have entrusted them to Fang Chen in the first place. After accepting so many favors, wasn't it time to actually deliver something in return? No matter what it took, he had to find a way to crack those inscriptions. The Pavilion Master smiled warmly. You've successfully completed this mission. 10,000 merit points. Congratulations. A smile lit up Fang Chen's eyes. That put him 1/10 of the way toward affording that bottle of true spirit blood. Manage your time wisely on this trip to the East Sea. Make sure you don't miss the opening of the underground world. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises you'll bring us next. Fang Chen nodded. Suddenly, a lingering question about the underground world surfaced in his mind. He glanced at the 3 demon emperors standing nearby, hesitating, the words catching in his throat. If you have a question, just ask. I'll answer as much as I deem appropriate. The Pavilion Master said with a reassuring smile. He was always more than happy to guide a prodigy like Fang Chen. Shedding his hesitation, Fang Chen asked, Pavilion Master, what exactly is the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's ultimate goal in excavating the underground world? It was a mystery that had bothered him for a long time. The rules governing the Pavilion's underground world included one massive logic, defying loophole explorers kept absolutely everything they found. It seemed the Pavilion only cared about carving out more space. The way the merit rewards were structured made this painfully obvious. Clearing out just a few hundred yards of hidden space netted you 3,000 merit points. Meanwhile, handing over a highly coveted spirit artifact would only earn a measly 1,000. It completely defied common sense. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed through the eyes of the 3 demon emperors. Clearly, they shared the exact same suspicion. The heavenly secret pavilion had been digging for centuries. What in the world were they digging for? They didn't give a damn about ancient treasures. They were obsessed solely with expanding the subterranean void. The pavilion master pondered for a brief moment. He didn't bother hiding the truth from the demon emperors present, nor did he keep it from Fang Chen. Very few people ever bothered to ask that question anymore. Most had simply grown numb to the centuries, old rules, accepting them without a second thought. Since I took over as pavilion master, only 2 disciples have ever questioned this, he said. One was Yi Bangxia. The other is you. Fang Chen nodded. That legendary prodigy known for her flawless schemes. Oddly enough, he had stolen her Jade Phoenix chair, yet she hadn't made a single move to get even. Or was she playing the long game, setting the stage for a massive trap? He pulled his thoughts back, focusing intently on the pavilion master's words. Our heavenly secret pavilion has been searching for the ancient sages. The revelation hit like a clap of thunder. This earth-shattering statement left everyone, including the 3 demon emperors, utterly shell-shocked. Searching for what? The 9 ancient sages who forged heaven and earth. That ancient sage is our only hope to break the deadlock against the ancient giants, the pavilion master continued. We've searched for 1,000 years, but now, with the ancient giants on the verge of returning, we still remain empty-handed. He looked at Fang Chen, a deep regret pooling in his eyes. The heavenly secret pavilion has walked this path for a millennium, only to fail in the end. If only people like you and Yi Bangxia had appeared 500 years ago. Back in an era overflowing with resources, you might have gone much further than our predecessors. Sadly, our pavilion bears the name Heavenly Secret, yet the secrets of heaven were never on our side. Fang Chen frowned in confusion. Pavilion Master, if the pavilion lacks the manpower, why not open up the underground world to the public? Why not invite the 7 aperture nascent soul experts from Taking Province, or even that Bodhisattva from the White Horse Temple? Surely they could carve out a path to the 10th layer. The pavilion master smiled faintly, his gaze dropping to Fang Chen's hand. You're the one who exchanged for that broken boundless ring, aren't you? He had already guessed what caused the sudden sneak attack on the Hellish Desolate Beast earlier. Fang Chen didn't bother hiding it. He nodded. The original owner of that ring was once a 7 aperture nascent soul expert. The pavilion master said she fell in the 10th layer. It finally clicked for Fang Chen. It wasn't that the heavenly secret pavilion refused to let outsiders in, it was that the outsiders refused to go down there. Reaching the nascent soul realm requires surviving countless deadly trials, the pavilion master explained. Who would willingly risk their hard-earned life for an illusory legend and the so-called greater good? Since ancient times, many walk the path, but few are willing to forge it. Even fewer are willing to carry the weight of the world into the dark. Fang Chen was deeply moved. He never expected the heavenly secret pavilion was founded by a group of idealistic human survivors 1,000 years ago, desperately trying to leave a spark of hope for future generations. But a millennium later, that spark hadn't become a raging inferno to burn away the abyss. Instead, it was slowly burning out. A profound sense of respect washed over Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, don't lose heart. The ancient giants won't arrive overnight. We still have a chance. I may not be much, but I swear to give it my all. I will carry on the will of our predecessors and carve out the path ahead. The Pavilion Master smiled, the heavy melancholy fading from his shoulders. Good, I'll hold you to that. The 3 Sea Demon Emperors and Gu Zinner looked ashamed. They were exactly the type of people who walked the paved roads of their predecessors, unwilling to forge new ones. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor sighed softly. If I didn't carry the fate of my entire race on my shoulders, I would gladly risk my life to explore the 10th layer. The Demon Emperors of the Southern and Western Seas echoed her sigh. But the Pavilion Master just chuckled. Your full support in driving away the Hellish Desolate Beast is already a massive favor to us. The heavenly secret pavilion is endlessly grateful. We would never blame you. Seeing that everyone had mostly finished adjusting their breathing, he stood up. Everyone, let's part ways here. We'll wait for the experts from Taking Province to arrive before dealing with this black pillar of light together. The 3 demon emperors nodded. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor looked at Fang Chen and Gu Zinner. Vice Pavilion Master Gu, you'll accompany me back to the Eastern Sea. As for you, Fang Chen, come along as well. We have a spirit cleansing pool that can help push your cultivation to the next level. Fang Chen's vow to carry on the predecessors had struck a chord with her. She didn't mind giving a few extra opportunities to a junior with that kind of grit. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Demon Emperor. Without hesitation, he joined the Sea Demon tribe and set off toward the Eastern Sea. It was a long journey. Sitting beside the Eastern Sea Demon Emperor, Fang Chen pulled out thick volumes of the myriad races' languages, flipping through them one by one. Leaning over, the Eastern Sea Demon Emperor glanced at the pages and raised an eyebrow. The myriad races text. Is there any point in studying this? Many of these races faded into history long ago. I want to help the Pavilion Master decipher a certain script, Fang Chen replied, just trying to do my part. Her crystal, clear eyes sparkled. What a good kid, always remembering to repay a kindness. She said, my eldest daughter loves to read. When we get back, I'll have her bring you some of our demon race's ancient texts. Fang Chen immediately thanked her. If the answers weren't in his current books, he'd have to rely on other ancient records. The Eastern Sea Demon race's archives were priceless. An outsider usually wouldn't even get a glimpse. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor gave him a warm, gentle smile. She was growing fonder of this polite and driven young man by the second. Just then, she noticed Gu Zinner, sitting to her right, holding a small black notebook. The girl would pause in deep thought before scribbling something down, as if recording matters of grave importance. She couldn't help but marvel. Both of these kids were so studious, one reading thick volumes, the other diligently taking notes. Lost in thought as she stared at the passing scenery, Gu Zinner didn't notice a gentle breeze flutter past, blowing her notebook to a new page. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor glanced over with an approving smile, only to read Fang Chen's death diary. Ruined my business, dies once. Hit me in the underground world, dies once. Tricked me into being chased by the Hellish Desolate Beast, dies once. Said my chest is small enough to hold in one hand, dies 100 times. The warm smile completely froze on the Demon Emperor's flawless face. This little girl's journal was certainly profound. It had transcended petty grievances and ascended directly to matters of life and death. Gu Zinner snapped back to reality. Noticing her handwriting was visible, she quickly shut her notebook and flashed a sweet smile. Oh, Emperor Pearl, don't mind me. I'm just journaling about the good life. The East Sea Demon Emperor gave a polite, albeit awkward, chuckle before shifting the conversation. By the way, Fang Chen, that hell beast claimed your little spirit pet made off with something of its. Where is the little guy? Fang Chen set his book down. A good Samaritan is looking after him for now. Honestly, it's a relief the little killin is stuck in the underworld. Otherwise, that hell beast would have probably snatched him up by now. The East Sea Demon Emperor looked skeptical. That's a hive, Al. You spirit beast. Aren't you worried he's being mistreated? Fang Chen thought for a moment. He should be fine. If that ghost woman wants the in-essence tiger seal, she wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, in the 9th level of the underworld, Fang Chen, for the love of everything, come get your pet. Hua Xin was sprinting for her life, looking absolutely panicked. Right behind her, the little killin was booking it on its 4 stubby legs. The wind whistled past, pinning its tiny ears against its head as its rusts. Its tread fur rippled like waves. Despite the desperate sprint, the little guy refused to let go of the blood. Red spirit ginseng clamped firmly in its jaws. Behind them, a vengeful spirit, formed of blood, mist roared in pure fury. Hua Xin, you let your pet rob everyone blind, and now he's stealing from me. You've got some serious nerve. Hua Xin looked back, her face a mask of grievance. Bloodbone Ghost King, let me explain. I have nothing to do with this greedy little thief. You want someone to blame. Go find his master. Bulsht, the Bloodbone Ghost King barked. Every time he steals something, he teleports straight into your private dimension. You expect me to believe you're not in on it. Don't you run. We are going to settle this right now. Hua Xin was miserable. She had actually been thrilled when she first brought the little killin back. I mean, look at him. So cute, so beautiful, with those huge innocent eyes. What woman could say no to that? At one point, she'd even considered keeping him for herself and never giving him back. But things went south fast. Since the underworld's teleportation array was shut down, she didn't worry about him escaping the 9th level. She let him run wild. Day 1, he showed up with a century, old spirit ginseng in his mouth. Day 2, he came back dripping with rare spirit nectar, looking like he'd just eaten a 5-star meal. Day 3, he returned smelling fresh after apparently taking a dip in a pool of 1,000-year old celestial marrow. Day 4, the remaining ghosts of the 9th level reached their breaking point, claiming they'd been robbed. At the same time, more and more ghosts found their homes completely ransacked. Day 5, the little terror doubled down. He ate through the entire life savings of the ghosts who dared to complain. Whatever he couldn't finish, he packed up to go. Day 6, the mob was in a full-blown riot. They finally tracked him back to Hua Xin's doorstep. Day 7, the pup broke into the secret sanctum of the Bloodbone Ghost King, one of the 3 most powerful kings in the realm, and snatched the blood spirit gin, saying the king had been cultivating for 20 years without so much as a taste. The Bloodbone Ghost King led the mob of victims and leveled Hua Xin's house. Now, homeless, Hua Xin was being hunted across the entire 9th level. Fortunately, she had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. After a long chase, she finally managed to lose the crowd. Fuming, she snatched up the little killin. "You little thief, you're just as bad as your master." Her hair was a mess, her clothes were torn, and she was panting for breath, her soulless eyes wide with rage. The little killin just stared back with those big, innocent eyes, letting out a soft, whimpering cry. "Don't you dare play the victim. I'm not falling for it." Still crying. "Stop it. Fine, okay, I'm sorry I yelled. Come here, let me hold you. Stop crying. You're breaking my heart. I'll take you to find something even tastier, okay? Give me a smile." Out at sea, the waves were violent, whipped up by a fierce wind. Compared to the serene blue of the South Sea, the East Sea was far more treacherous. Yet, wherever the East Sea Demon Emperor traveled, the water instantly smoothed out like a sheet of glass. Their seashell vessel glided across the surface like a sleek boat. Fang Chen rubbed his tired eyes and let out a long sigh. "Well, any luck?" The East Sea Demon Emperor glanced over. Over the past 4 days, Fang Chen had powered through every single book. He read at a breakneck pace, flipping pages without a moment's pause. The Emperor didn't believe for a second that anyone could master a language by skimming like that. "I've got a decent handle on the languages of the myriad races, but I didn't find what I was looking for," Fang Chen said wearily. "They call it the languages of the 10,000 races, but it's really only about 100 or so. Many races share a common tongue. For example, the sea demons and the continental demons are different races, but their written language is identical. In reality, there were only 100-odd common languages in circulation." Fang Chen kept that thought to himself. If he said only 100 out loud, he wasn't sure how people would react to him. "A decent handle, huh?" The East Sea Demon Emperor smiled, choosing to keep his doubts to himself. Suddenly, she spotted a massive ship anchored in the deep waters. The hull bore the emblem of 3 ethereal clouds, the mark of Mount Sanqing. Her brow furrowed, followed by a soft, resigned sigh. "It looks like Mount Sanqing knew I'd ignore their warnings and head to the mainland anyway. They've stationed guards right at my doorstep in the East Sea Palace." Fang Chen looked up, his eyes narrowing. Mount Sanqing. The Sea Empress hesitated for a moment. "It's all in the past now. I suppose there's no harm in telling you." She gave him a quick rundown of the situation. Fang Chen slammed his book shut with a heavy thud. "Those cowards, they know the infernal desolate beasts are a threat to every living soul. It's one thing to stay home because they're terrified, but actively sabotaging everyone else, that's crossing the line. Now I see why the Fang clan suffered such devastating losses a millennium ago. Rats like them were definitely part of the problem." He was disgusted by their lack of backbone. After everything that happened during the Great Calamity, they still had zero sense of the bigger picture. It was one thing to be selfish cowards, but stopping the sea demons from helping, that was unacceptable. Seeing Fang Chen so fired up on her behalf made the Empress feel a little better. "Don't stress too much," she said. "So what if I ignored them? The East Sea has powerful allies in the taking Great State. They won't dare make a real move against us. They'll just make life difficult regarding our supply of medicinal pills. All our high-grade rank 4 elixirs come from Mount Sanqing. It's how they keep us, and most other factions, under their thumb." It made sense that the East Sea had powerful connections in the taking Great State. Even the Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had ties to the Hall of Eternal Tribulation. Empress Yizhu ruled the East Sea alone. Between the region's limitless resources and her own stunning beauty, she was a prime target for anyone's greed. The fact that she remained untouched meant she had to have serious power backing her up. "Empress Yizhu, is there anything I can do to help?" Fang Chen asked. The Sea Empress had been good to him. Besides, she'd only pissed off Mount Sanqing because she chose to help the mainland. If he could do something to help, he might as well. The Empress gave a wry laugh. How about you start by refining a rank 4 medicinal pill for me to try? Fang Chen nodded. Give me your hand. Her smile faltered. Wait, are you serious? She instinctively reached out a hand that looked as smooth as polished jade. Fang Chen pulled out an orange pill etched with the pattern of a white tiger. It smelled like roses as he pressed it into her palm. He had originally refined these tiger pills to help him with the body, tempering cultivation of the Iron Blood scripture. Even though the cultivation method itself wasn't top tier, the quality of the pills was exceptionally high. They were solid rank 4 medicinal pills. They were useless to him now, anyway. The Empress stared at the orange pill. Her senses confirmed it. It really was rank 4. And it was a variety she had never seen before. Where did you get this? She asked, her eyes wide with shock. Mount Sanqing doesn't make anything like this, Fang Chen said. You want it or not. The Empress snapped out of it and gave his forehead a playful flick. You little brat, trying to act tough with me. I told you to refine one, not just find one somewhere. She handed the pill back. I appreciate the gesture, really. Knowing you want to help is enough for me, but don't worry your head over this. I'll handle it. The subtext was clear. She didn't think he could actually do anything. Fang Chen nodded and pocketed the pill. Empress, is there a difference between the medicinal pills your people need and the ones humans use? She watched the massive ship draw closer. Not a huge difference. The ingredients are just tailored specifically for sea demon physiology. Fang Chen felt a wave of relief. If that was the case, he could refine them like any other pill. He just needed the recipe. What kind of pill is it? Is Mount Sanqing really the only place that can make it? She looked at him with surprise. She hadn't expected him to be so interested in alchemy. It wasn't a state secret, so there was no harm in telling him. The sea demons are like the mainland tribes. We're born from nature and usually don't need medicinal pills. But occasionally, the springs at the bottom of the ocean erupt, releasing a strange fluid into the water. It doesn't affect the normal wildlife, but as we cultivate and breathe, it builds up in our systems. If too much of it accumulates, our bodies begin to mutate. She looked at him and sighed. You've met my third daughter, haven't you? The princess of the East Sea. Fang Chen nodded. What about her? She locked eyes with him. Fang Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly. There was no way he was going to talk a girl to her mother's face. He decided to play it safe. Your daughter is spirited. She definitely knows what she wants. The Empress let out a dry laugh. You're getting slick. Let me translate that for you. She's a tank. She's completely out of control. And she has zero shame when it comes to kidnapping men. Well, I didn't say it. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Eastern Sea Demon Emperor's tone softened, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. Did you know she used to look exactly like me? She was once the most celebrated beauty in the Eastern Sea. Fang Chen's eyes went wide. He couldn't mentally reconcile that hulking mountain of flesh with the stunning, ethereal demon emperor standing right in front of him. They didn't even look like they belonged to the same species, let alone mother and daughter. Fang Chen frowned. Are you telling me the third princess mutated because she was exposed to the sea springs, corrupting power? The demon emperor let out a heavy sigh. What else could it be? I have 2 daughters and a son. My eldest and my boy are the spitting image of me. Only my youngest ended up like that. Even her personality took a twisted turn. Fang Chen's expression darkened. If he hadn't ventured into the boundless sea, he never would have realized how utterly terrifying the sea spring was. For any aquatic creature deep into their cultivation, it was a lethal hazard. That's why we have to purge this corrupting energy from our bodies regularly, she explained. If we let it build up too much, we end up exactly like my third daughter. Realization dawned on Fang Chen, and the only way to purge it is with a specific medicinal pill refined by the Sanqing Sect. The Demon Emperor gave a slight nod. It's called the Winter Cicada Silence Elixir. For generations, it's the only medicinal pill that has ever proven effective for our sea demon race. Every other elixir we've tried is either too weak, wildly inconsistent, or packed with nasty side effects. The Winter Cicada Silence Elixir is the sole exception. It works flawlessly on every sea demon, with stable, harmless results. And Sanqing Mountain holds the absolute monopoly on alchemy for it. If they cut off our supply, we're doomed. At the thought of her youngest daughter's grotesque form, a volatile mix of pity, anxiety, and pure hatred flashed through her eyes. Fang Chen turned a calculating gaze to Gu Zinner. Vice Pavilion Master Gu, with all the resources of the Junction Pavilion, how many of these elixirs can you secure? Gu Zinner raised her delicate hand, pressing her thumb and index finger together to form a 0. Not a single one. Gu Zinner deeply sympathized with the sea demon's plight, but her hands were tied. Plenty of merchants in the Junction Pavilion had recognized the massive profit potential, and tried to hoard these pills to scalp the sea demon race. Sanqing Mountain refuses to sell to outsiders, she explained. They only deal directly with the sea demons, strictly rationing the supply. Once a quota is met, that's it. There's literally no black market for it. The Demon Emperor nodded grimly. Over the years, the Four Seas have exhausted every overt and covert channel. We've begged allies of other races to buy them on our behalf. Even my own benefactors tried to step in to secretly stockpile the elixir. Sanqing Mountain didn't budge an inch. The puzzle pieces finally clicked into place for Fang Chen. No wonder Sanqing Mountain had the audacity to bark orders at the Four Seas and threaten them against aiding the mainland. They had the oceans in a permanent chokehold. A single elixir was all it took to keep the mighty Four Seas on a tight leash. Fortunately, the sea demons at least had those subpar, wildly inconsistent elixirs to fall back on. Losing the winter cicada silence elixir wouldn't trigger an immediate apocalypse, but it was a ticking time bomb. Fang Chen had zero doubts about Sanqing Mountain's in-game. They were going to bleed the Four Seas dry, extorting them for everything they had. Staring at the towering galleon of Sanqing Mountain looming ahead, Fang Chen's brow furrowed. The Demon Emperor was in serious trouble this time. After a moment of rapid calculation, he leaned close to the Demon Emperor and lowered his voice. Senior Yizhu, have you ever considered stealing the elixir's formula? If you had the recipe, you could just hire a different fourth-star alchemist. You'd never have to bow to Sanqing Mountain again. The Demon Emperor's expression instantly turned dead serious, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Don't even entertain that thought. It is Sanqing Mountain's ultimate taboo. When I first ascended the throne, I had the exact same idea. Shortly after I made my move, my youngest daughter vanished during an excursion. She wasn't physically harmed, just trapped in a sealed location for 6 months. Once her supply of the elixir ran out, her body mutated. And then, just as mysteriously as she was taken, she was suddenly set free. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, so the third princess's horrific mutation wasn't a tragic accident. It was a calculated, manufactured nightmare, and Sanqing Mountain's fingerprints were all over it. He vividly remembered his first encounter with Venerable Xuanyang of Sanqing Mountain. Just because Fang Chen, the Western Sea Crown Prince, and the third princess happened to be near the Tiger Demon Emperor's cavern. The man had instantly unleashed his killing intent. That level of cold-blooded ruthlessness had been burned into Fang Chen's mind. Mutilating a child just to assert dominance over the sea demon race. Yeah, that sounded exactly like Sanqing Mountain's brand of sick, twisted politics. He looked at the boiling hatred masked behind the Demon Emperor's forced endurance, then thought of Sanqing Mountain's insidious plot to unleash hellish desolate beasts upon the mainland. A cold fire lit in Fang Chen's eyes. Senior Yizhu, I'll get that formula for you. You steal the formula. The Demon Emperor arched an elegant brow. The shock faded quickly, replaced by a warm, deeply moved smile. Reaching out, she gently smoothed down Fang Chen's tousled hair, acting every bit the doting elder. You're a good kid. I appreciate the sentiment. I truly do. But this water is far too deep and dark for you to wade into. If you wound up dead, how could I ever face your pavilion master? That formula is Sanqing Mountain's most closely guarded secret. They would slaughter anyone who so much as looked in its direction. It's classified to the absolute highest degree, entrusted only to absolute powerhouses at the primordial spirit realm. It's not something a young man can simply swipe because he has the willpower. But Fang Chen didn't waver. His expression was dead serious. Senior Yizhu, trust me on this. The Demon Emperor froze. The last person to speak to her with such unshakable conviction was her late husband, and he had been dead for over a decade. She couldn't believe she was hearing those exact words from a junior so many years later. A rush of memories washed over her, the forgotten feeling of a fiercely protective husband, and a wistful, nostalgic smile tugged at the corners of her lips. When she looked back at Fang Chen, her gaze was profoundly soft. If you want me to blindly trust you, you'll have to give me a compelling reason. Fang Chen held out his hand. I already have a plan, but first, I need to see the winter cicada silence elixir. The Demon Emperor hesitated. The elixir was unimaginably precious. She only had a single pill left in her possession, and if it suffered even a scratch, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, staring into Fang Chen's calm, unshakable eyes, something possessed her to actually hand it over. Handle it with extreme care, she warned. She passed him a small bundle of protective seaweed. Fang Chen unwrapped it, revealing a medicinal pill marbled with striking gray and white veins. It radiated a dense spiritual pressure. There was no doubt. It was a true grade 4 elixir. Its surface was flawlessly smooth, gleaming like polished glass, and it emitted an intoxicating aroma. The craftsmanship was absolutely immaculate. I'll give Sanqing Mount in this much, Fang Chen thought. They have absolute masters in alchemy. Having monopolized the recipe for centuries, their alchemists had thoroughly engineered every nuance. The pill before him was refined to utter perfection. He brought the elixir to his nose, taking a deep inhale before gently scraping off a microscopic fleck to taste. A quiet sigh of relief escaped his lips, thank the heavens. The ingredients aren't anything completely unheard of. In fact, I've seen them all cultivated right in the high-tier medicinal gardens of the Sanqing Sect. Without skipping a beat, he whipped out a pen and parchment, rapidly scribbling down a list toad, heart fetal clay 7, color mystic ice, purifying purple fruit minutes later. A complete 12-ingredient elixir formula lay fully deciphered before him. The East Sea Demon Empress took back the depleted winter cicada nirvana pill. Staring at its scraped surface, a flicker of genuine heartache crossed her eyes. "Are you trying to reverse engineer the pill recipe?" she asked, completely baffled. "I thought only a soul master could pull off something like that." After all, isolating dozens of raw ingredients just from an elixir's lingering scent was an impossible party trick for ordinary cultivators. Only a soul master, someone who spent their entire life buried in rare materials, could manage it. "Here's the ingredient list," Fang Chen said, handing her the drafted recipe. The Demon Empress scanned the parchment, her eyes widening in surprise. "I actually heard a rumor that the Sanqing Sect has been scouring the world for 7, color mystic ice. Does the winter cicada nirvana pill seriously require it?" Gu Zinner popped her head over his shoulder, her face a mask of absolute astonishment. "No way. You actually analyzed the elixir's exact components. Don't tell me you're secretly some grandmaster soul master." Fang Chen ignored the question with a cheeky smirk. "What's wrong? Suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to worship me." Gu Zinner rolled her eyes, as if I'd ever worship a shameless creep like you. Besides, an ingredient list isn't a recipe. Do you even know the exact ratios? Just knowing the materials is completely useless. Even without being a soul master, she knew the ingredient ratio was the lifeblood of any pill recipe. In alchemy, a margin of error as thin as a hair would completely ruin the entire batch. Trying to pirate another sect's signature elixir, especially one this ridiculously complex, was nothing short of impossible. Fang Chen chuckled. "Of course I don't know the ratios, but the Sanqing Sect does, right, and they're going to hand them right over." As he spoke, he casually jotted down some roughly estimated numbers next to the ingredients. The Demon Empress furrowed her brow. What was he scheming? Why on earth would the Sanqing Sect just give him their closely guarded formula? "Senior Yizhu," Fang Chen said, pressing the parchment into her hand, "when we meet the Sanqing Sect later, wait for the perfect moment and show them this half-finished recipe. Make sure to catch them completely off guard. Also, keep me right by your side. I'll figure out a way to steal the exact ratios." Shock the enemy, keep him close. The Demon Empress turned the plan over in her mind, but for the life of her, she couldn't figure out what Fang Chen was playing at. But it was worth a shot. If he failed, she lost nothing. If by some miracle he succeeded, the Sea Demon tribe would finally win its freedom. Soon, their giant shell glided up to a massive galleon. Standing at the ship's bow was a hunched old man, his hands clasped firmly behind his back. His skin was heavily weathered and deeply wrinkled, giving him a frail, ancient look. He wore a faded, wash-worn Taoist robe that fluttered lazily in the sea breeze. "Eastern Sea Demon Empress, I have been waiting for you," the old man rasped, his voice like grinding stones. His sharp gaze swept over the two tagalongs. When his eyes landed on Gu Zinner, a flash of surprise crossed his face. He clearly recognized her as the vice pavilion master of the Pinnacle Pavilion. When his gaze shifted to Fang Chen, his eyes narrowed in thought, as if trying to place a vaguely familiar face. He might not remember Fang Chen, but Fang Chen remembered him perfectly. The world really is too damn small. Bumping into this old geezer again, Fang Chen scoffed inwardly. This ancient man was none other than Venerable Xuanyong of the Sanqing Sect. Standing rigidly beside him was his disciple, Kinged, a cultivator just half a step away from forming his primordial spirit. This was the very guy Fang Chen had swiped the mantra of oblivion from. Right now, Kinged had his head bowed, his lips moving in a rapid, silent blur. Judging by the rhythm, he was frantically memorizing some massively long Taoist scripture. The Demon Empress offered a bright, entirely fake smile. "I was merely out traveling for a few days. I had no idea Venerable Xuanyong would grace us with a visit. Forgive me for keeping you waiting." Venerable Xuanyong didn't buy the excuse for a second. He let out a cold snort. "We'll speak in the cabin." The Demon Empress's heart sank. The words hostile intent might as well have been tattooed across the old man's forehead. With a graceful leap, she landed on the deck. Fang Chen and Gu Zinner followed right behind her. And why are these two outsiders tagging along? Venerable Xuanyang shot a glacial glare at Fang Chen and Gu Zinner. The Demon Empress paused. Remembering Fang Chen's secret plan, she suddenly grabbed his arm. "He is a member of my Eastern Sea Demon Palace." Venerable Xuanyang eyed Fang Chen up and down, his face practically radiating suspicion. The Demon Empress smoothly added, "He's my son-in-law." If he was married to her eldest daughter, he'd hit the ultimate jackpot. But if he was stuck with the third daughter, the poor bastard must have been cursed for 18 lifetimes. Annoyance flashed across Venerable Xuanyang's face. He had wanted a private audience with the Empress, but since she was dead set on bringing her family along, he couldn't exactly forbid it. "Fine, Kingd, you come as well." Snapped out of his trance, Kingd immediately aborted his frantic memorization and scrambled to follow his master. Moments later, the group filed into the ship's lavish cabin. Bam! Before a single word was spoken, Venerable Xuanyang slammed his palm onto the table, the explosive crack echoing through the room. The heavy iron table groaned, a perfect, dented palm print left behind in the solid metal. "You have a lot of nerve. I explicitly forbade you from helping the Azure Vault Demon Emperor, yet you dare to defy my orders." He was dropping a dominating display of power right out of the gate. It wasn't just to scare her, it was a calculated psychological strike to establish absolute dominance for the upcoming negotiation. Fang Chen watched with a deadpan expression, completely and utterly unfazed by the theatrical display. The Demon Empress, a veteran of countless high-stakes standoffs, didn't even blink. Her smile remained perfectly intact. "Venerable Xuanyang, what is the need for all this hostility?" "I simply grew tired of the ocean depths and took a stroll across the mainland. I offered zero assistance to the Azure Vault Demon Emperor." "I can swear upon the Sea Springs," she declared. In reality, she had only assisted the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. That cowardly rat, the Azure Vault Demon Emperor, hadn't even shown his face, so technically she wasn't lying. "Save your breath and stop playing word games," Venerable Xuanyang snarled. "This Azure Demon Emperor insulted my Sanqing Sect and even dared to lay a hand on me. He is my sworn enemy." "Why are you aiding him? Are you looking to make an enemy of my sect as well?" The Empress of the Eastern Sea sighed inwardly. This man was dead set on pressuring her words were useless now. She decided to stop dancing around the issue. Keeping a polite smile, she said, "Exalted One, surely you misunderstand me. Our Eastern Sea Demon clan still relies on you to put in a good word for us with the Sanqing Sect. So we might receive a larger allocation of cicada nirvana pills. I have here a box of mermaid tears harvested from the deepest trenches of the Eastern Sea. They are known to extend one's lifespan, a personal favorite among senior nascent soul experts like yourself. It's rare for you to visit our waters, Exalted One. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my respect." Only then did Master Xuanyang's cold, stony expression begin to soften. He didn't even bother hiding it from Fang Chen or Kingda. He pocketed the bribe immediately, clearly a veteran of these kinds of business dealings. "It's not that I want to make things difficult for you," Master Xuanyang said, his tone shifting. "It's just that the Azure Demon Emperor is truly despicable." He took a seat, speaking with calculated deliberation. Feeling a slight sense of relief, the Empress followed suit and sat down gracefully. She added, "If I cross paths with that Emperor, I will certainly teach him a lesson on your behalf to settle the score." Xuanyang finally felt satisfied. This was exactly what he wanted the Demon Clan bowing before him, submissive and yielding. In the Great Taking Province, where divine sects stood like forests, a mere nascent soul cultivator like him never got to enjoy the thrill of holding an entire race's fate in his hands. Only the sea demons could provide him with this intoxicating sense of power. He looked at the submissive Empress. Taking in her legendary, timeless beauty, his gaze began to wander downward. Beneath her pink robes, her mature and graceful curves were faintly outlined, revealing a perfect silhouette. The empresses of the eastern and southern seas were famous beauties, often the talk of the nascent soul circles in Taking. And here she was, this renowned beauty, docile and respectful before him like a flower waiting to be plucked. A dark, predatory urge to conquer her began to burn within him. A predatory smile spread across his wrinkled face. "Empress, I've decided not to report this to the sect. We'll keep this between us, and these two boys, of course." The Empress's face lit up with relief. She bowed her head immediately. "Thank you, Master Xuanyang. I am deeply in your debt." Xuanyang stroked his beard. "You really should thank me. Otherwise, your people would be in serious trouble. Kingda and you, human boy, get out. I have some private matters to discuss with the Empress." Fang Chen's brow furrowed. The old lecher was clearly looking for a second spring with the Empress. The Empress caught the subtext instantly. Repulsed, she quickly forced a laugh. "Master Xuanyang, surely there's nothing you can't say in front of my future son-in-law." Xuanyang's expression darkened instantly. "Empress," he hissed, "think carefully before you refuse me. I might not be able to guarantee you more pills, but I can damn well make sure you never receive another one again." The blatant threat hit home. The Empress stood up abruptly, her smile vanishing. She knew she couldn't give in. Once you let a man like this cross the line, there's no turning back. Her only leverage now was the pill formula Fang Chen had deciphered. She prayed it would be enough to make the old man back off. "Master Xuanyang, during my travels, I encountered a grandmaster who deciphered the formula for the cicada nirvana pill. I suggest you and the Sanqing Sect stop using it as a leash to threaten us." With a flick of her sleeve, she tossed the formula toward him. Fang Chen winced. Damn it, not yet. This isn't the right moment. He needed to hit Xuanyang with the revelation at the peak of his arrogance to shatter his mental guard. Only then could the heart-reflecting mirror peer into his secrets. But he couldn't blame her. Who would have thought this old fossil would try to score one last conquest with the Empress? Fang Chen had to take the shot. He stealthily drew the heart-reflecting mirror and aimed it at Master Xuanyang. The mirror remained silent. As expected, a nascent soul expert's mental defenses were ironclad. They were nearly impossible to read under normal circumstances. Everything depended on whether the shock of the formula would break his focus. Xuanyang's face tensed for a second before he relaxed with a dismissive chuckle. If the cicada nirvana pill was that easy to crack, it would have been done centuries ago. He snatched the paper out of the air. "Let's see just how grand this master of yours is," he sneered. "Maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll help you spot the flaws." Zen, heart clay, prismatic ice, dust. Clearing purple fruit as he read the ingredients, he suddenly bolted upright, his face a mask of pure shock. Every single ingredient matched perfectly. The accuracy terrified him. At that exact moment, his mental guard shattered. The heart-reflecting mirror finally pierced through. Where did this Grandmaster come from? It's a perfect match. Wait, the measurements are wrong. It's not 3 ounces of Zen, heart clay, it's 2. 3, the prismatic ice is off 2, it should be 0. 9, not a full ounce. The fruit isn't. Fang Chen frantically memorized the corrections surfacing in the old man's mind. Xuanyang forced himself to calm down. Wait, the measurements are wrong. This woman is bluffing. He tossed the formula onto the table, chuckling. Go ahead, find someone to refine it with this, then. The East Sea Demonic Emperor's heart fluttered with unease. She shot Fang Chen a questioning glance. Fang Chen's heart sank. The other party was on guard. Now prying any further was out of the question. Just a hair's breadth. The shock to his mind wasn't quite potent enough, allowing him to snap back to awareness. What could he do? He noticed Kingd in the corner, head bowed, lips subtly moving, as if he were memorizing something. A thought sparked in Fang Chen's mind. He pointed the ancient heart, illuminating mirror directly at him. The formula for the cold cicada nirvana elixir is as follows: Zen heart, embryonic clay, 2 liang 3 cayenne 7, colored profound ice, 9 cayenne dust, cleansing purple fruit. 6 liang C, amber essence crystal, 1 cayenne oblivion spirit sap, 7 liang. I've memorized it. I didn't get anything wrong, did I? Perfect. You're truly a diligent and ambitious young man. Fang Chen thrummed with silent excitement. He never would have guessed Kingd was so highly valued by the 3 Purity Mountain, entrusted with such a critical medicinal pill formula. Even more surprising was King's studious nature, memorizing the formula as if it were sacred scripture. East Sea Demonic Emperor, I'd advise you to drop these unrealistic fantasies and just listen to this old man. Make me happy, and your East Sea demonic race will get its cold cicada nirvana elixir on time. Reverend Xuanyang crossed his legs, his cloudy gaze brazenly roaming the alluring curves of the East Sea Demonic Emperor's chest. Indescribable, luscious images already danced in his mind. The East Sea Demonic Emperor's expression darkened. Senior Yishu. Suddenly, Fang Chen's voice echoed directly in her mind, startling her. She quickly regained her composure. Fang Chen must have used some mysterious magical artifact for mental transmission. Fang Chen! She attempted to respond telepathically. Fang Chen's smiling voice replied, "Mission accomplished. The formula is ours." The East Sea Demonic Emperor's beautiful eyes widened, a tremor of excitement and disbelief running through her. "Is it accurate?" Fang Chen replied, "We'll know by his reaction. Read him the formula." The East Sea Demonic Emperor's heart swelled. As Fang Chen began to recite the formula, a faint smile touched her lips. She declared, "My apologies, Reverend Xuanyong, but I will no longer obey the commands of your three-purity mountain." The true formula, that esteemed expert already deciphered it long ago. Reverend Xuanyong scoffed, "Still with this nonsense." "Fine then, read it, prove me wrong if you can." He was certain the East Sea Demonic Emperor would be his today. Not even the King of Heaven himself could ruin this for him. Zen Heart Embryonic Clay, 2 Liang 3 Cayenne. The East Sea Demonic Emperor spoke only the first ingredient. Reverend Xuanyong's expression froze, his eyes wide with deep surprise and suspicion. Only this one ingredient. 7 Colored Profound Ice, 9 Cayenne. Reverend Xuanyong's aged eyes widened further, and a flicker of panic began to show. 2 measly ingredients mean nothing. There are a full 12 materials. The East Sea Demonic Emperor no longer paused, reciting the rest in a single breath. Dust Cleansing Purple Fruit, 6 Liang Sea Amber Essence Crystal, 1 Cayenne Oblivion Spirit Sap, 7 Liang. By then, Reverend Xuanyong had already shot to his feet, his aged face etched with utter horror. His gaze was fixed and vacant, as if the very sky had crumbled around him. Seeing his expression, the East Sea Demonic Emperor's heart soared with an exhilaration she'd never known in her entire life. Not even on her wedding day had she felt such indescribable excitement. It was real. The cold cicada nirvana elixir formula was real, completely and utterly deciphered. With this elixir formula, the sea demonic race could find other force, Dar soul masters to refine it, producing as many cold cicada nirvana elixirs as they desired. No longer would they have to tolerate the 3 purity mountains whims, no longer endure their rampant extortion, no longer bow and scrape, or fawn with forced smiles. And certainly no longer would she face such blatant threats to sacrifice her body as she was right now. As the thought settled, her gaze turned icy. She slowly turned her head, her gaze freezing Reverend Xuanyong in place. "You old relic reeking of death still think you can covet this empress?" With the East Sea Demon Emperor unleashed, Master Xuanyong was facing a tiger out of its cage. Master Xuanyong's expression shifted instantly from shock to pure dread. He hurriedly raised his hands in a respectful gesture. "Please, Demon Emperor, contain your fury. I was only jesting. Just a simple joke." This was the East Sea's home turf. If it came down to a real fight, what were the chances he'd walk away in one piece? The East Sea Demon Emperor let out a cold, furious laugh, a joke. "Fine, let me tell one too. Why don't you let me borrow that head of yours, just for fun?" Boom, even with her heavy injuries, her power erupted with devastating force. Anyone who had been suppressed for a lifetime would find it impossible to stay calm once the chains finally snapped. She needed to vent. She needed to unleash every ounce of the resentment she'd been holding back all these years. The cabin shattered instantly. Fortunately, Fang Chen had been reading the room and slipped away before the explosion. King was a second too slow. He came flying out alongside a twisted, mangled iron desk. He hit the ground hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Spotting Fang Chen nearby, he scrambled to his feet, instantly on guard. "Take it easy, brother King," Fang Chen said with a harmless grin. "We've got no beef with each other. Let the elders settle their scores. It has nothing to do with us." Fang Chen acted like a long, lost friend, calling him brother with such fake sincerity it was almost believable. King narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Have we met before?" He'd thought the face looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Fang Chen chuckled and bowed. "A man of your status has a lot on his mind, so I'll remind you, I'm Fang Chen. Back at the Tiger Demon Emperor's palace, we both got cleaned out by that guy Wang Chong. We're victims of the same crime." Finally, it clicked. King remembered exactly who he was. "Oh, right, it's you." The chaos that day had been so intense he hadn't paid much attention to Fang Chen. Fang Chen continued, "Your hypnosis curse that day was incredible. You put us all under like a master. Honestly, I was a bit salty at first. We're about the same age. I couldn't figure out why the gap between us was so massive. But seeing you reciting those scriptures just now, I finally realized where I fell short. You work 10 times harder than I do, Brother King. Seriously, 10 times. With that kind of dedication, it's no wonder you're in a different league." King, who had been wary, felt a swell of pride at the compliments. It felt good to be recognized. More importantly, Fang Chen had hit him right where it mattered. Everyone called him the prodigy of Sanqing Mountain, a naturally gifted genius. But who actually saw the sweat he put in? He spent every spare second memorizing the sect's ancient texts. Success didn't happen overnight, it was the result of a relentless daily grind. Most people were blind to that, yet here was a stranger who saw exactly how much he'd sacrificed. He began to feel a genuine sense of camaraderie toward the guy. "You're too kind, Brother Fang. To reach the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm at your age is no small feat. In the Taikang Great Province, you're definitely a force to be reckoned with." Fang Chen smiled. "I'm still miles behind you. I need to follow your lead and work just as hard to catch up one day." King soaked up the praise. He looked at Fang Chen and suddenly found the kid remarkably likable. He laughed. "It's a shame things are so hectic today. With our elders fighting, it's not the best time, but I'd love to swap some cultivation tips with you later, Brother Fang." Fang Chen quietly activated the heart mirror, putting on a look of regret. "It really is a shame. I'm actually fascinated by your hypnosis curse. I'd love to see that power again." King beamed with pride. "That's the spirit-binding incantation. It's a secret technique of our sect. It's pretty powerful. As long as the user's soul is strong enough, anyone below the nascent soul realm is helpless against it. Actually, Sanqing Mountain has an even deadlier technique called Drunken Immortal. It can even drop a nascent soul expert. I'm actually studying it right now." Fang Chen's heart started hammering. Jackpot, he'd finally hooked the big fish. He kept his voice steady. "Was that what you were reciting just now, Brother King, that technique?" King nodded slightly. "I've got most of it down, just a few details left to polish." Fang Chen's heart was racing. Through the heart mirror, he could see King reciting the technique in his mind. This star student of Sanqing Mountain was about to hand over another treasure for free. Suddenly, a blur of movement swept in. A figure snatched King up and vanished. It was Master Xuanyang. His robes were shredded, his face was a bloody mess, and his energy was fading fast. He had clearly taken a brutal beating. Just as the immortal's bliss was within reach, it vanished into thin air. Fang Chen was livid. That old fossil, how did the Demon Empress not kill him? Thump, the Demon Empress of the Eastern Sea, had returned. Her breathtaking face was radiant with the thrill of victory. She had clearly settled the score and enjoyed every second of it. "Congratulations, Senior Yizhu." The Empress looked at Fang Chen and grabbed his arm, her eyes shimmering with genuine gratitude. "Fang Chen, you are a hero to the Eastern Sea. How can I ever repay you?" Fang Chen gave a gentle smile. "Senior, you didn't ask for a reward when you helped my continent, and I won't ask for one now. Let's just call it even. Please, don't let it weigh on your mind." What a good kid, the Empress thought, her heart truly touched. Fang Chen could have demanded any favor, and she wouldn't have been able to refuse him, yet he asked for nothing. Fang Chen, her eyes welled with tears. The last time she'd felt this protected was when her husband was still alive. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior, please don't cry. Vice Pavilion Master Gu is right down there. Don't give her a reason to laugh at you." The Empress quickly wiped her eyes, looking at Fang Chen with newfound affection. "Don't call me Senior anymore. Just call me Auntie." Fang Chen knew exactly how much damage the word auntie could do to a woman's ego. In the world of the martial arts, there were unwritten rules. If a woman looks like a grandmother, you might call her auntie. But if she looks like an auntie, you'd better call her sister. "Sister Yizhu." A brilliant smile broke across her face. "You've got a silver tongue, kid. No wonder you've got several wives." She had actually been worried he might take the auntie offer seriously. She might be at that age, but what woman wants to admit she's losing the war against time? "We're heading back to the palace. I'm going to host you with the highest honors of the Eastern Sea." Empress Yizhu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Fang Chen shook his head, pointing to the long, dark stains spreading across her chest. "Sister Yizhu, forget about me. You need to tend to those wounds immediately." She had already been badly hurt in the battle with the Hell Beast, and the clash with Master Xuanyang had only made her injuries worse. The Empress felt a wave of warmth in her heart. "You really are a thoughtful person. Come, follow me to the palace first." She brought Fang Chen back onto the giant shell, and with a casual flick of her hand, sent a blast that sank the Sanqing Mountain warship. Gu Zinner was horrified. "Empress, is that wise? Sanqing Mountain might ignore a personal grudge, but sinking their flagship, you're going to make an enemy of the whole sect." The Empress scoffed. "From now on, every Sanqing Mountain ship that enters my sea goes straight to the bottom." Gu Zinner was baffled. Had the alchemy formula problem been solved? She glared at Fang Chen. What did you do? Don't tell me those bastards actually gave you the recipe. Before Fang Chen could respond, the Empress interjected. Vice Pavilion Master Gu, Fang Chen is my brother now. Watch your tone when you speak to him. Fang Chen was only up there for a few minutes. How did he walk away with a demon empress for a sister? Fang Chen smirked and poked the forehead of Gu Zinner's mask. Hear that? You're just a golden core junior. Learn some manners when you're talking to me. Gu Zinner nearly exploded with rage. Master, look at this guy, she screamed internally. He's so full of himself, he's actually poking my forehead. I'll endure it for now, but once I've recovered my nascent soul realm, I'm going to skin him alive. The spirit in the hairpin chuckled. This kid is something else. The Empress isn't easy to fool, yet she's already protecting him like family. Besides his talent and character, he's definitely got the gift of gab. Gu Zinner fumed in silence. She watched the Empress dive into the ocean with Fang Chen, then whipped out a small black notebook to record his latest sin. On the Eastern Sea, poked my forehead, penalty death. She slammed the notebook shut and dove into the deep after them. Fang Chen activated the bubble the Empress had given him at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. It formed a thin layer of air around his skin, filtering oxygen directly from the seawater. It also continuously recycled his breath, ensuring he didn't accidentally suffocate himself with his own exhaust. Soon, a magnificent glowing palace appeared, nestled among the endless coral reefs in the darkest depths of the ocean. The Empress led the two of them straight into the heart of the palace. Several sea demons at the peak of the golden core realm immediately knelt. Welcome back, Empress. The Empress scanned the guards and frowned. Where is the prince? I told him to act as regent while I was gone. One of the demons stammered, Your Majesty. The prince said he wanted to get a real taste of being the emperor. He took the troops on a patrol of the Eastern Sea. The Empress slammed her hand onto the dragon throne, her face tight with anger. That useless brat. If he had been in the palace, Master Chuan Yong never would have realized I had left. Fang Chen was secretly puzzled. Why would the prince's presence make it impossible for Master Chuan Yong to notice her absence? When he returns, tell him to go to the soul cleansing pool immediately to look after Master Fang. Demon Empress Yizhu gave her orders, then her gaze softened as she turned to Fang Chen. Deputy Pavilion, Master Gu and I are heading to the Primal Mother Cauldron to recover. I won't be able to stay with you. Coral, take Master Fang to the Spirit Cleansing Pool. Take good care of him until the prince returns. The female Demon King, known as Coral, bowed respectfully. Master Fang, please follow me. Meanwhile, 100 miles from the Imperial Demon Court, in a valley overflowing with blossoms, a girl in white, beautiful beyond mortal words, tucked away a 9-colored needle. It was impossible to tell what material the needle was forged from, but it radiated a pressure so intense it felt like it could pierce the very soul. It's time to extract the heart-link parasite, the girl said softly. She was none other than Ling Yin, the ageless high priestess of the demon race. As she stepped forward, flowers bloomed and the grass turned a vibrant, lush green in her wake, a walking miracle. Yao Yu followed behind, biting her lip. Mother, what happens to him once the heart-link parasite is removed? Ling Yin didn't look back. Her voice was cool. Do you have a soft spot for him? The war between humans and demons is over, isn't it? Yao Yu whispered. If we don't have to hurt him, then let's not. Ling Yin gave a faint smile, but said nothing. Growing uneasy, Yao Yu added, Mother, at least wait until he comes to the demon realm. The world is massive. How are you even going to find him? I'll find him, Ling Yin said simply. A rainbow shimmered into existence before her. She stepped onto it gracefully, walking along the arc of light. The rainbow pointed directly toward the East Sea. So, Master Fang, where do you live? Which great sect or divine school do you belong to? I bet you have several luxury estates, right? Along the way, Demon King Coral kept prying with a playful smile. Fang Chen was baffled. Why were Empress Yizhu and her subordinates so obsessed with his background? But what home did he have? He gave a vague shrug. I'm a loner. The whole world is my home. Coral nodded deeply, making a mental note of it. Soon, she led him deep into the palace, to an open-air spirit pool, draped in glowing mist and auroras. Pink spiritual liquid churned within the pool, sending up thick plumes of steam. Just standing at the edge made his blood boil. His golden core began to spin slightly faster. It's outdoors. Fang Chen looked up at the sky, feeling a bit traumatized. Was someone going to spy on him again, or would another person just fall out of the sky? Coral gave him a strange look. What? Are you worried about someone peeping? This was the East Sea Imperial Palace. Fair point, Fang Chen said, relaxing. This wasn't some remote wilderness. Nobody would be bold enough to spy inside the palace. My thanks, Demon King Coral, Fang Chen said with a polite bow. Coral nodded but didn't leave. Her eyes wandered, lingering on parts of Fang Chen's physique she definitely had no business eyeing. Demon King Coral, I'm about to start my cultivation in the pool, Fang Chen reminded her. She continued to check him out, making no effort to hide it. MHM, go ahead. Do you need me to help you undress? Fang Chen jumped, clutching his collar. No, I prefer to cultivate in peace. It's a bit awkward with you standing right there. Coral finally looked away, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Fine, have it your way, Master Fang. Usually, only the Empress, the Prince, and the Princesses use this pool, though we occasionally have distinguished guests. If someone stops by, don't mind them. Fang Chen nodded, got it. He watched Coral until she disappeared in the distance, before finally letting go of his collar. Is the sea demon race always this forward? Mumbling to himself, he waded into the spirit pool, clothes and all. The dense mist immediately began surging into his body. It had only been 6 days since his breakthrough to the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. His foundation wasn't stable yet. Breaking through now could easily trigger a chaotic backlash, just like last time. Fortunately, he'd received some moon-gazing wine for answering that question from the master of the Junction Pavilion. He pulled it out and poured a glass. It was barely a thimbleful. He's such a cheapskate, bringing this tiny bit of wine and calling it a gift. It's barely enough to wet my whistle. He downed the whole thing in one gulp. Suddenly, the wine hit his system, spreading like wildfire and making his blood boil. A wave of intense intoxication crashed over him. Damn, this stuff is strong. Fang Chen's head started to spin as the world went blurry. Before the drunkenness could completely take over, he quickly sat cross-legged and began his cultivation technique. As long as he wasn't interrupted, he should be fine. He could definitely break through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, just as the Coral Queen stepped into the shadows beyond the reach of the glowing pearls, several hands reached out, grabbed her, and yanked her into the dark. 4 pairs of wide, eager eyes stared at her, looking like they were ready to devour her. Well, did you find out? What's the deal between him and our Empress? As her vision cleared, she saw the other 4 female demon queens. Their eyes were practically glowing with excitement. This was the ultimate scandal. Who wouldn't be obsessed? The Empress had never been close to men. Being a widow, she had always been extremely careful to keep her distance. But today, she'd suddenly brought home a man, a handsome, fair-skinned youth with a charming smile. If that wasn't enough, she had even let him sit right beside her throne. It was impossible not to let their imaginations run wild. Coral Queen nodded enthusiastically. You bet I did. He says he's single and that he's a nomad. Basically, he has a home in every corner of the world, and our Eastern Sea is just one of them. The other demon queens practically squealed with delight. They'd definitely stumbled onto the scoop of the century. Wow, he's a total player. A beautiful wife in every port, huh? Just think about it. Our Empress is usually so pure and unreachable, yet even she fell for his charms. He must be something special. I'm telling you, the guy must have some impressive assets. Are we talking impressive in a way that's fit for polite conversation? Coral, didn't you get a good look to measure? Coral Queen curled her lip. He's surprisingly modest. I tried to trick him into letting me help him undress, but he wouldn't have it. I guess he thought we sea demons were a bit too open-minded for his taste. One of the older demon queens, having had her fill of gossip, turned serious. Look, we can joke around here, but don't let a word of this leak out. If this reaches the prince or princess, it'll cause nothing but trouble for Master Fang. The prince and princess are definitely not ready for a new father figure. Half a day later, a powerful spirit boat cut through the waves, arriving directly in front of the Eastern Sea Palace. Sensing the arrival, the Empress, whose wounds had begun to heal, immediately appeared. When she saw who was on the boat, a flash of joy crossed her beautiful face, and she greeted him with uncharacteristic warmth. Tower Master, why, it's been a long time. On the spirit boat stood a middle-aged man in elegant robes. Though he looked to be in his 40s, he was still remarkably handsome with fair skin, retaining the dashing charm of his youth. This was a nascent soul realm powerhouse from the myriad phantasm void, a divine sect from beyond these lands. He held the prestigious position of Tower Master. No matter how many years pass, you haven't changed a bit. Wai Wuji stepped off the boat and approached Empress Yizhu. Looking at her timeless beauty, he sighed softly with emotion. Hearing this, the Empress's smile faded. She took a subtle step back to maintain a professional distance. Has the myriad phantasm void sent you with instructions? Tower Master Wai. Wai Wuji felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Yizhu, we've known each other for years. There's no need to be so guarded with me. He and Empress Yizhu were old acquaintances. They had met back when she was getting married. Wai Wuji had attended as the representative for his sect. Seeing her in her wedding red, he had been struck by her ethereal beauty. From that moment on, he could never get her out of his head. Even after he eventually took a cultivation partner of his own, that stunning image that had defined his youth remained etched in his heart. Later, when the Empress's husband died, he thought his chance had finally come. He used every diplomatic excuse to visit her frequently. But after more than a decade, the Empress had only grown slightly more comfortable with him, treating him as nothing more than an old friend. The Pearl Empress had never given him the opportunities he craved. Not even a moment to speak with her up close was ever permitted. But he understood. The Pearl Empress bore the heavy burden of a demonic clan in the East Sea, leaving no room for personal affections. Wai Wuji shook his head with a bitter smile, yet felt no urgency. Many coveted the Pearl Empress. If even he, Wai Wuji, couldn't get close, others stood no chance. He wasn't worried about anyone beating him to it. The East Sea Demonic Empress maintained her polite demeanor, noticing two young disciples following him. The male disciple was strikingly handsome, with an otherworldly grace, exuding the aura of a perfected golden core realm 9th layer cultivator. She recognized him, a look of approval on her face. I recall your name is Xiang Zhenyuan, she said. It's been 2 years, and you've already cultivated to the peak of the golden core realm. Truly impressive. Xiang Zhenyuan gazed at the beautiful sea demonic empress, who appeared to be of similar age to himself, feeling a touch of restraint. He quickly replied, I am honored that the East Sea Demonic Empress still remembers a junior like me. 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to use your esteemed palace's spirit cleansing pool to break through to the Golden Core 8th layer. Only then could I achieve what I have today. The East Sea Demonic Empress nodded slightly, then looked at the other girl, around 17 years old, and a Golden Core 8th layer cultivator. The girl was slender with pleasant features, wearing delicate makeup, and her eyes held a hint of arrogance. This must be that prodigious new disciple Tower Master Wai mentioned, isn't it? The East Sea Demonic Empress said, praising generously. To reach the Golden Core 8th layer at 17, truly extraordinary, far stronger than any of my East Sea Demonic clan. A Golden Core 8th layer cultivator, so young was already among the top ranks in the Great Kang Prefecture. Wai Wuji gestured, Gui Fengyan, come and greet the East Sea Demonic Empress. Gui Fengyan stepped forward and gracefully bowed. Before the long, renowned East Sea Demonic Empress, how could she dare to harbor any pride? Just as the rumors claimed, the East Sea Demonic Empress was truly stunning. An ageless, peerless beauty, with strength unmatched in the current era, she had truly become the embodiment of every woman's dream. No wonder her master always held her in his heart. Who wouldn't be captivated by such an eternally youthful and undefeated demonic empress? If she were a man, she'd covet her too. Wai Wuji, beaming with pride, said, Fengyan is one of the most outstanding disciples of the recent generation in my myriad form void realm. It's a pity she's a female disciple, otherwise there's a strong possibility she would have made it onto the Dharma Seal Vajra's redemption list. Beside them, Xiang Zhenyuan secretly felt envious. His own talent was also exceptional, and he was ranked within the myriad form void realm. Yet he had not been favored by the Dharma Seal Vajra, nor could he get onto that fabled redemption list. The East Sea Demonic Empress nodded with a smile. She truly is a fine girl, but deep down she didn't quite agree. Even if Gui Fengyan were a male disciple, it was unlikely she would make it onto the redemption list. In the Great Kang Prefecture, there were far more so-called heavenly prodigies with greater fame than Gui Fengyan. But very few could truly earn a personal nomination from the Dharma Seal Vajra for redemption. His redemption list wasn't something where anyone outsiders thought would make it automatically did. Until he personally named someone, it didn't count. A phrase like strong possibility was perhaps a bit too optimistic. Speaking of which, hadn't Fang Chen made it onto the Dharma Seal Vajra's redemption list? Previously, she hadn't had a strong, intuitive sense of it, but comparing him to Gui Fengyan now, she suddenly realized Fang Chen's astonishing talent. The redemption list, which even a 17-year-old Golden Core 8 player might not make, Fang Chen had actually gotten onto. The true worth of that little one, is it really so high? The East Sea Demonic Empress couldn't help but mutter. What did you say? Wai Wuji asked, surprised. How could the East Sea Demonic Empress be talking to him, yet her mind wandered to someone else? Little one, who could that be? The East Sea Demonic Empress snapped back to reality. She naturally wouldn't reveal Fang Chen's background to avoid bringing him unnecessary trouble. Her gaze returned to Gui Fengyan. She asked, Tower Master Wai, is your purpose for this trip to let this young disciple use the spirit cleansing pool? Wai Wuji waved his hand. How could I trouble you for such a small matter? He said solemnly, the Myriad, Form Void Realm, is already aware of the infernal desolate beasts activating the sky-reaching black pillar. I've been specially dispatched to the continent to investigate, and am merely passing through the East Sea to visit you. If it's convenient, I'd like this young disciple of mine to use the spirit cleansing pool. The East Sea Demonic Empress completely ignored his secondary reason, nodding. Using the spirit cleansing pool is no problem. Suddenly, she remembered Fang Chen was still inside the pool. Would this cause a conflict? But considering Fang Chen was a true gentleman, she then said, it's fine. There's someone else cultivating in the spirit cleansing pool. When Fengyan uses it, please try to stay a bit further from them to avoid disturbing each other. Gui, Fengyan nodded repeatedly. This junior naturally understands. She was more worried about others disturbing her. For a heavenly prodigy like her, every cultivation opportunity was extremely precious and could not be wasted. Someone else, a flicker of surprise crossed Wai Wuji's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps it was a demonic clan member who had performed a great service. Genuine, you go with Fengyan. If you mutually interfere, stop immediately. Do not let any misunderstandings arise between them. Xiang Genuine cupped his fist. Yes, master. The East Sea Demonic Empress instructed a demonic king to lead the two disciples there. She then said, Tower Master Wai, let's speak in the reception hall. When the sky, reaching black pillar appeared, I was nearby. Whatever the Myriad, Form Void Realm wishes to know, I might be able to answer some questions. Wai Wuji was greatly surprised. You were there that day. Excellent. That saves me a trip to the continent. The East Sea Demonic Empress nodded lightly, but inwardly, she couldn't help but grumble old dreams' long legs truly weren't wasted. I barely had time to settle back in the East Sea before she'd already delivered the news to the Great Kang Prefecture. What a waste of those long legs, all for her good, for nothing husband. The spirit pool. Fang Chen was completely unconscious at this moment. Fortunately, he had entered a cultivation state before getting drunk. The roots of the Grand Void ancient tree were continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit pool. This filled his body with spiritual power, faintly reaching a critical point on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core 8 layer. There really is someone in here, Gui Fengyan whispered, standing at the edge of the pool and vaguely seeing a figure in the pink mist. Xiang Genuine pressed his hand down. Don't be rude. He quickly brought his hands together in a respectful salute. Brother, we're just here to borrow the spirit pool for our cultivation. Apologies for the intrusion. The figure didn't so much as twitch. Feeling a sting of awkwardness, Xiang Genuine slowly lowered his hands. Gui Fengyan let out a soft huff. Talk about an ego. My senior brother spoke to you, you know. Let it go, Xiang Genuine muttered. We're on his turf. Just keep your voice down and focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy in this pool is incredibly dense. It's more than enough for you to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Gui Fengyan nodded and slipped into the water. Almost instantly, a wave of thick spiritual energy washed over her. Thrilled, she closed her eyes and activated her cultivation method, drawing the pure energy into her body. But the moment she started absorbing it, she sensed something was horribly wrong. Every ounce of spiritual energy in the pool was surging toward the silent figure. He was like a massive sinkhole, violently siphoning all the ambient power directly into himself. What kind of cultivation method is this? It's completely tyrannical. Her competitive streak flared up. It was one thing to be outclassed back in the Taking Great Province, but to be completely overshadowed out here in the Eastern Sea. That was just embarrassing. A battle of cultivation methods. The techniques of my myriad illusions void realm rank in the top 10 among the outer divine sects. Like I'd ever back down from a challenge. Noticing her shift in demeanor, Xiang Genuine frowned. Junior sister, he warned in a low voice, focus on your own cultivation. Don't start a turf war over energy. He was honestly exasperated by her endless pride. Who cared if the stranger's technique was overbearing? As long as she could break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, nothing else mattered. Ignoring him, Gui Fengyan's hands blurred into a series of rapid seals, unleashing the advanced cultivation method of the Myriad Illusions Void Realm. I'm defending the honor of our sect. she justified smoothly. Besides, we're just comparing cultivation methods. It's not like we're throwing spells at each other. Relax. Xiang Zhenyuan let out a defeated sigh. Just don't push it. It looks like he's on the verge of a breakthrough. Whatever you do, don't disrupt him. Interrupting a breakthrough is the ultimate taboo. If you cause his cultivation to fail, or worse, trigger a deadly Kai deviation, we'll be making a lifelong enemy. Relax, I know what I'm doing. As her advanced cultivation method kicked into high gear, a second vortex formed in the pool. A fraction of the spiritual energy meant for Fang Chen was hijacked, streaming toward Gui Fengyan instead. The faster she cycled her technique, the more energy she poached. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was right at the critical tipping point of his breakthrough. Inside his body, the ancient tree of the Great Void was greedily hoarding every drop of energy to fuel his ascension. But the moment the ancient tree sensed a brazen thief trying to siphon its fuel, it immediately fought back. The mystical roots, anchored deep within the void, simply decided to stop playing nice. They gave a single, forceful tug. Boom, in a split second, every last shred of energy in the entire pool was violently ripped away and dragged toward Fang Chen. The sheer density of the aura instantly liquefied, forming a torrential, glowing pink rain that showered down over him. Any droplet that managed to hit the water was immediately vaporized back into spiritual energy, only to be ruthlessly devoured by the ancient roots all over again. It created an endless, terrifying loop of power. Fang Chen was practically drowning in an endless surplus of energy, while the rest of the pool was stripped bare, a complete dead zone. The smug smirk that had just begun to form on Gui Fengyan's lips vanished instantly. Her eyes snapped open in absolute shock. She stared at the breathtaking spectacle swirling around Fang Chen, then looked down at her own completely barren surroundings. She was utterly dumbstruck. Senior brother, she stammered, what is happening? Is he using the #1 technique of the Taking Great Province, the Maha Heart Sutra? Xiang Zhenyuan was just as horrified. He shook his head slowly. No, not even the Maha Heart Sutra could compress ambient energy into pure liquid like that. Junior Sister Gui, you really shouldn't have provoked him. Anyone capable of mastering a cultivation method, this terrifyingly dominant, was absolutely not some nobody. Gui Fengyan's little stunt had clearly struck a nerve, and the ultimate clapback, draining the entire pool dry, leaving her with absolutely nothing. It was a rare enough privilege just to visit the Eastern Sea. Their master had cashed in massive favors to secure this opportunity for them, and now she was on the verge of squandering it completely. Gui Fengyan bit her lip in frustration. Sure, the energy had naturally been gravitating toward Fang Chen before, but there had still been plenty left for her. Now? She had triggered instant karma. He was deliberately suffocating her out of spite. Desperate, she cranked her advanced cultivation method to its absolute limit, struggling to claw back even a shred of the aura. But it was completely useless. The energy surrounding her was thinner than basic seawater. He wasn't just hoarding the power, he was systematically starving her out of the spirit pool. Swallowing his pride, Xiang Zhenyuan forced himself to speak up. Brother, please, have mercy. My junior sister just got a little too competitive. She only wanted a friendly sparring of techniques. There was no real malice. Please, just let it slide this once. But Fang Chen was lost in a deep, blissful meditative trance. He couldn't hear a damn word. And the ancient tree of the Great Void certainly didn't speak human. It just kept on, ruthlessly, churning out its endless vortex of spiritual rain. Left hanging in total silence, Xiang Zhenyuan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. He had no choice but to pull rank. I am Xiang Zhenyuan, a disciple of the dream, suppressing tower in the Myriad Illusions void realm. May I ask which divine sect you hail from? The only response he got was the roaring sound of rushing energy. Annoyance finally flared in Xiang Zhenyuan's chest. This guy's ego is out of control. He's treating us like we don't even exist. Still, they were the ones who threw the first punch, so he wasn't exactly in a position to complain. He turned to Gui Fengyan, junior sister. Get out of the pool for now. We'll wait until he's done cultivating, and then you can go back in. Sitting there like this is completely pointless. He had to make her back down. He couldn't risk escalating this into an all-out blood feud. Excuse me? Why should I? Gui Fengyan gritted her teeth, her face flushed with sheer humiliation. She was the undisputed prodigy of the Wonks, Ying Void Realm, the chosen one everyone looked up to. Yet here, in a backwater place like the East Sea, she was being forced to back down. She glared at Fang Chen, who was casually soaking in the spirit rain. I'm not leaving, she snapped. The second he breaks through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, I'm kicking him out. Expecting her to just roll over and yield. Impossible. Xiang Genuine sighed in defeat. He knew his junior sister's stubborn streak all too well. No one could talk her down once she made up her mind. He sized Fang Chen up, after confirming the guy was only at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm and would only hit the 8th after this breakthrough. He gave a slow nod. Fine, we do it your way. Just don't go too hard. If he turns out to be some VIP, crippling him is going to cause a massive headache. Xiang Genuine was supremely confident in her strength. At the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, barely anyone could stand toe-to-toe with his junior sister, let alone some guy who had just barely crossed the threshold into the 8th level. Soon enough, Fang Chen's breakthrough kicked in. Massive torrents of spirit rain flooded his body, causing his golden core to rapidly expand. Finally, it hit the breaking point. With a crisp hum, the golden core surged, swelling a full size larger. The overwhelming shockwave from the breakthrough instantly vaporized the surrounding spirit rain back into a dense mist. The sudden surge of power finally woke Fang Chen, yet his eyes were still completely glazed over, heavily clouded by alcohol. He barely had a clue what was going on. A cold sneer snapped him out of his daze. Finally done breaking through. Good. Now no one can say, I ruined your cultivation. Let's see what you're really made of. If you've got the nerve to act so arrogant, you'd better have the skills to back it up. Gui Fengyan didn't waste a single second. She lunged forward, immediately unleashing a devastating mid-tier Earth-rank cultivation method. In a remote town like this, a mid-tier Earth-rank technique was basically an unstoppable force. Xiang Genuine's heart leaped into his throat. Junior sister, go easy on him, he shouted. If you end up killing him, Master is going to have your head. Gui Fengyan scoffed. What are you so afraid of? If his foundational cultivation method is that intense, his offensive techniques can't be weak. And with that, she threw a ruthless punch directly at him. Blinding streaks of crimson light spiraled furiously around her fist. Fueled by her overwhelming 8th level golden core power, this strike was an absolute death sentence for anyone below the 9th level. Fang Chen was still hammered. Through his drunken haze, he just barely registered that someone was trying to hit him. Pure muscle memory took over. Without a second thought, he casually threw out 2 punches in return. Instantly, a towering, radiant golden phantom materialized behind him. 4 brilliant golden fists erupted forward simultaneously. Gui Fengyan's smug, arrogant smirk vanished. Feeling the apocalyptic gale force crashing toward her face, she froze in sheer terror. What kind of cultivation method is this? The next second, she was slammed by a crushing, undeniable force that tore through her defenses like paper. Her delicate body was violently hurled backward, spinning wildly through the air like a fragile leaf caught in a hurricane. Junior sister, the clash happened so fast, Xiang Genuine didn't even have time to blink, let alone intervene. That strike packed the devastating power of a 9th level golden core expert. There was no way she could have blocked it. He frantically dashed forward, catching her midair just before she smashed into the ground and shattered her bones. PFFT, even with the cushioned landing, Gui Fengyan violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it right across Xiang Genuine's face. Junior sister, Xiang Genuine panicked. To think the opponent's casual punch possessed such overwhelming, terrifying might. He quickly fished out a healing medicinal pill and fed it to her, desperately trying to stabilize her worsening injuries. He shot a furious, venomous glare at Fang Chen. Don't you think you went a bit too far? Fang Chen swayed as he stood up. The whole world felt like it was spinning wildly, making him stumble on his feet. The 2 people standing in front of him were completely blurred, splitting into a dizzying double vision. Hearing the guy yell at him, Fang Chen just looked profoundly confused. Too drunk to care, he completely ignored them and staggered toward the exit of the pool. Xiang Genuine's blood boiled. This guy was the absolute definition of arrogant. Ignoring them earlier was one thing, but crippling his junior sister and trying to waltz away without a single word of apology. Did this bastard think he, the senior brother, was just a piece of scenery? You think you can just maim my junior sister and walk away? Xiang Genuine roared. You'll have to go through me first. He gripped the hilt of his sword, and instantly, a fierce, razor-sharp sword intent erupted into the air. Getting randomly attacked over and over would piss Fang Chen off on a good day, but dealing with this nonsense while blackout drunk. He was absolutely furious. He spun around just as a 200 zhang long Immortal Blade came cleaving through the air. The Immortal Blade, Xiang Genuine's face twisted in alarm. He quickly pulled back his sword, snatched up Gui Fengyan, and dodged. Boom, a 200 zhang long lightning sword slammed down, carving a deep, charred gash where they had just stood. Several palaces, caught in the crossfire, crumbled into ruins. Xiang Zhenyuan gaped in astonishment. That guy, he's from the Myriad Calamity Sacred Hall. Such a strike commanded the power of a 9th-level golden core cultivator. He himself wasn't afraid, but he still had his junior sister to protect. He gritted his teeth, grabbed his junior sister, and headed toward his master. I'll settle this with you later. Fuming, Xiang Zhenyuan immediately activated his movement technique, rushing towards the palace's main hall. But to his surprise, he hadn't gone far when a flash of lightning erupted, and Fang Chen descended like a thunderbolt. Then, with a backhand strike, he unleashed a terrifying 800 Zhang lightning sword. The power of that sword strike had already surpassed even the peak of the 9th-level golden core realm. Xiang Zhenyuan was utterly horrified. Even he would find it impossible to withstand such a strike. The shadow of death loomed, and only then did he realize that the youth, barely older than his junior sister, was actually a terrifying monster. Master, he frantically called out for help. Forget about his dignity, as a senior brother's survival was all that mattered. The East Sea Demon Emperor and Wai Wuji, having already heard the commotion, were rushing to the scene. As they arrived, they saw a terrifying 800 Zhang lightning sword descending from the sky, striking down with immense force. Wai Wuji gasped in shock. The 6 Heavenly Thunder Division's Immortal Blade, it's nearing completion. Even the East Sea Demon Emperor's face showed alarm. When did an expert from the Myriad Calamity Sacred Hall arrive at my East Sea Imperial Palace? But when they saw Xiang Zhenyuan and Gui Fengyan below the lightning sword, their faces filled with dread. Both of them jumped in fright. How could a golden core cultivator possibly withstand such a strike? Stop! Wai Wuji and the East Sea Demon Emperor roared in unison. But Fang Chen had already swung down his attack. Boom! The 800 Zhang lightning sword, with apocalyptic force, obliterated a large section of the palace. A charred, deep trench, hundreds of Zhang long, was carved into the ground. Thick smoke billowed and curled upwards into the sky. Dozens of Zhang from the trench, Xiang Zhenyuan was drenched in cold sweat, while Gui Fengyan, clutched in his hand, had a deathly pale face. Their clothes were scorched and tattered by the radiating lightning energy, their faces bore burn marks, and a section of Gui Fengyan's hair was singed off. Both of them were utterly terrified by that strike, staring at Fang Chen in the sky with fear in their eyes. Luckily, the strike had been off target. If it had hit, Xiang Zhenyuan might have had a slim chance of survival, but his junior sister would have died instantly. Wai Wuji also broke out in a cold sweat. His 2 precious disciples had almost been instantly annihilated. He glared angrily at Fang Chen. Why did you strike so mercilessly? Then he suddenly froze. The powerful expert from the Myriad Calamity Sacred Hall, he'd imagined, was actually a swaying youth. As the lightning around him dissipated, he plummeted straight down. The East Sea Demon Emperor recognized him, exclaiming in a daze, "Fang Chen!" She streaked over, catching him just in time and cradling him in her arms, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this you? That 800 Zhang Immortal Blade, Fang Chen unleashed it. Is he really that powerful? Wai Wuji and his 2 disciples froze. Wait, this person is in the Imperial Palace, so he must be someone you know, right? You don't even know his true strength. Wai Wuji walked closer, gazing at Fang Chen with his dazed, drunken eyes and the reek of alcohol on his breath, a suspicious look on his face. Is he drunk? The East Sea Demon Emperor also caught the scent of alcohol. She took a light sniff and couldn't help but look startled. Moon, gazing wine. This is a drink meant only for nascent soul cultivators. Golden core cultivators get drunk just from a single sip. Which irresponsible bastard gave my Fang Chen this kind of wine? Wasn't he afraid Fang Chen would get into trouble from drinking it? Xiang Zhenyuan, supporting Gui Fengyan, had just walked over when he heard these words. Both their bodies trembled. Xiang Zhenyuan stared at Fang Chen as if seeing a ghost. He's this ferocious, even when he's drunk. What would he be like if he were sober? No wonder that Immortal Blade strike earlier missed its mark, so this guy was drunk the whole time. Even so, he'd nearly sent the 2 siblings straight to their deaths. Wai Wuji looked at his 2 battered disciples, then at Fang Chen, who was clearly of their generation, and felt a knot in his stomach. Yi Zhu, where did this person come from? The East Sea Demon Emperor's earlier remark, my Fang Chen, bothered him somewhat. The East Sea Demon Emperor didn't answer, instead turning to Xiang Zhenyuan and Gui Fengyan and asking with a frown, how did you 2 get into a conflict? Is Fang Chen's behavior, when drunk, really so terrible? Xiang Zhenyuan and Gui Fengyan exchanged a glance. With the Demon Emperor present, they didn't dare to lie and explained the entire situation truthfully. So, it turns out you were the ones who started this. The Empress of the Eastern Sea let out a soft sigh. She looked down at Fang Chen, who had drifted back to sleep in her arms, and smiled. I knew it! He's so gentle and well-mannered, there was no way he'd be such a nasty drunk. Fine, since it was all a misunderstanding, we'll let the matter drop. Gui Fengyan, go to the Mother Source Cauldron to recover. Once you're healed, head back to the Spirit Cleansing Pool. Gui Fengyan looked absolutely humiliated, and Xiang Zhenyuan looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. After all that drama, it turned out they were picking a fight with a drunk guy, and the worst part was, they hadn't even won. He'd nearly slaughtered them. Today was an absolute embarrassment. Gui Fengyan looked at the sleeping Fang Chen with a hint of awe. Senior Yizhu, who exactly is he? His power is terrifying. Empress Yizhu's face swelled with pride. Doesn't your great taking province always claim our 4 seas and the mainland lack real talent? Well, now you've seen it for yourself. Gui Fengyan's eyes widened. He's not a disciple from some elite sect in the Great Taking province. Xiang Zhenyuan found it just as hard to believe. The mainland actually produces disciples like this. Even Wai Wuji was stunned. Yizhu, don't tell me he's one of Yun Tianju's men. Yun has a few disciples at the peak of the Golden Core realm, but none of them are anywhere near this powerful. Empress Yizhu looked at Fang Chen's refined, handsome features, her admiration deepening. This is nothing. If I told you what he's actually done, you wouldn't even believe me. Wai Wuji let out a dry laugh. He's just a kid. What could a junior possibly do to surprise me? He felt the Empress was exaggerating. The boy was talented, sure, but not enough to shock a nascent soul powerhouse. You know how strong that Hellish Desolate Beast is, right? Empress Yizhu asked. Wai Wuji's voice turned grim. Incredibly strong. The master of the Pavilion of Secrets and 3 demon empresses couldn't take it down, and that was after it was already crippled by a swarm. I can't imagine how powerful it was when it first broke out of the Tiger Emperor's lair. Empress Yizhu nodded slowly. If you faced it at full strength, what are the odds you'd make it out alive? Wai Wuji analyzed the scenario seriously before shaking his head. That beast is at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. With my tricks, I'd never outrun it. 9 times out of 10, I'd be dead. Empress Yizhu smirked. He faced it, and he got away. What? Wai Wuji gasped, staring at Fang Chen in pure disbelief. How did the beast just let him go? Empress Yizhu shook her head. It hunted him from the Spirit Beast Sect all the way to the northern border, over 1,000 miles. In the end, not only did he escape, but he lured it into a swarm that nearly killed it. If he hadn't, the 3 of us and the master of the Pavilion of Secrets would have been in serious trouble. Wai Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. Escaping was one thing, but crippling a beast like that, this kid was on a different level. He realized he'd completely underestimated the boy. He had achieved things most first-level nascent soul experts couldn't dream of. Watching the shock on the faces of Wai Wuji and his disciples made Empress Yizhu feel incredibly smug. Let's see who dares call the mainland talentless now. Shan Hu, take Fang Chen back to a room to rest. Shan Hu, the Demon King, stepped forward to my room. Empress Yizhu glared at her. Obviously, you think I'm letting him into mine. As a widow, she had a reputation to keep. Shan Hu felt a flicker of excitement, her eyes drifting toward Fang Chen's waist. She wondered if he'd managed to win over the Empress with his physical assets. What are you looking at? Empress Yizhu suddenly pulled Fang Chen back, eyeing Shan Hu suspiciously. Why is she looking there? Something's fishy. She looked at the other demon kings. They all had that same strange, glinting look in their eyes. This made the Empress uneasy. Have these women never seen a man before? Forget it, I'll look after him myself. I don't need any of you. Empress Yizhu turned to Wai Wuji. Tower Master Wai, take your disciples to the Mother Source Cauldron and get them healed. I'm going to look after Fang Chen. Excuse me. Wai Wuji felt a gnawing sensation in his chest, like sand being rubbed into a raw wound. He was dying inside, had he heard her correctly. Empress Yizhu was taking a man back to her private chambers to personally nurse him. He'd known her for over a decade and couldn't even get close enough to talk comfortably. What the hell was her relationship with this boy? Ignoring him, Empress Yizhu took flight toward her palace. From above, she saw that nearly half the palace had been leveled by those 2 eternal blades. It broke her heart. Those halls cost a fortune to build, and now they were just rubble. Feeling a mix of annoyance and affection, she gave Fang Chen's backside a little smack. You little brat, were you trying to tear down my whole palace? Seeing this, Wai Wuji lost his cool entirely. They were that intimate. Had the Empress finally decided to find a man, but why not him? Why this junior? A full day later, the alcohol finally wore off and Fang Chen woke up. Aside from a dull throbbing in his head, he was completely sober. Looking at the luxurious purple bed curtains and smelling the familiar, elegant fragrance on the pillow, he was utterly confused. Wasn't I just cultivating in the spirit cleansing pool? How did I end up here? The words had barely left his mouth when a gentle voice floated over, finally awake. Demon Empress Yizhu gracefully sat at the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of spirit soup. It's a hangover cure, drink it, and the headache will fade. Only then did Fang Chen realize he was actually in the Demon Empress's private chambers. He hurriedly sat up. Sorry about that. I had a little wine to solidify my cultivation foundation, and then I completely blacked out. I didn't do anything crazy, did I? Demon Empress Yizhu thought of the absolute wreckage he had made of her royal palace, but simply shook her head. No, drink the soup first. She handed the spirit soup over. Fang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Not only had he gotten drunk while cultivating on her turf, but he had also crashed in her personal bed. He quickly grabbed the bowl and downed it in one gulp. Hopping out of bed, he couldn't help but ask, Sister Yizhu, how long was I out? A whole day, Demon Empress Yizhu replied, her tone carrying a hint of gentle reprimand. You can't just casually drink Moon, gazing wine from now on. It's a good thing you were here in the palace. If you were outside, passing out like that would have been incredibly dangerous. It was just one tiny sip. Fang Chen clicked his tongue in disbelief. But he quickly caught on. Wait, so you've been taking care of me this whole time? She hadn't even fully recovered from her own injuries, yet she dropped everything to look after him. Demon Empress Yizhu offered a tender smile. You secured the formula for the winter, cicada, nirvana pill for my eastern sea. What's one day of taking care of you? Taking care of you for a lifetime wouldn't. She abruptly stopped, realizing how incredibly suggestive that sounded, and swallowed the rest of her sentence. Fang Chen sensed the shift in the air, a wave of awkwardness washing over him. Just then, he noticed a stack of ancient tomes resting on the bedside table. They were filled with the texts of various different races. It went without saying, Demon Empress Yizhu had ordered her people to gather these while he was unconscious. A warm feeling blossomed in Fang Chen's chest. The Demon Empress truly treated him impeccably, looking out for him at every turn just like Gong Keiyi used to. Thank you, Sister Yizhu. He carefully packed away the stack of books, treating them like precious treasures. Demon Empress Yizhu picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. There's no need to be so polite with me, Right at that moment, the Coral Demon King rushed into the room. Catching sight of the intimate scene, she whipped around in a panic. I didn't see anything. Demon Empress Yizhu flushed, shooting her an exasperated look. It doesn't matter if you saw, I was just wiping his mouth. The Coral Demon King's dramatic reaction made it look like she had interrupted something incredibly scandalous. What is it? She asked, a slight frown of confusion forming. These were her private chambers. Under normal circumstances, even an emergency would be relayed through her handmaidens first. For the Coral Demon King to barge in so recklessly, had something major happened. The Coral Demon King's expression hardened as she quickly reported, Demon Empress, the Crown Prince has gone missing. What? Demon Empress Yizhu's face drained of color. Wasn't he out patrolling with the Grand Army? An unidentified deep sea current suddenly appeared, scattering the troops. The Coral Demon King hastily explained. By the time the army regrouped, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be found. Demon Empress Yizhu's pupils shrank. This was the exact same sea current excuse used when the third princess disappeared and ended up imprisoned. And now, the Crown Prince had encountered a similar phenomenon. A violent shudder ran through her body as she choked back a helpless sob. If something happens to the Crown Prince too, how will I ever face my husband? Fang Chen immediately stepped up behind her, steadying her by the shoulders. Sister Yizhu, don't panic. We can't afford to lose our cool. When it comes to tracking people down, I have a few tricks up my sleeve that should help. If he was simply swept away by a current, finding him will be a breeze. I just need to activate the heavens, scrying mirror. But if this is foul play, it's even simpler. We don't even have to guess to know exactly who did it. Fang Chen is officially the CEO of gaslighting, and honestly, it's absolute cinema. Bro literally groped the Vice Pavilion Master, then turned around and faked a heroic sacrifice just to make her his personal bodyguard. Gu Zinner is totally cooked. She's writing a death diary while subconsciously falling for the man who called her a handful. But beneath the calm absurdity, something primeval just twitched. That world, ending Black Pillar. It didn't just stand there, it recoiled in fear from the tree inside Fang Chen. Our MC isn't just a rogue, he's a cosmic virus, disguised as a martyr. If the righteous path is built on manipulation this filthy, does a world protected by such a fraud even deserve to be saved from the giants? Sister Yiju, take a breath. Don't let panic cloud your judgment. When it comes to tracking people down, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve that might just work. If he was simply swept away by the ocean currents, finding him will be a breeze. My heaven, monitoring mirror can easily track him. But if someone took him, even better, we wouldn't even have to guess who pulled the strings. I'm all right. Demon Emperor Yiju squeezed Fang Chen's hand. Her voice had steadied, but he could still feel the faint, betraying tremble of her palm. Fang Chen completely understood. She had already lost a daughter. The grief of losing a son would absolutely shatter her. Sister Yiju, Fang Chen said softly, let's head to the origin of the anomaly first. We'll figure it out from there. The Demon Emperor nodded, immediately mobilizing the palace's top-tier cultivators to investigate the site. Why Wuji rushed over upon hearing the news. Don't worry, he assured her, when it comes to tracking, my myriad phenomena void realm has techniques you won't find anywhere else. A glimmer of hope sparked in Demon Emperor Yiju's crystalline eyes. The legacy of the myriad phenomena void realm was incredibly unique. Among their arsenal was a divine ability known as tracing the light of Genesis, the absolute premier tracking secret technique in the entire Taikang province. Even the legendary Venerable Six Paths had once risked infiltrating the myriad phenomena void realm just to steal it. I'm leaving this in your hands. Demon Emperor Yiju's eyes brimmed with profound gratitude. In that moment, he was her sole beacon of hope. Back when her third daughter vanished, she had mobilized the entire sea demon race to scour the ocean, yet they turned up absolutely nothing. Relying on sheer numbers to comb the sea now would likely end in the same bitter disappointment. Everything hinged on Wai Wuji. Wai Wuji's heart practically soared. After all these years, this was the very first time Demon Emperor Yiju hadn't coldly addressed him as Tower Master Wai. This tragedy could be the golden ticket, the perfect opportunity to tear down her emotional walls and bridge the gap between them. Winning the Demon Emperor's heart completely rested on this single gamble. It was do or die. I will lay down my very life to bring the Crown Prince back to you, Wai Wuji declared, his tone practically dripping with righteous conviction. Deep down, he was secretly thrilled the kid had gone missing. When else would a perfect opportunity like this drop into his lap? The group arrived at the site of the prince's disappearance. The seabed was utterly devastated, violently churned up as if a brutal underwater tornado had ripped through the area. Every potential shred of evidence had been wiped clean. Hovering in the water, Wai Wuji announced, "Leave this to me." Tracing the light of Genesis. His hands flashed through rapid seals, condensing pure spiritual energy into a glowing, palm-sized crystalline disc. Fueled by his overwhelming nascent soul realm cultivation, the disc immediately fractured and multiplied. 1 became 3, 3 became 4, 4 became 8. Within seconds, a dense swarm of shimmering crystals illuminated the dark water. With a sharp command, the swarm of crystals scattered, shooting off in every direction like a meteor shower. And as they shot through the depths, they continued to multiply exponentially. Each floating shard acted as a proxy eye for Wai Wuji, beaming a flawless, real-time feed of the surrounding ocean directly into his consciousness. Compared to sending guards to blindly scour the reefs, this method's efficiency was completely off the charts. Demon Emperor Yiju stood with her hands clasped tight against her chest, her eyes wide with desperate anticipation. As Wai Wuji processed the influx of images, he couldn't hide his smug grin. Tracing the light of Genesis can perfectly map everything within a 300-mile radius. If he isn't within this perimeter, we'll immediately jump to the next sector and recast the technique. I don't care if I have to flip the entire Eastern Sea upside down. I will find him. The Demon Emperor nodded frantically, her gaze locked onto Wai Wuji as she prayed for a miracle. Sister Yiju, over here. Fang Chen's hushed voice echoed from a short distance away. She turned to see Fang Chen crouched behind a towering coral reef. Only his head was visible, and he was urgently waving her over. Her mind was entirely consumed by Wai Wuji's search. Plagued by anxiety, she had absolutely zero patience for whatever sneaky antics Fang Chen was up to in the reef. But when he gestured for her again, even more frantically this time, she sighed and swam over to him. "What is it?" she asked, a heavy edge of irritation in her voice. "Why are you hiding back here?" Fang Chen threw a cautious glance toward Wai Wuji. "I need to show you something," he whispered, "but for your eyes only." Seeing him act so incredibly secretive, she forced her boiling anxiety down, ducking behind the coral to crouch beside him. In his hands rested a bizarre, eye-shaped magical artifact, across its surface, high-definition snapshots of the seabed were flashing at lightning speed like a rapid-fire slideshow. A surveillance artifact, MMPH. Fang Chen instantly clapped a hand over her mouth. He pointed toward Wai Wuji in the distance, then tapped the heaven, monitoring mirror. Reality hit her like a bucket of cold water. She had almost completely blown his cover. Her face flushed with immediate guilt. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "My head is just an absolute mess right now." Fang Chen shot another glance at Wai Wuji. Seeing the man was entirely engrossed in processing his sweeping search and completely ignoring them, Fang Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Flashing a rare magical artifact in front of an unfamiliar nascent soul realm powerhouse was a spectacularly bad idea. "I'm not familiar with the Eastern Seas topography," Fang Chen whispered, his eyes glued to the feed. "Keep a close watch. Tell me if any of these landscapes look suspicious or out of place." He kept his voice low, his focus razor sharp as he monitored the artifact's display. The Demon Empress stared at the rapidly cycling images, then shifted her gaze to Fang Chen's unwavering concentration. All this time, he had been quietly moving mountains to help her find her son, while she had actually assumed he was just hiding in the reef like a coward. A wave of guilt washed over her. Regardless of whether Fang Chen's magical artifact proved as useful as Wai Wuji's divine power, she knew she'd owe him immense gratitude. With her mind made up, she settled down to watch the images in the mirror. Slowly, her brow furrowed. Where is this? It doesn't look like it's anywhere near the Imperial Palace. She knew the underwater terrain near the Imperial Palace like the back of her hand. She could map it out blindfolded. The terrain she was seeing was clearly not from around here. Fang Chen deadpanned. "How long has it been? We scanned the 300 Li around the Imperial Palace ages ago." Empress Yizhu looked up at Wai Wuji, who was still meticulously searching the 300 Li radius, then glanced at Fang Chen. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Could this magical artifact truly be more powerful than Wai Wuji's light trail search technique? Empress Yizhu spotted a deep undersea trench, the Black Eye Trench. Instantly, she gasped in shock, but isn't that over 1,500 Li away? She was utterly astounded. Wai Wuji was still painstakingly searching within 300 Li, yet Fang Chen had already scanned out to 1,500. What kind of magical artifact was this? It was truly heaven-defying. Her surprise quickly turned to delight. Her heart hammered in her chest as the hopelessness she'd felt vanished, replaced by a surge of limitless hope. She nervously watched the images in the sky monitoring treasure mirror, not daring to miss a single frame. Then, in one of the images, a human figure flickered into view. She gasped, nervously grabbing Fang Chen's arm. Her fingers dug into his flesh, squeezing him painfully. Fang Chen also noticed the unusual image, and instantly froze it. It was a patch of dense seaweed. As Fang Chen continuously magnified the image, they finally saw the figures clearly, a man and a woman hidden within the plants. The woman was an exceptionally captivating sea demon, alluringly beautiful. The man was equally handsome, dressed in luxurious attire. He appeared to be a noble among the sea demon race, his eyes exceptionally sharp. Fang Chen was about to ask when he felt her grip on his arm loosen. Without even turning his head, he knew Empress Yizhu's expression was one of immense disappointment. There was no doubt the Crown Prince wasn't among these two. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt his shoulder dip slightly as Empress Yizhu rested her forehead against his head. Soon a delicate warmth and moisture permeated through the bubbles surrounding their bodies. "Fang Chen, what if we can't find the Crown Prince?" While despair itself wounds, giving hope to someone in utter desperation only to snatch it away is far more cruel. Fang Chen was at a loss for how to comfort her. The search had already expanded to 1,500 Li. Even if the captor had been continuously carrying the Crown Prince forward, this was probably the furthest they could have traveled. Yet there were still no leads. Unless the captor had taken the Crown Prince out of the seabed and surfaced. Then a sudden thought struck Fang Chen. Wait, something's off about those two. He brought the image back to the patch of seaweed. Empress Yizhu quickly wiped away her tears and looked at the images in the sky monitoring treasure mirror. They watched as Fang Chen continuously magnified the image until they could clearly discern both figures' facial features and expressions. "It's him!" Empress Yizhu frowned at the handsome, sharp-eyed southern sea demon, and her brow furrowed even deeper when she looked at the alluring sea demon beside him. Fang Chen asked, surprised, "You know him?" Empress Yizhu said with disgust, "He's scum. But it shouldn't be him who captured the Crown Prince. He doesn't have the guts for that, nor the motive." Fang Chen nodded. "I'm not suggesting he's the kidnapper. Look closely at his and the female sea demon's expressions. Don't they seem off?" Empress Yizhu looked intently, only then realizing that both of their expressions held a hint of alarm and suspicion. They were in danger, facing a formidable foe. Even though this scoundrel is morally bankrupt, his power is extraordinary. Even I might not be able to defeat him easily. She instantly understood, her eyes narrowing. There's an unknown powerful expert nearby. Before she could even urge him, Fang Chen continued to expand the surrounding search area. As they watched intently, a shadowy figure cloaked in black robes lingered nearby. Behind the mysterious figure, a small mountain pressed down onto a seabed riddled with cracks. Empress Yizhu grew frantic, gripping Fang Chen's arm once more. Something's wrong. That was the famous transverse patterned seabed, a place notorious for its underground fissures, with a flat terrain and no mountains nearby. That mountain must have been moved from somewhere else, specifically to seal off a fissure. The truth was suddenly undeniable. The Crown Prince had to be trapped beneath that very rift. Someone had intentionally imprisoned him down there, leaving him at the mercy of the sea spring's corrupting power. They were letting him mutate into a hideous monster, just like the third princess all those years ago. Overjoyed, she grabbed Fang Chen's arm and shook it wildly. Caught in the grip of a demon empress, Fang Chen was tossed around like a rag doll. His brain rattled so hard it felt like it was turning to mush. Sorry, I just got a little carried away. Realizing her own strength, Demon Empress Yizhu quickly cupped his face, gently massaging his temples. Are you all right? Fang Chen couldn't exactly blame her. He staggered to his feet, head still spinning. Never mind that. We need to get there now. But the moment he stood up, he froze. A dark, looming figure stood uncomfortably close, glaring daggers at them. The man's eyes burned with absolute fury. Demon Empress Yizhu looked up, her expression freezing in awkward embarrassment. She hastily released Fang Chen. Tower Master Y, Fang Chen and I were we were looking for the Crown Prince. Wai Wuji was seething. He had been exhausting himself, tearing the ocean apart trying to find the missing royal, while she was hiding in a coral reef, getting cozy and cuddling with this brat. He felt like an absolute clown, but that wasn't even the worst part. To add insult to injury, she actually claimed they were looking for the Crown Prince, sneaking around in the shadows of a coral reef to find a missing royal. What did she think the Crown Prince had turned into a sea worm, a bottom feeder hiding in the kelp? Just moments ago, she'd been calling him Old Y, but after fooling around with this kid, suddenly it was back to a formal Tower Master Y. Demon Empress Yizhu couldn't explain herself without exposing Fang Chen's heaven-scrying mirror. Not that she owed Wai Wuji an explanation anyway. Her tone turned serious enough. Fang Chen just found a trace of the Crown Prince. It's highly dangerous where we're headed, so you stay here at the palace and guard your disciple. We'll handle this. Farewell. Without wasting another breath, she grabbed Fang Chen by the collar and hauled him away. Wai Wuji practically vibrated with rage, his eyes locked on Fang Chen with burning jealousy. What was so special about that brat anyway? His ultimate tracking spell couldn't even locate the Crown Prince, yet this punk supposedly could, and Yizhu actually bought his blatant lies. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you realize you've been played. He muttered to himself. Let's see if you have the nerve to come crawling back for my help then. An hour later, the duo swept past the kelp forest. The couple from earlier was gone, having clearly slipped away in secret. Even the mysterious figure in the black robes was nowhere to be seen. Fang Chen ducked into the seagrass, scanning the area with the heaven-scrying mirror. Still nothing. Do you think he left? Demon Empress Yizhu whispered, scanning the murky water. Fang Chen shook his head. I doubt it. He's definitely on guard against those two coming back. He's likely using some sort of stealth technique. Just watch, I'll flush him out. He pulled out the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet and slapped it lightly. Instantly, a torrential wave of yin energy erupted, bleeding into the ocean like ink and plunging the surrounding waters into pitch-black darkness. Right as the dark tide was about to consume the nearby mountain, a sharp blast of Kai cleaved the yin energy in half. Such overwhelming yin energy. A deep voice barked from the shadows, "Show yourself." Murderous intent flared in Demon Empress Yizhu's eyes. I'll slaughter him. You go get the Crown Prince. She instantly vanished, reappearing right in front of the stealth expert. With a furious battle cry, she unleashed a devastating wave of water, element magic. The man's voice cracked with panic. The East Sea Demon Empress. How did you find me? He clearly never expected the sovereign of the East Sea to pinpoint his location with such deadly accuracy. Let's see if you're one of those filthy Taoists from Sanqing Mountain. Demon Empress Yizhu engaged him in a brutal clash of power, leaving the assassin reeling in sheer terror. He had no choice but to fight for his life. The ocean floor erupted. Shockwaves churned the sand and silt, blinding the underwater battlefield. The water grew thick and murky as their earth-shattering brawl drifted further into the distance. Fang Chen sensed the violent shockwaves fading. The immediate danger had passed. He finally approached the unnatural, relocated mountain. The structure was massive. Channeling the undying blade, he summoned a massive 600-foot sword of pure lightning. With an ear-splitting boom, the electric blade cleaved downward. The impact shattered the rock face, sending out a violent tremor that kicked up another massive cloud of silt. Fang Chen was forced to shut his eyes against the debris. Suddenly, the water violently rippled, and a shadowy figure shot out from the freshly blasted rift. As the surroundings gradually cleared, Fang Chen finally got a good look at the figure emerging from the haze. She was tall and remarkably graceful, draped in a flowing pink dress. Her midnight, black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her features were strikingly elegant, possessing a breathtaking natural beauty that needed no makeup. With her ageless, radiant youth, the very same beauty that left the absolute powerhouses of the Taikang province drooling, who else could it be but Demon Empress Yizhu? Sister Yizhu, Fang Chen blinked in surprise. Did you chase that guy off already? He stepped forward, glancing around her. Where's the crown prince? The Demon Empress didn't say a word. Instead, she quietly stepped closer, gently taking Fang Chen's hand. Her eyes were suddenly brimming with deep, unspoken affection. Feeling incredibly awkward, Fang Chen tried to pull his hand back. Sister Yizhu, we need to find the prince first. He's still down below. But to his absolute shock, the Demon Empress gripped his hand tighter and pressed it directly against her chest. Fang Chen panicked. Sister Yizhu, what are you doing? You can't do this. He was completely bewildered. Had she lost her mind? Why would she do something like this? He tried to wrench himself free, but her grip was ironclad. His hand was planted firmly against her chest. Fang Chen was dying on the inside. Snap out of it, Sister Yizhu. Wait, it's hard. He suddenly froze. The soft warmth he expected was completely absent. Instead, it felt like a solid, unyielding rock. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Were the women of the Sea Demon clan just naturally built this rigid? Or was the person standing in front of him not a woman at all? Suddenly, this woman, who was a flawless carbon copy of Demon Empress Yizhu in both face and attire, let out a crisp, distinctly male laugh. Sure, it was a smooth, pleasant voice, but there was no mistaking it. It belonged to a man. Fang Chen snatched his hand back instantly, his face a mix of shock and suspicion. Who are you? The figure just smirked, reached into the bodice of the dress, and pulled out 2 small coconut shells, tossing them onto the ground. The previously generous bust immediately vanished, leaving a completely flat chest. Did your heart skip a beat? It was none other than the Crown Prince of the Eastern Sea. Despite having just been locked up, the guy still had the sheer audacity to play pranks. I have to admit, you've got solid willpower. You're the first person to ever resist my mother's charm. Fang Chen nearly choked on his own spit, his eyes bulging. The second prince, in the flesh. The prince shrugged. So, what's the deal with you and my mom? How come you're on a first-name basis and calling her sister? I don't recall her ever having a male friend this close. Even that scheming snake, Wai Wuji, never got this kind of VIP treatment. Fang Chen's face darkened. He wanted nothing more than to punch this bastard in the jaw. You're joking around with your own mother's reputation, and you still have the nerve to bring her up? The prince just chuckled. Oh, don't be mad. My mother is surrounded by all kinds of men. As her son, I worry she might get tricked by some two-faced creep. I was just screening you for her. You passed. You don't harbor any dirty thoughts about her. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Your mom and I are like siblings. I don't need your tests. What's wrong with you anyway? A perfectly fine crown prince, dressing up more feminine than an actual woman. To be fair, Fang Chen couldn't be blamed for falling for it. The prince's facial features were identical to Demon Empress Yizhu's, save for a slight edge of masculine sharpness. Beyond that, there was zero difference. Put them in the exact same outfit, and the resemblance was uncanny. Unless you spent years with them, you could never tell them apart at a glance. The prince swished the hem of his dress. You think I want to wear this? I have to disguise myself as her to guard the Eastern Sea, just so those bastards from Mount Sanqing don't realize she left. The realization dawned on Fang Chen. No wonder Demon Empress Yizhu had mentioned earlier that if the prince was at the palace, Mount Sanqing wouldn't notice she had gone to the mainland. With such an identical lookalike, unless they thoroughly probed his cultivation base, Mount Sanqing would be none the wiser. Now he completely believed the Empress when she said her third daughter looked exactly like her before the mutation. If her son was this much of a dead ringer, her daughter would be an absolute clone. Suddenly, the distant currents began to surge violently. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. He instantly stepped in front of the prince, shielding him. "If it's an enemy, you run. I'll hold them off." The prince stared at Fang Chen's back in genuine surprise. This guy looked barely older than him, but he was actually stepping up. He offered a slight smile. "Relax, it's my mother." Sure enough, Demon Empress Yizhu arrived in her flowing pink dress. The moment she saw the prince, the agonizing tension finally melted from her face. Then she marched right up and slugged him. "You little brat, I let you sneak out to patrol the Eastern Sea, and look what happens. Are you happy now? You nearly ended up exactly like your sister, you idiot." Still furious, she pummeled him with a flurry of punches, beating him so hard he literally coughed up blood. Fang Chen's eyelid twitched. Holy hell, she hits like a truck. That is definitely her biological son. He hurriedly pulled the Empress back. All right, Sister Yizhu, that's enough. The enemy didn't even scratch him, but you're about to put him in the grave." Held back by Fang Chen, tears finally welled up in the Demon Empress's eyes. The emotional dam she had been keeping up for so long finally broke. "I have to deal with Mount Sanqing," she cried, her voice trembling. "I have to handle the myriad void realm. I'm constantly putting out fires and dealing with endless crises. Every morning I wake up, the entire Eastern Sea Demon clan is on my shoulders. Every night I close my eyes, I'm dreading what tomorrow will bring. Everyone around me needs me to save them, but I have absolutely no one to lean on. I am so tired, I am utterly exhausted. And then you pull a stunt like this. If something happened to you too, I would completely break." The East Sea Prince bowed his head in shame. His recent patrol of the East Sea had truly invited monumental trouble. Fang Chen watched, then gently comforted her. "Yizhu, what's done is done. I'm sure the prince will learn from this and quickly mature into a responsible leader. Now that the threat of the three pure mountains is gone from the East Sea, you'll face far fewer troubles going forward. The burden on your shoulders will lighten significantly. Just watch over the children. Once they achieve the demonic Emperor realm, you can finally lay down your responsibilities and rest." Demonic Emperor Yizhu could no longer hold back her tears. She turned and embraced Fang Chen, as if finding a long, lost anchor, her tears flowing freely. "Thank you. Without you, I don't know what I would have done." The East Sea owed Fang Chen a debt beyond measure. He had lifted the chokehold the three pure mountains had on them and saved her son. Even as a demonic emperor, she was at a loss for how to repay him. Fang Chen gently patted her back. "Rough roads lead to smooth paths. The East Sea will only flourish from here." Demonic Emperor Yizhu continued to sob, unable to stop for a long time. The East Sea Prince watched the scene, lost in thought, after a long while. Demonic Emperor Yizhu's emotions eventually settled. Wiping the tear stains from her face, she looked at Fang Chen with immense fondness. "Come, let's return to the East Sea Imperial Palace. I'll host a grand banquet to express my deepest gratitude." Seeing Fang Chen open his mouth to speak, she quickly interjected, no refusing. "I won't let you leave the East Sea." Fang Chen was speechless. It seemed he had no choice but to attend this banquet. Her heartfelt invitation was impossible to decline. Fang Chen nodded. "All right then. A banquet is fine, but there's no need for a lavish display. The three pure mountains will surely investigate the deciphering of their pill formula. If you thank me too ostentatiously, what will they think?" Demonic Emperor Yizhu slapped her forehead. "You're right, I didn't think that through. A private banquet then." The group headed towards the East Sea Imperial Palace. As they neared, they noticed the currents around the Imperial Palace churning violently, as if powerful experts were locked in battle. A chill ran through them, and they quickly rushed over, only to find Wai Wuji and Vice Pavilion Master Gu battling two nascent Soul Realm experts. One of the black-robed figures was fighting Wai Wuji, while Vice Pavilion Master Gu faced an old man with a slightly hunched back. Though also cloaked in black, he was instantly recognizable as revered Master Xuanyang. "That old dog," Demonic Emperor Yizhu roared in fury. As expected, they wouldn't just accept the deciphering of the pill formula, they had come for revenge. First, they trapped the prince, causing him to mutate. Then, while everyone was out searching for him, they came to the East Sea Imperial Palace to wreak havoc. What they hadn't anticipated was Gu Zinner being at the East Sea Imperial Palace, and Wai Wuji also happening to arrive. That's why they were caught red-handed. Seeing Demonic Emperor Yizhu return, Gu Zinner immediately cried out, "Demonic Emperor Yizhu, these people want to seize the Mother Origin Cauldron and unleash the Sea Spring." Luckily, I was recuperating inside the Mother Origin Cauldron and discovered them in time. Otherwise, it would have been too late. What? Even a tiny leak of the mysterious liquid from the sea spring had brought such severe consequences to the sea demon race. What would happen if it were fully unleashed? The sea demon race would surely face instant catastrophe, with the East Sea demonic race bearing the brunt of it. 3 pure mountains, you're asking for death. Demonic Emperor Yiju's rage exploded. The 3 pure mountains intended to wipe out the East Sea demonic race entirely. How utterly vicious. Even if the East Sea demonic race had deciphered their pill formula, hadn't the 3 pure mountains profited enough from the East Sea's resources over the centuries? Did it warrant such malevolence? Burning with rage, she blurred into a phantom, charging at revered Master Xuanyong. Demonic Emperor Yiju, don't worry about me. I can handle revered Master Xuanyong. Just go help Tower Master Y. Gu Zinner was also seething with anger. She had been recuperating peacefully, her nascent soul injuries almost fully healed. She was about to shed her Golden Core Realm Junior status and reclaim her identity as a true nascent Soul Realm Senior. And then she could finally wipe the floor with Fang Chen. These cursed fiends had suddenly interrupted her. Perfect, she had a belly full of pent-up frustration because of Fang Chen, and she'd take it all out on these scoundrels from the 3 pure mountains. Demonic Emperor Yiju nodded, then immediately flew to Tower Master Y's side. That black-robed figure was remarkably powerful Tower Master. Y had actually been on the back foot against him. It wasn't until Demonic Emperor Yiju intervened that their combined might forced him into a steady retreat. The black-robed figure fumed. What's going on? Why did the East Sea Demonic Emperor find the prince so quickly? Their original intention for deploying 3 nascent soul realm experts wasn't merely for a single prince. Capturing the prince was merely a distraction to lure away Demonic Emperor Yiju. Their true objective was to unleash the sea spring and contaminate the 4 seas. This was the price for deciphering the 3 pure mountains pill formula. But who would have thought Demonic Emperor Yiju would rescue the prince so quickly? Revered Master Xuanyong, too, was spitting blood from Gu Zinner's relentless assault. He gritted his teeth. Retreat. With a whoosh, both of them turned and fled. Demonic Emperor Yiju glared at them with hatred, but dared not pursue, fearing they might be lured away only for more powerful experts to launch another attack. Xuanyong, you old dog, if you ever dare to cause trouble in the East Sea again, I'll stake everything and march on your 3 pure mountains. No one will escape my wrath. The disguised revered Master Xuanyong dared not admit his identity, silently making his escape. But after this incident, their identities were already exposed. Should anything similar happen again, Demonic Emperor Yiju would naturally know who was responsible. If she were to rage and rampage through the 3 pure mountains, causing casualties among their elite disciples, the 3 pure mountains would suffer a net loss, harming others without benefiting themselves. They wouldn't dare touch the sea spring again. In fact, they'd probably pray no one else did either, even if they planned to pin the whole mess on Mount Sanqing. You're just in time, Wai Wuji said, his aura flickering. That black-robed figure was terrifying even as a fellow nascent soul cultivator. He'd barely held his own. Empress Pearl added, it's all thanks to Fang Chen. He found the prince, which allowed us to get back in the nick of time. My thanks to Tower, Master Y, and Deputy Pavilion, Master Gu. Please, stay for the family banquet. I'd like to thank you both properly. The prince is found. Wai Wuji's gaze swept over the boy. Seeing the crown prince completely unharmed, his heart sank with disappointment. He couldn't believe that brat Fang Chen actually pulled it off and stole the spotlight. He had been waiting for the Empress to come crawling back to him, begging for his help to continue the search. He shot a piercing glare at Fang Chen. This was his best shot in 20 years to break the ice with the Empress, and this kid had ruined everything. Get over here. Wai Wuji barked at Fang Chen. He needed to know exactly how the boy had done it. How could his own legendary tracking technique be out, performed by some junior's search spell? Master, help! A frantic cry for help echoed from within the palace. The ground began to tremor with rhythmic thuds, as if something massive and incomprehensible was on the hunt. Everyone looked up to see Xiang Zhenyuan, face pale as a ghost, sprinting for his life. Hot on his heels was a literal mountain of flesh. From deep within that mass of a throat came a melody, startlingly sweet and beautiful. The song possessed a strange, hypnotic magic. Anyone who heard it felt their senses drift, their consciousness slipping into a blissful daze. As he ran, Xiang Zhenyuan's legs turned to jelly, his pace faltering as his strength drained away. Fang Chen shook his head violently to stay sharp. That voice was lethal. It could give any soul, stealing curse, a run for its money. Empress Pearl's expression hardened. She let out a sharp, low shout that shattered the ethereal melody. Only then did the crowd snap out of the trance. Zhang Zhenyuan scrambled behind his master like he'd just seen a ghost. Master, it's her, the third princess of the East Sea. That name was a living nightmare, even across the great Taking province. Rumor had it that not long ago, she had captured Wang Changsu from the Grand Yin sect and kept him prisoner for a long session. When he finally made it back, he was so gaunt people said he'd been drained bone dry. He'd been guarding his junior sister's breakthrough when the princess returned from her travels. The moment she heard he was there, she'd pounced. Why, Wuji's eye twitched. Where is Gui Fengyan? PFFT behind the mountain of flesh, Gui Fengyan appeared, covering her mouth as she tried, and failed to stifle her laughter. It didn't matter how brilliant the young geniuses of Taking were in front of the third princess, they all turned pale with terror. Don't worry about me, master, Gui Fengyan giggled. You should probably worry about my dear senior brother instead. She couldn't stop herself from laughing at his misery. Zhang Zhenyuan's face darkened. You're actually laughing. Some junior sister you are. The third princess wiggled her massive frame, acting coy. Mother, Master Zhang is so handsome. It was love at first sight. Let me keep him as a husband. I'll take very good care of him. Empress Pearl looked mortified. Control yourself, she hissed. Master Zhang is a guest. The third princess sighed dramatically. Then her eyes landed on Wai Wuji and lit up. Tower Master Wai. I heard things aren't going well with your wife. How about I keep you company and help you forget your troubles? Wai Wuji might have been in his 40s, but he was still a striking man by any standard. Without waiting for an answer, the third princess began thundering toward him. Wai Wuji's face went white. Of the Empress's children, he disliked the second prince for always getting in his way, but he hated the third princess. No man could survive her. He immediately cupped his hands. Pearl, I'll have to pass on the banquet. I need to report the Black Pillar incident to the Realm Lord. Farewell. Before she could reach him, he summoned his spirit boat and bolted with his disciples. Fang Chen burst out laughing. A nascent soul expert, scared off by the third princess. She's more effective than a divine ward. That voice, could it be the one I've been dreaming of, my darling? The mountain of flesh slowly turned. Those tiny eyes, buried deep within folds of fat, finally locked onto Fang Chen hiding behind the Empress. Fang Chen had tried to stay hidden, showing only a sliver of his profile. But the third princess recognized him instantly. She let out an ecstatic shriek. It is you, my favorite thorny flower. Pahaha, Gui Fengyan, who hadn't made it far, finally lost it. She doubled over, clutching her stomach in fits of laughter. Zhang Zhenyuan stared for a second before joining in. My favorite thorny flower. Damn, junior brother, you sure are lucky. Wai Wuji's face twitched, but he couldn't help a smug snicker. Well, looks like this kid is the princess's true love. The second prince fought back a grin. So you're the thorny flower my sister won't stop talking about. You are quite the looker, no wonder she's obsessed. Even Empress Pearl covered her mouth, unable to hide her amusement. Fang Chen's face went pitch black. He pressed a finger to his brow, his voice low and threatening. Try coming any closer, and I'll sting you to death. Still stinging from the memory of that soul spike, the third princess skidded to a halt, though her face was alight with pure excitement. The ones with thorns always smell the sweetest. You're not getting away this time. Grab him. We're getting married right now. Empress Yizhu had almost managed to keep a straight face, but when she saw the usually confident Fang Chen cowering behind her, his expression as dark as a burnt pot, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gu Zina, never one to miss a chance for chaos, doubled over in laughter. Ha! Looks like the little rogue finally met his match. This is gold. Fang Chen shot her a dark glare. One handful, he muttered. Gu Zinner's laughter died instantly, and she stomped her foot in a fit of rage. How could that little rogue say something so scandalous in front of everyone? Despicable. Fang Chen finally turned his attention to the third princess. After a moment's thought, he said, Princess, come with me. We need to talk. Her eyes lit up. Is this a confession? She practically bounced, the ground shaking beneath her weight as she eagerly followed him to a side hall. The Empress's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of worry. Fang Chen would be all right, wouldn't he? Her daughter was unpredictable, but remembering Fang Chen's strength, she let out a breath of relief. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what he could possibly want with her. Inside the hall, Fang Chen walked to the center and turned around. The third princess loomed over him like a mountain. Give me your hand, he said. Drooling as she stared at him, the princess immediately extended a fleshy hand that was easily larger than his entire head. Fang Chen pulled out a jade vial and a silver needle. He pricked her palm, and as blood began to flow, he carefully caught it in the vial. My little thorny flower, why did you actually prick me? She complained, sucking on her finger. Fang Chen stowed the vial away. I know of a few grade 4 medicinal pills used to treat physical deformities. I'll use your blood to test them. If they work, I'll have them sent to you. The princess froze, unable to believe her ears. You want to fix me? Ever since her body had mutated, no one outside of her mother and siblings had ever offered to help her. Aren't you afraid of me? Her voice softened. Fang Chen sighed. You're a victim. You were meant to be a beauty with a wonderful life, but others ruined that for you. I'll do what I can to restore you. I can't make any promises, but I'll try. He didn't fully understand the nature of the strange power from the sea spring, so he wasn't about to make any guarantees. He would experiment while refining other pills. If he found a cure, great. If not, there was nothing more he could do. The princess's eyes welled up. She wiped them away, her voice trembling. Thank you. No one has ever been this kind to me. Thank you, she repeated. Fang Chen let out a soft sigh. He felt a surge of pity. She should have been a peerless beauty like her mother, but instead she had become a mountain of flesh that everyone loathed. He didn't need to be told what kind of hell she had endured. It'll get better, Fang Chen said softly. But the third princess shook her head. Thank you, Fang Chen, but no. She reached into a fold of fat at her waist and pulled out a small pouch. She poured out a handful of various medicinal pills, some fresh, others years old. None of these worked, Fang Chen asked. Even a cursory glance told him that some of those pills were specifically for physical deformities. Even if they couldn't cure her, they should have improved her condition. Why hadn't she taken them? My mother and siblings found these for me, but I never took them. I hid them all, she said, catching him off guard. Why? Fang Chen couldn't fathom it. These pills were hard, won treasures. Why let them go to waste? She lowered her head and sighed. You saw Wai Wuji earlier, right? You could see what he wanted from my mother, couldn't you? Fang Chen didn't say a word, simply nodding. A blind man could have seen through Wai Wuji's intentions. There are so many men like him. They lust after my mother's beauty and crave the East Sea's territory. This hideous form of mine, it scares people away, so why fix it? If looking like a monster helps protect my mother and makes her life easier, then that's what I'll do. Fang Chen was stunned. Looking at the woman before him, the disgust he once felt vanished, replaced by profound respect. Beneath that mountain of flesh beat a heart of pure gold. He stepped forward and gently patted her head. Your mother is very lucky to have you. Her eyes overflowed, and she bowed her head, sobbing quietly as she leaned into his touch. Nearby, Empress Yiju's eyes shimmered with tears, her own eyes red. She quietly withdrew. The second prince stood with his hands behind his back, watching the tender moment between Fang Chen and his sister. He remained silent for a long time. That evening, the Empress hosted a lavish banquet. Most of the dishes were local East Sea delicacies, but fearing Fang Chen wouldn't like the food. She had even sent for human chefs from the shore to prepare some authentic human cuisine. The guest list was small. The Empress, Fang Chen, the second prince, and the third princess. Gu Zinner had declined due to her injuries. Where is Mengchu? The Empress asked, frowning. Why isn't she here? The second prince explained. Mother, sister said she's reviewing some critical archives and can't step away. She told us to make sure Master Fang enjoys himself. The Empress slammed the table. How disrespectful. She can't miss an event like this. I'll go get her myself. Wait, don't. Fang Chen interjected quickly. Studying is a good thing. We've got plenty of time. We'll meet soon enough. Resigning herself, the Empress looked at Fang Chen and beckoned him over. Come, sit next to me. Fang Chen hesitated. Sitting next to her. Wasn't that the seat reserved for an equal, the head of the house? Or did the sea demons just not care about protocol? Confused, he took the seat. The Empress looked down at her children. Master Fang neutralized the cicada's silence pill and saved the East Sea from a crisis. He also saved your brother's life. This is a debt we can never truly repay. Therefore, I am making an official announcement. She glanced at Fang Chen, her mind made up to officially recognize him as her sworn brother. From this day forward, if Fang Chen ever needed help, the East Sea would move heaven and earth for him. The second crown, prince and third princess, exchanged puzzled glances. What could be so serious? Empress Yiju gave them a cautionary look. Whatever I'm about to announce, I forbid you from being shocked, she warned. More importantly, you will treat young Master Fang with the utmost respect from this moment forward, without even a hint of negligence. The second crown prince seemed to grasp the situation. He slowly rose, a complex expression on his face. Mother, there's no need to say anything more. He began. Your son understands. He walked to the center of the hall, knelt solemnly before Fang Chen, and with a booming voice, every word clear, he declared, "Father, please accept your son's respects." Clang, Fang Chen's eyes went wide as saucers. The wine cup in his hand slipped, shattering on the floor with a reverberating hum, mirroring the stunned ringing in his own ears. What did the second crown prince just call him? Empress Yizhu was equally stunned, her beautiful eyes widening. Had something gone terribly wrong? Why would her son blurt out, "Father"? Both Fang Chen and Empress Yizhu were utterly bewildered by the sudden declaration, frozen solid in their seats. The third princess was momentarily speechless, but quickly snapped back to reality. She rushed to her brother's side, imitating his posture as she knelt. "Please accept your daughter's respects," she declared. She didn't quite understand why her brother would bow to a new father. From what she remembered, her brother was even more averse to men who got close to their mother than she was. He should have utterly rejected the idea of a new father. But if her brother accepted him, then as his sister, she would, of course, offer her unconditional support. At that moment, Fang Chen and Empress Yizhu finally snapped out of their stupor, both sucking in a sharp, cold breath. Wait, Sister Yizhu, this simply won't do. Fang Chen was utterly panicked. He wasn't even married yet, and suddenly he had a son and a daughter who wouldn't be terrified. Empress Yizhu slammed the table, her voice trembling. You two are insane," she shrieked. "What nonsense are you shouting? I told you to acknowledge him as an honorary uncle, not your father." As she spoke, her face turned a furious shade of red, her eyes misting over with sheer embarrassment. Thankfully, Master Gu wasn't present to witness this farce. If word of today's events ever got out, she'd rather die on the spot. The second crown prince looked utterly bewildered. "Mother," he began, "weren't you about to announce that you and young Master Fang were together? I was actually quite supportive of you both." Empress Yizhu furiously snatched a wine cup and hurled it at him, her face a mix of fury and humiliation. "Silence," she shrieked. "Stop spouting such utter nonsense." The second crown prince scrambled up, grumbling under his breath. "Now you're blaming me," he muttered, "but you certainly weren't acting like this when you were weeping in young Master Fang's arms." Empress Yizhu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, like a persimmon, so ripe it felt as though it might burst with a mere touch. The second crown prince, completely oblivious to the danger he was in, continued to grumble. "Besides," he said, "you yourself claimed young Master Fang's kindness was too profound to ever repay. Naturally, I assumed you meant marriage. And then you started talking so formally about respect and shamelessness. How was I not supposed to misunderstand?" The third princess couldn't help but chime in, muttering, "Honestly, I can't blame Big Brother for getting the wrong idea." Empress Yizhu was overwhelmed by humiliation, wishing she could simply sink into the floor and disappear. How could such a monumental misunderstanding have occurred? Fang Chen cleared his throat, his own face flushing with embarrassment from the commotion. "Just a small misunderstanding," he said, trying to smooth things over. "It's nothing." "Since Sister Yizhu thinks so highly of me," Fang Chen continued, "this younger brother will drink this cup, and we shall be honorary siblings." Empress Yizhu, still mortified, picked up her wine cup. Then she snapped at the crown prince and princess. "What are you two gawking at? Haven't you greeted your honorary uncle yet?" The second crown prince could only pick up his wine cup and offer it to Fang Chen. "Ming Qing greets Uncle Fang," he said, before drinking. The third princess picked up the wine pot, drained it in a single gulp, and declared, "Menkong greets Uncle Fang." Fang Chen felt a pang of awkwardness. Neither of them was actually much younger than him, so being called uncle by them felt genuinely uncomfortable. But with an empress as an honorary elder sister, why would Fang Chen ever refuse? He raised his wine cup and clinked it against Empress Yizhu's honorary elder sister, he affirmed. They exchanged a knowing smile. This honorary familial bond was officially sealed. "Brother Chen," Empress Yizhu asked, a hint of meaning in her tone, "what are your plans now?" Fang Chen answered without hesitation, "Once Master Gu's nascent soul injury is healed, I'll return to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to prepare for my next journey into the underworld." Empress Yizhu propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "I actually thought you'd make a trip to the South Sea," she mused. "Empress Old Dream, with her famously long legs, promised you a protective night pearl. Aren't you going to claim it soon? If you wait too long, Empress Old Dream might change her mind, and you'd lose out." Only then did Fang Chen remember that all 3 Sea Demon Empresses had promised him boons that day. The South Sea Empress specifically said that once he visited the South Sea, she would personally select a night pearl for him. What exactly is a protective night pearl? Fang Chen asked, curiosity piqued. For Empress Yizhu to specifically bring it up, its value couldn't be insignificant. It's for defense, Empress Yizhu explained. A top-tier protective night pearl can withstand a single strike from a nascent soul cultivator. What? Fang Chen gasped, genuinely surprised. That protective night pearl is that valuable. It wasn't that he lacked defensive magical artifacts, he had the sky-monitoring treasure mirror, for instance, which could reflect enemy attacks. But in actual combat, it could, at most, reflect 70% of a nascent soul realm attack. The remaining 30% would still strike him, inflicting severe damage. A magical artifact that could genuinely defend against a full-force nascent soul strike. He didn't possess a single one. He immediately revised his plans. In that case, he said, I'll make a trip to the South Sea first. Empress Yizhu nodded slightly. What Empress Old Dream promised you might not be a top-tier night pearl. She acknowledged, but don't worry, you have a trump card. You won't have to fear her refusing to give you a top-tier protective night pearl. She produced the pill recipe for the cold cicada nirvana elixir. It was a copy she had personally transcribed, complete with her own annotations beside it. After verification, the pill recipe was confirmed to be authentic. She handed the pill recipe to Fang Chen. Don't be shy with Empress Old Dream, she advised. For top-tier protective night pearls, demand 10 or 8. It'd be best if it made her heart ache. After all, to acquire the cold cicada nirvana elixir recipe, she'll definitely hand them over. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. He didn't need to be told top-tier protective night pearls were undoubtedly extraordinarily rare, each one a priceless treasure. Sister Yizhu, Fang Chen ventured, aren't you two supposed to be good friends? Won't fleecing her like this strain your relationship? The Yizhu Demon Empress scoffed. My brother and I went through hell to get that pill formula. You think I'm just going to let her have it for free? Besides, why bring feelings into it? That's just bad for business. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fine then, he basically had a license to bleed her dry. When the Old Dream Demon Empress ended up screaming in financial agony, she couldn't blame him for being ruthless. After a few rounds of drinks, Yizhu was feeling a bit buzzed. She started trashing Sanqing Mountain, listing every single one of their dirty secrets from over the years. She cursed out Master Xuanyang, calling him an old creep who tried to force himself on her, despite his age. At the mention of him, Fang Chen couldn't help but ask, Sister Yizhu, why does this Master Xuanyang feel like such a bottom-tier loser? The Firmament Demon Empress had him on the ropes the whole time. Even when you were badly injured, you sent him running with his tail between his legs. And Deputy Pavilion, Master Gu, was overpowering him before she'd even recovered her nascent soul cultivation. How is he so weak? Yizhu rolled her eyes. He's just a side path nascent soul. How strong did you expect him to be? A complete and utter fraud. Fang Chen fell into thought. Realizing Fang Chen was clueless about the specifics of the nascent soul realm, Yizhu said, It seems the Pavilion Master hasn't had time to brief you yet. Let me break it down. The nascent soul realm is the peak of the essence path. It's the mainstream way to cultivate for most beings in this world, including us demons. Besides the mainstream path, there's body tempering, soul cultivation, Buddhist and Confucian paths, and so on. We call those the side paths. Fang Chen realized he actually knew most of this. He'd even encountered several of these paths himself. For example, body tempering leads to the golden body realm, which is the equivalent of a nascent soul. Or soul cultivation, when the soul becomes powerful enough to match a nascent soul, it's called the primordial spirit realm. Buddhism was even more obvious. He'd seen the Vajra realm's seals twice now, which was also a nascent soul equivalent. The only one he hadn't seen in action was the Confucian path. The biggest difference between the mainstream and the side paths, Yizhu explained, is that the mainstream path requires you to survive a nascent soul tribulation. The side paths don't. And that tribulation isn't just a test, it's a baptism. Only after being baptized by heavenly lightning can you wield true nascent soul energy, making your techniques devastatingly powerful. When you break through via a side path, there is no tribulation. Take that old dog, Xuanyang. He followed the soul path and pushed his spirit to the nascent soul level, reaching the so-called primordial spirit realm. But because he missed the baptism, his physical body is still stuck at the peak of the golden core realm. He has almost no nascent soul energy and has to rely entirely on soul-based parlor tricks. Essentially, his overall power is a joke compared to a true nascent soul who has evolved in every category. It all clicked for Fang Chen. In other words, the tribulation forced a qualitative leap in body, soul, and power all at once. Paths like the primordial spirit or golden body only cross the threshold in one specific area, making them far weaker than the real deal. But I remember when he tried to kill us, he released a nascent soul aura. It felt pretty terrifying. Outside the Tiger Demon Empress's cave, his presence was staggering. He didn't seem like he was lacking energy then. Yizhu explained that's because when a superior at Sanqing Mountain broke through, they let him piggyback off a tiny fraction of the lightning baptism. That gave him a small taste of nascent soul power. He rode their coattails and even got his title, Master Xuanyang, bestowed by the ancient saint's will. So that was the secret. Fang Chen realized the tribulation was the absolute key. It was like Consort Yunxia, even though she failed her tribulation, she still managed to retain a sliver of nascent soul power. If he wanted to reach the top of the food chain, surviving that baptism was non-negotiable. The side paths were just shortcuts for quick power. Most people who took them eventually spent the rest of their lives trying to trigger a real tribulation. To become a true powerhouse, people like Xuanyang were just side path nascent souls. They were far stronger than a peak golden core, but they couldn't hold a candle to a true master. Everything made sense now. Fang Chen had always wondered why Xuanyang seemed so pathetic, like he was everyone's favorite punching bag. Once I achieve my own primordial spirit, or golden body, I'm going to settle the score with that old bastard once and for all. Just thinking about the man's treachery made his blood boil. Thanks for clearing that up, Sister Yizhu. Fang Chen continued, I'll rest tonight and head for the South Sea tomorrow. Please keep an eye on Deputy Pavilion Master Gu for me. The journey to the South Sea was long. He couldn't afford to wait for her to recover. Besides, once her wounds healed, their debts would be settled. They'd owe each other nothing. Leaving early is probably a good idea, Yizhu admitted. I was actually worried about how you'd face her once she's back on her feet. Thinking about Deputy Pavilion Master Gu's death diary, Yizhu looked genuinely concerned. If she actually follows that diary to settle her grudges, you'd have to die at least 100 times before you two were even. Meng Cheng, why don't you show your uncle to his room so he can get some rest? She rubbed her temples, trying to clear the fog in her head. She'd been in such high spirits today that she'd overindulged, and she was in no state to look after Fang Chen. Crown Prince Meng Cheng nodded. Uncle Fang, follow me. He led Fang Chen out of the hall and down a quiet, secluded path. He glanced back with a soft sigh. Uncle Fang, why didn't you take the shot back there? I was really trying to set you up with my mother. A cool breeze brushed past, clearing some of the alcohol from Fang Chen's mind as the realization finally hit him. So, when you called me father earlier, that wasn't a mistake, was it? Meng Cheng shook his head. I know my mother better than anyone. As long as the three of us haven't come into our own, she'd never even consider taking a new husband. Fang Chen frowned. Then why push for it? Meng Cheng looked at him, a flicker of genuine gratitude in his eyes. That was the first time I've ever seen my mother let her guard down and cry in a man's arms. It made me think she finally found someone she can actually lean on. And the way you treat my sister, you don't look down on her like everyone else does. If you married my mother, I know you'd treat her right. He squared his shoulders, looking proud. Consider yourself vetted. You've passed my character test. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Get serious. Don't go using your mother as a punchline for your games. We just have a mutual respect and gratitude for one another. That's it. Don't make things awkward for her. Meng Cheng looked dejected. Are you sure you won't even consider it? I mean, my mother might be 40, but for us sea demons, a typical lifespan is 200 years. In human terms, she's basically in her early 20s. If the three of us are the problem, we can just move out of the palace. We won't get in the way of your private life. Seeing Fang Chen shake his head, Meng Cheng doubled down. Uncle Fang, I'm telling you, she's different with you. She wouldn't shut you down like she does everyone else. She'd actually give it some thought. Fang Chen placed a firm, grounding hand on his shoulder. I know your heart is in the right place, and you want what's best for her. But this isn't your call to make. She carries your father in her heart, that's why she fights so hard to protect the East Sea. Respect her, and respect the love she still has for him. Do you understand? Meng Cheng's eyes shimmered with emotion before he finally relented with a sigh. You really are a man of honor, Uncle Fang. Anyone else would have jumped at the chance. It just makes me realize even more that you're the kind of man she deserves to have by her side. Fang Chen glared at him. Seriously, kid, are you ever going to drop this? Meng Cheng scratched his head. Fine, fine. Then let me just thank you for looking after her lately. As a token of my gratitude, I'll tell you about an ancient giant I discovered in the East Sea. Fang Chen froze, certain he'd misheard. An ancient giant. Meng Cheng nodded. Exactly. Years ago, I caught wind of some ancient giant remnants lurking on the seafloor, but I couldn't be sure. When I went out to investigate during my recent military deployment, I actually tracked one down. It's in a weakened state, but its power is still off the charts. Unless you've reached the nascent soul realm, I wouldn't even think about making a move on it. I'll keep this between us for now. Once you hit the nascent soul realm, you and my mother can go hunt it down together. It'll be safer that way. He still wouldn't let it go. He was still looking for any excuse to play matchmaker. Fang Chen's eyebrows shot up. So your patrol was actually a search for that giant. Why didn't you just say so? You took a beating from your mother for nothing. Meng Chen gave a small smile. I let her vent. She's carrying so much pressure. If she doesn't blow off some steam, she'll eventually snap. Fang Chen felt a wave of admiration. Whether it was the second prince or the third princess, they were both incredibly thoughtful children. Everything they did was for their mother's sake. I'll accept your gift. When the time is right, I'll talk to your mother about dealing with that ancient giant together. Meng Chen nodded. I look forward to your return to the East Sea, Uncle Fang, and I look forward to you taking good care of my mother again. Cut the last part, Fang Chen muttered. You're making it weird. Fang Chen was settled into a spacious, private courtyard. His trip to the East Sea had been a massive success. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, but he'd also stumbled upon the trail of an ancient giant. He remembered vividly how a previous ancient giant had drawn swarms of high-level experts from across the Great Taking province. He also recalled what the Silver Fox clan chief had told him. A warrior at the peak of the Golden Core realm had once found a dying ancient giant and brought it back to the Imperial Observatory. Within a month, he had ascended to the nascent soul realm. If his fate-changing jade butterfly took too long to fill, this ancient giant would be his perfect plan B. But first, he needed to grind and get his strength up. Now that he'd mastered the second layer of the Undying Blade, it was finally time for the technique he'd been dying to start, the Vatic Holy Spirit method. He manifested beside the massive egg made of scythe under stone. Big Brother Leech, you're finally here, the little rebel cried out, sounding ecstatic. It had been waiting so long it felt like it was starting to grow mold. It was thrilled that Fang Chen had finally come back. Fang Chen's brow twitched. What did you just call me? A leech. What else would I call you? You little blood-sucking leech. Just wait until I hatch. I'm going to do this and that, and then some, of course. It only dared to think those things. Out loud, its voice was sweet and sugary, dripping with feigned innocence. I said, Big Brother, obviously. What else could it be? Or maybe you want me to treat you like an elder in the traditional sense. Like, should I call you Daddy or something? Fang Chen recoiled. Is today international? Call me Dad Day. Shut your mouth. His face went dark with annoyance. Truth be told, the little rebel was older than the very ancestors it was mocking. Is the essence blood ready? The little rebel nodded eagerly. Yup, yup. I've had it ready and waiting for you, Big Brother. The shell cracked slightly, allowing a stream of essence blood and embryonic fluid to flow out. Fang Chen collected it with practiced ease. Then he held out his hand. You know the drill. Hand over the magical artifact. The little rebel hesitated for a moment before cracking its shell open again. A miniature, palm-sized golden hammer flew out and hovered in front of Fang Chen. A hammer? What's this for? Tightening screws? Fang Chen stared at it, dumbfounded. It's an array-breaking hammer, the little rebel explained. Find the core of an array, smash it as hard as you can, and it'll shatter the formation entirely. How strong is it? Fang Chen rubbed his hands together eagerly. I have this friend. He's got a bronze array disc that can trap a nascent soul realm expert for a bit. Could this hammer smash through that? A friend, the little rebel muttered. Right, and I have a friend who got kidnapped by a bloodsucker and is being extorted for treasures. Catching Fang Chen's deadly glare, it let out an awkward cough. Yeah, it can. But if we're talking about higher tier formations, like something that could trap a soul formation realm expert, this hammer won't do much. Soul formation, those entities were the stuff of legends. He didn't even dare to dream about reaching that level yet. Using a formation capable of trapping a soul formation expert on him would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. If he ever got trapped in something like that, he'd just accept his fate. Not bad at all. Good stuff. Fang Chen nodded in approval. Then, under the little rebel's eager, anticipating gaze, he tossed over another conch shell full of water source essence. Squeeze out a little more next time, you stingy brat. With that, he turned and walked away. The little rebel cracked its shell to catch the essence, muttering fiercely under its breath, little bloodsucker. You think there'll be a next time? Joke's on you. Once I absorb this last drop of essence, I'll finally break out of this shell. Just you wait, you'll be shivering in terror. Elsewhere, Fang Chen sat cross, cross-legged, lost in thought as he gazed at the wispy thread of true spirit blood in his hand. Just one more drop of its essence blood, and my first manifestation will be fully solidified. After that, the rebel's blood won't be of any use to me. What should I do with it then? That little guy has at least 800 hidden agendas. If I let it out, will it bite me in the back? Maybe I should just find an excuse to butcher it. But its essence blood did help me out a lot. Killing it now feels a bit too cold-blooded. I'll give it a fair chance. I'll ask it what 1 + 1 equals. If it gets it wrong, I'll roast it. If it gets it right, I'll deep fry it. Man, when am I ever going to cure myself of being such a soft-hearted, nice guy? Shaking his head, he repeated his usual process, diluting the thread of true spirit blood into 100 vials and chugging them down one by one. Thanks to the previous 2 tempering sessions, his body's resistance to the true spirit blood had skyrocketed. It was still agonizing, but it no longer knocked him unconscious like the very first time. As Fang Chen's hands formed a series of rapid seals, threads of golden light converged behind him, solidifying into a majestic golden deity avatar. He gently thrust his palms forward, and the avatar's 3 pairs of arms moved in perfect synchronization. He nodded in satisfaction. A 4 palm strike could rival a 9th level golden core expert. A 6 palm strike could effortlessly match a peak 9th level golden core expert. Couple that with the fact that my cultivation base is 2 levels higher than before, and the sheer power of this strike should be roughly on par with the Undying Blade. The only ones who could possibly block this are those who have survived a heavenly tribulation and still carry a trace of tribulation aura in their bodies, like Konkyu by Yunxia. Beneath the nascent soul realm, he practically had no equals. Glancing at the sky outside, Fang Chen stood up. It was time to say his goodbyes to Demon Empress Yizhu. Not long after leaving the guest palace, he walked past a row of secret chambers and spotted the Demon Empress. She had changed into a refreshing daffodil blue flowing dress. Compared to yesterday's pink attire, today's outfit made her look radiant and youthful, exactly like a young girl. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dressing up like this every day, who could even tell if she was a young maiden or a mother of grown children? He was just about to step forward and bid farewell when the Demon Empress, seemingly oblivious to his presence, slipped into a secret chamber. With a flick of her wrist, she activated an isolation array to block out the outside world. Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. She knows I'm leaving, but she still goes into secluded cultivation, not even going to see me off. Shaking his head, he turned and headed toward the palace gates. He didn't really take it to heart. Demon Empress Yizhu was overwhelmed with a myriad of royal affairs, constantly juggling important matters. Plus, Fang Chen honestly hated the sour taste of goodbyes. If it weren't for basic manners, he wouldn't have bothered with a farewell in the first place. Slipping away quietly on his own wasn't a bad way to go. However, the moment he stepped out of the palace, he spotted a slender, graceful figure standing right at the main gates. She wore a long pink dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her tall, alluring figure stood with her hands delicately crossed in front of her stomach, radiating an air of pure elegance and noble grace. She stood quietly in front of the gates, a faint smile playing on her lips as she watched Fang Chen approach. Fang Chen froze. Wait a minute, didn't Demon Empress Yizhu just go into a secret chamber to cultivate? Why is there another one right here? And she's wearing a different outfit too. Don't tell me this is the second crown prince again. Smiling, but too afraid to speak. Yep, that's definitely him. Fang Chen's face darkened. This bastard, I've had enough of this. Last time, he dressed up as the Demon Empress to prank me and scared me half to death. He's pulling the exact same stunt again. Is he really not giving up? Is he still trying to use some underhanded tricks to play matchmaker for me and the Demon Empress? With that thought in mind, he marched over with a stony expression and demanded, seriously, what exactly goes on inside that head of yours? Demon Empress Yizhu's smile froze, a flicker of genuine confusion crossing her eyes. She was just here to see Fang Chen off. Why was he scolding her? Had she been a poor host at last night's banquet? Was there something wrong with her outfit today? Still playing dumb, seeing her bewildered expression. Fang Chen exasperatedly reached out and grabbed her chest. Take these off. Honestly, have you no shame? Wait, why aren't they hard? The Empress's beautiful eyes went wide. She stared down at Fang Chen's hand in utter disbelief, her mind short-circuiting. Fang Chen's brain was misfiring too. These definitely aren't coconut shells. They're soft and warm. Uncle Fang. The ground trembled as the second prince and third princess came running out after him. Why didn't you tell us you were leaving? If a palace maid hadn't seen you, I wouldn't have even known. The second prince froze in his tracks, his eyes bulging. The third princess trotted up, ready to say her goodbyes, but the second prince aggressively slapped his hands over her eyes. Not for kids. Eyes away. Let's go, let's go. He needed to give Uncle Fang and his mother some space. Even as a bystander, he was blushing. How could the two of them be so shameless in broad daylight? Uncle Fang talked a big game about refusing, but his hands sure weren't hesitating. Fang Chen was paralyzed. If the second prince was over there, then the person standing right in front of him was. A jolt of pure terror electrified his brain. His 5 fingers stiffly uncurled, and he slowly, awkwardly retracted his hand. He nervously shuffled backward, guilt practically radiating off him. Sister Yizhu, he stammered out, please let me explain. I saw someone who looked exactly like you enter the secret chamber. I thought you had gone into secluded cultivation, so I assumed you were the second prince trying to prank me again. It's all his fault. He stuffed coconut shells under his shirt earlier to mess with me. He had no choice. He had to throw the kid under the bus or he wouldn't survive the day. Demon Empress Yizhu's face darkened, her teeth grinding together. Do you really think excuses will save you now? Fang Chen let out a bitter laugh. Without a second of hesitation, he turned and sprinted for his life. But they were in the ocean. There was no way he was outrunning a demon empress in her own domain. He barely made it a few miles before she tackled him, pinning him firmly to the seabed. Did you honestly think you could run? She raised a hand high, ready to deliver a furious slap, but in the end, her palm just lightly tapped against his forehead. She hauled him up by his collar. Her face was flushed crimson, a mix of deep embarrassment and lingering anger. I swear, my reputation is going to be completely ruined by you. First, he had fallen out of the sky and seen her completely naked. Now he had practically groped her right in front of her own children. Heaven only knew if any of the other sea demons in the palace had witnessed it. Just thinking about it made her want to die of embarrassment. Part of her wished Fang Chen really was just a pervert. Then she could have beaten him to a pulp without an ounce of guilt. But frustratingly, it had been a genuine mistake. It left her simmering with an intense frustration. She had absolutely nowhere to vent. The person you saw earlier was my eldest daughter, Meng Chu, she said, her expression still icy. Fang Chen was utterly speechless. The 3 of you look like identical clones. That's practically a cheat code for misunderstandings. Knowing she couldn't entirely blame him, Empress Yizhu let out a defeated sigh and let him go, pausing to smooth out his rumpled collar. When you reach the southern sea, you'd better behave yourself, she chided. Don't go getting distracted by the old dream demon Empress's nice legs. She is nothing like me. I'm a widow. If you take advantage of me, no one is going to come hunting for your head. But she has a husband. If you try any of your nonsense with her, she'll castrate you on the spot. Fang Chen nearly coughed up blood. Take advantage of her. They both knew it was a total misunderstanding, yet she was still painting him as some kind of degenerate. Sister Yizhu, exactly what kind of guy do you think I am? Fang Chen grumbled, his face dark. The Empress poked his forehead and chuckled. I'm just teasing you. Look how defensive you get. But seriously, I'm warning you, do not provoke the old dream demon Empress. That scumbag husband of hers is bad news. Don't give him any excuse to come after you. It was the first time Fang Chen had ever heard Empress Yizhu bad-mouth someone behind their back so openly. He nodded, understood. I'll trade for the protective night pearl and leave immediately. I won't overstay my welcome. And I'll make sure to keep at least a 30-foot radius from the Southern Sea Demon Empress. She won't even get the chance to throw herself into my arms. Empress Yizhu laughed, swatting his arm. Don't flatter yourself, as if she'd throw herself at you. Keep dreaming. That leggy Empress is even more of a prude than a widow like me. Finishing with his collar, she gave his shoulder a gentle pat. Go on then, stay safe out there. Fang Chen cupped his fists in a respectful salute. Until we meet again, Sister Yizhu. With those parting words, he turned and set off into the deep sea. Watching his retreating figure, Empress Yizhu felt a sudden pang of emptiness. She stood there, motionless, watching until he faded into a speck on the horizon. Even as he vanished, her eyes were still clouded with worry. She cupped her hands and yelled, "Remember what I said. Stay far away from that scumbag husband of hers." Fang Chen's voice drifted back from the distance. I don't even know the guy, so how am I supposed to avoid him? Empress Yizhu shouted back, "You've met him." Way out in the distance, Fang Chen looked baffled. He'd met the South Sea Empress's husband when He shrugged it off. Whatever, he'd just make sure to keep his distance from the Empress herself. He called out one last time, "Take care, Sister Yizhu, until our paths cross again." After that final shout, he vanished completely into the vast blue sea. A short while later, he breached the surface. As a human, it was much faster to travel through the air or across land. He immediately summoned his purple sword and took to the skies, flying toward the South Sea. A few days later, he was almost out of the East Sea's waters. In the distance, he spotted a rainbow arching magnificently across the ocean. The sky was crystal clear, and the sea was a brilliant, deep blue. The rainbow was like a master's brushstroke, adding a vibrant splash of color to the natural masterpiece. 1,000-foot bridge of light where clouds and sky take flight. It fit the scene perfectly. Fang Chen smiled, reciting the lines under his breath. He continued his flight, taking in the breathtaking beauty of the world, a fleeting wonder of the mortal realm. But as he watched, his brow quirked up. That rainbow was moving. And not just moving, it was heading straight for him, since when did rainbows do that? Following his rule of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Fang Chen changed course. To his shock, one end of the rainbow vaulted across the sky and landed right in front of him. No matter where Fang Chen moved, the rainbow followed him at a steady, unhurried pace. If Fang Chen sped up, the rainbow sped up. It was as if he were tethered to it. He couldn't shake it off. I just recited a poem. Why is this thing stalking me? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. A sense of dread crept in. This rainbow was far too bizarre. He stopped holding back his lightning power and instantly activated Cloud Shadow. With a sharp whoosh, he vanished toward the horizon. But when he finally stopped, the rainbow was still right there in front of him. His expression grew grim as a figure of peerless elegance slowly descended from the arching light. His hair stood on end. Even being hunted by the beasts of the abyss, wasn't this unsettling? Without hesitation, he spammed Cloud Shadow multiple times, crossing nearly 400 miles. Surely he'd lost it now. But the dread only deepened. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. The rainbow was still right there. The figure on the rainbow continued to walk down toward him, calm and unhurried. A voice as melodic as silver wind chimes drifted through the air. 1,000-foot bridge, clouds and sky. The poetry is fine, but the poet is a bit of a rogue. You're the rogue, Fang Chen muttered, though he was on high alert. He secretly pulled out a talisman arrow, ready to strike. Since running was useless, he wasn't going to waste any more energy. He'd see if he could just blast this person out of existence. Who are you? Fang Chen stared at the approaching figure, his pupils constricting. It was a woman in snow-white robes. Honestly, calling her a beauty felt like a massive understatement. She possessed a level of beauty he had never seen in his life. Her eyes, her brows, her lips, every feature was flawless, striking him to his very core. She looked like she'd stepped out of a dream, ethereal and surreal. It felt as though she belonged in the heavens, not in the mortal world. For a moment, Fang Chen was completely at a loss for words to describe her. Even the most exquisite prose would pale in comparison to her beauty. He found himself utterly mesmerized. He lingered in that enchantment for a moment before shaking his head, snapping awake, his gaze turned serious. What bewitching magic did you use? He was secretly alarmed. With his formidable willpower, he'd never lost himself just by admiring someone's beauty before. But this woman, standing right before him, had an irresistible pull that threatened to ensnare his mind. This was even more uncanny than the mind, bewitching spiritual power of the Dharma Seal Vajra. Call it demonic magic, if you like. The breathtakingly beautiful maiden in white slowly descended from the rainbow. She glided across the ocean's surface, and with every step, a vibrant explosion of colorful flowers blossomed in her wake. Patches of lush, green grass spread outwards in every direction, radiating from her delicate, jade-like feet. Fang Chen drew a sharp breath. What kind of demonic magic is this now? Is it an illusion? Flowers blossoming and grass growing on the open sea. Who could possibly believe such a sight? The maiden in white glided forward, flowers blooming along her path, until she stood directly before Fang Chen. Her voice, like the gentle chime of wind bells, softly spoke again. I'm here to reclaim something from you. Fang Chen stared at the woman, realizing he couldn't conjure even a shred of wariness. It was even more alarming than his first encounter with the Dharma Seal Vajra. This was incredibly dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his talisman arrow. With a sharp hiss, the talisman arrow instantly ignited. An overwhelming, heaven-shaking power erupted from it. At this close range, the maiden before him should have been powerless to resist. But then a scene unfolded that Fang Chen simply couldn't believe. The maiden gently raised her hand. The talisman arrow, already erupting with unstoppable force, froze solid in midair. Then it gracefully floated into her open palm. With a gentle brush of her finger, the talisman arrow instantly calmed. Fang Chen's expression drastically changed. The talisman arrow had already begun its explosion. Even a great Luo immortal couldn't stop that, could they? Yet the maiden had effortlessly quelled the talisman arrow. What kind of heaven-defying power was this? To Fang Chen's bewilderment, the maiden casually tossed the talisman arrow back to him. A decent item, don't waste it. Fang Chen caught it, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion as he studied her. This woman clearly harbored no ill will towards him. And she claimed to be reclaiming something from him, yet he couldn't recall ever taking anything from her. Might I ask your name? Fang Chen asked, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. He racked his brain, but he couldn't recall ever having crossed paths with her. The maiden in white replied serenely, on the day you marry concubine, remember to invite me for a drink. Boom, Fang Chen stumbled back several steps. He finally knew who the woman before him was. His entanglement with concubine was all due to the power of emotion within her. And the source of that power was none other than Ling Yin, the elder high priestess of the demonic tribe, who had given concubine an elixir to heal her soul wounds. Ling Yin, you, the elder high priestess of the demonic tribe. Fang Chen gasped, utterly stunned. He stared in disbelief at the maiden before him, her beauty ethereal, not of this world. He simply couldn't reconcile her image with that of a frail, ancient priestess. The sea breeze swept in, causing Ling Yin's white dress to flutter and her dark hair to stream behind her. She truly looked like an exiled immortal, walking among mortals. She lightly brushed a strand of hair from her face. Apologies, she said calmly. I'm not quite the old hag you imagined. Fang Chen's heart remained unsettled for a long moment. Finally, he waved a dismissive hand. It's not entirely unacceptable, I suppose. I've seen enough ageless faces lately. I'm practically immune. Yu Mingzhu, the East Sea Demonic Emperor, the South Sea Demonic Emperor, he'd already encountered 3 such beings. So for Ling Yin to possess the same ageless beauty wasn't entirely unbelievable anymore. Priestess Ling Yin, thank you for saving concubine Yunxia and for indirectly bringing us together. Composing himself, Fang Chen earnestly cupped his hands and offered his thanks. Ling Yin might have an ulterior motive, but regardless, she had done them both a massive favor. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Ling Yin tapped her fair chin. Since you've offered, that makes things much easier. I need to take something back from you. You won't refuse, will you? Fang Chen frowned in confusion. Have I ever taken anything of yours? It isn't mine, Ling Yin corrected. It belongs to my daughter, Yale Yu. At the mention of her name, Fang Chen instantly realized what she meant. The soul-linked bug, he blurted out. You can actually extract it. I thought once the divine bug entered a person's soul, it became an inseparable part of them. Ling Yin produced a long, iridescent needle shimmering with 9 colors. It can be removed. A wave of relief washed over Fang Chen. That bug had always been a ticking time bomb. If Priestess Ye you ever met an untimely end, he'd be dragged right down to the grave with her. Getting it taken out would be the perfect solution. But as his gaze locked onto the long needle in her hand, his guard immediately went up. Just looking at the thing sent sharp, stinging pulses deep into his soul. He narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, but does extracting the soul-linked bug have any negative side effects? Ling Yin shook her head slightly, her tone perfectly flat. None. Fang Chen nodded, instinctively opening his mouth to agree. Suddenly, his expression drastically changed. Wait a minute. If it's completely harmless, why not just extract it from your daughter? If you took Yeyu's out, this so-called soul-linked marriage contract would be void anyway. Why travel thousands of miles just to find me? Ling Yin casually corrected herself without missing a beat. All right, there's a minor side effect. This woman lied without even blinking. Fang Chen's face darkened. A minor side effect, or a catastrophic one. It will cost you 30% of your soul power, Ling Yin said softly. And as a side note, every memory you've made from the moment the soul-linked bug entered your soul up until now will be completely erased. What? Fang Chen's face went pale. You call that minor? That's almost half a year of my life. The cultivation methods he had mastered, the people he had met, the bonds he had formed, everything would be wiped clean. On top of that, his soul power would be permanently slashed by a third. The formidable soul power he heavily relied on would be gone. It was an absolutely devastating blow. Lingyan remained unfazed. Fine, it is somewhat damaging, but you don't have a choice. The soul, linked bug, cannot remain inside you. She took a graceful step forward, slowly closing the distance. Fang Chen's expression contorted as an overwhelming sense of lethal danger washed over him. His talisman arrows were useless against this woman, which meant the rest of his magical artifacts wouldn't even scratch her. Backed into a corner, he gritted his teeth and whipped out the 6 Harmonies immortal powder again. Stop right there. Don't force my hand. What happened between me and consort Yunxia is about to happen to us. Lingyan halted, her perpetually indifferent face finally shifted, curling into a faint, amused smile. You're quite well practiced. This isn't your first time using that, is it? Fang Chen flushed with embarrassment but shouted defensively, just stay back, or I swear, we're doing dual cultivation right here, right now. Lingyan's smile deepened. She resumed her light, graceful approach, her voice ringing like a silver bell. All right. Fang Chen blinked. Had he misheard her? She actually agreed. That completely threw him off. He hurriedly scrambled backward. But the same eerie phenomenon from the rainbow chase repeated itself. No matter how fast he retreated, it was as if he were merely running in place. Lingyan's steps were impossibly slow, yet he couldn't put an inch of distance between them. In just a few breaths, she was standing right in front of him. I'm here. Throw the powder. She gazed at Fang Chen, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Fang Chen panicked. There was no way he was actually going to drug her into dual cultivation. The powder was strictly supposed to be a deterrent. But this priestess Lingyan completely refused to play by the rules. Why the hesitation? Lingyan covered her mouth, giggling softly. It's been a long time since I've encountered something, or someone, this entertaining. Better to just do it myself, then. She stepped forward and caught Fang Chen's wrist with a deceptively casual grip. With a flick of her thumb, she popped the bottle cap open. What are you doing? Stop. Fang Chen yelled, caught off guard. The 6 Harmonies immortal was no joke. Even those in the nascent soul realm couldn't fully resist its effects. If something happened between them because of this, it would be a total disaster. He tried to yank his hand back, but Lingyan's hand, though it looked delicate and weak, held a strength Fang Chen couldn't even budge. He watched helplessly as she guided his own hand, slowly tilting the jade vial toward her lips. Then her lips parted slightly, every last grain of the 6 Harmonies powder disappeared into her mouth. She chewed softly once and swallowed. She didn't miss a beat before critiquing it. The flavor isn't bad, but the potency is a bit weak. It's nothing compared to the aphrodisiac I used on you and consort Yunxia. Fang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. She'd downed the whole thing and didn't have a single reaction. What was wrong with this woman? Lingyan gave a faint smile. I gave you a chance, but your medicine just wasn't up to the task. What a shame. Fang Chen's face darkened. He could tell she was just playing with him. Let me go if you've got the guts. I'll find something much stronger for you to try next time. He checked his internal spiritual energy, searching for one last chance to make a move. Lingyan let out another soft laugh, covering her mouth. You're welcome to bring your aphrodisiacs to 100 Flowers Valley to find me anytime. But first, let's get that heart, linking divine insect out. She saw right through his desire to bolt. Fang Chen's expression shifted. I know I'm not good enough for you, he said grimly. You don't want me marrying your daughter. Fine, I'm not interested in her either. Give me time. I'll find a way to remove the heart, linking divine insect myself. I won't stand in the way of your priestess lineage continuing its bloodline. Her smile vanished. How long? She asked coldly. A year, 10 years, 60 years, or a lifetime. My daughter carries the weight of our lineage. She doesn't have the luxury of waiting. Besides, if you die, it'll drag her down with you. So, I'm sorry. I'll compensate you when this is over. Fang Chen's face went cold. He immediately channeled his void, flow lightning force, trying to blast her hand away. To his horror, Lingyan just applied a tiny bit of pressure, and his body froze in place, completely paralyzed. He could only watch as she drove a 9-colored long needle into his forehead. A sharp, stinging pain flared. A tremor shook the depths of his soul. Sensing danger, the ancient tree of great emptiness rustled its leaves in warning. Then, just as quickly, the pain vanished. He opened his eyes to see Lingyan had already retreated 30 feet away. She looked at the 9-colored needle in her hand, now shattered into pieces. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed her calm face. She looked up, studying Fang Chen's forehead with intense focus. After a moment, as if seeing something impossible, a look of shock filled her eyes. "Inside your body," she trailed off, glancing up at the endless void above, before falling silent. After a long silence, she regained her composure and turned toward the rainbow. Yao Yu. It turned out there was someone else on the rainbow. A girl with a heart-shaped face, dressed in a moon-white silk gown, descended from the rainbow and stepped to Ling Yin's side. "Mother," she said, her eyes lowered respectfully. Then she turned to Fang Chen, her eyes blazing with fury. HMPH. She still remembered the beating he'd given her like it was yesterday. "Mother, can the heart, linking divine insect, still be removed?" she asked, worried. She looked at the shattered remains of the 9-colored needle in Ling Yin's hand, her concern growing. Ling Yin shook her head. "No need. You two should just get on with having a child as soon as possible." Yao Yu's jaw dropped. "What? But you were the one who looked down on him for only being a lowly golden core. You were the one who insisted on taking it out. We went through all that trouble to refine that 9-colored needle, and now you're just giving up." Ling Yin said calmly, "I've changed my mind. I think the children the two of you produce will be even more exceptional than any high priestess in history." Yao Yu was in disbelief. What had her mother discovered to make her pull such a total 180? MMPH. Fang Chen struggled to get a word out. Ling Yin paused for a moment, considering. With a casual wave of her sleeve, the invisible restraints dissolved. "Who says I'm having a child with her?" Fang Chen snapped. His gaze toward Yao Yu remained cold, simmering with hatred. The carnage at Boundary Mountain was still fresh in his mind, every brutal detail etched into his memory. As the commander of that battle, Yao Yu was beyond forgiveness. Yao Yu bristled, stomping her foot. "Well, I don't want to have one with you, either. Take the heart. Bond parasite out of him. If you can't, take mine out instead. I'd rather lose my memories and shred my soul than be tied to him." To her, this man represented the ultimate humiliation. She couldn't accept him, no matter what. Ling Yin watched them with a detached gaze. "I suggest you cooperate. Or have you forgotten the oath etched into the heart? Bond parasites." Fang Chen froze. He hadn't had a chance to see what kind of oath was carved onto the creatures. "Isn't it just some standard loyalty thing?" he asked, suspicious. Ling Yin said smoothly, "That's the common oath. Every generation of the parasites carries it. But the ones Yao Yu raised have a unique vow. Yao Yu, why don't you read it for Master Fang?" Yao Yu's face went stiff. She stammered, "From the moment the heart, bond parasites are activated, a child must be conceived within 3 years. Otherwise, the parasites will devour our souls, and we will die." Holy hell! Fang Chen's face paled instantly. Jian Linyuan had warned him that every pair of these parasites came with their own specific oath. He hadn't been exaggerating. And there was a deadline. 3 years? Are you insane? Why would you set such a brutal oath? What if one of us goes missing, or gets sick, or is infertile? We both just drop dead. Ling Yin gave a calm nod. "It is dangerous, yes, but it's an effective way to ensure you don't procrastinate. Factoring in the 10 months for pregnancy, you have less than 2 years to get to work. So, learn to get along. That is all the time you have left to live." Fang Chen grit his teeth. The priestess bloodline's heart, bond parasites, were absolutely tyrannical. But he wasn't about to break. "If I only have 3 years, then so be it. But sleeping with her," he said coldly. Yao Yu felt a surge of shame. To be rejected so bluntly by a man, how could she show her face? She bit back. "I don't want your child anyway, Mother. Forgive my failure, but I refuse to continue the priestess line with this man." Ling Yin remained unfazed. Everything was playing out exactly as she'd foreseen. She said flatly, "If you two can't fulfill the line, I will step in." A chill ran down Fang Chen's spine. He'd seen her methods before. They were nothing short of supernatural. Who would believe she had the foresight to know that concubine Yunxia would be the one to deal the final blow to him? She had orchestrated the entire encounter with a soul healing pill, forcing him and the concubine together just to secure leverage over her. Her terrifying level of calculation left Fang Chen deeply unsettled. "Step in," he asked, his voice low. "If neither Yao Yu nor I are willing, what are you going to do? Do it yourself." Ling Yin paused to consider, then gave a serious nod. "If it becomes necessary, yes, I will." A sea breeze caught her white robes, making her look like a celestial fairy from a master's painting, stunning and ethereal. Fang Chen was floored. Yao Yu was equally stunned. Neither of them had expected Ling Yin to say something so outrageous. Fang Chen quickly recoiled. Forget it, not you either. He remembered Giant Lin Yuan's story about how the Sky Demon Emperor once wanted to marry Ling Yin to father the next generation of priestesses. Ling Yin had looked down on him, choosing instead to go to Taking Province to be with the Soul Formation Realm powerhouse. Later, she had returned with Yao Yu, a child of extraordinary talent. You couldn't exactly call her actions wrong. She was doing what was necessary for her people's survival. But he couldn't stand a woman like that. Ling Yin didn't seem bothered by his rejection. That is a conversation for another time, she said. You still have 2 years. Perhaps fate will change your minds before then. Fang Chen let out a quiet breath. He would find a way to rid himself of the heart, bond parasite, no matter what. If push came to shove, dying together wouldn't be the worst way to go. Having you for company in the afterlife was a win in his book. If that's all, I'll be on my way. But Ling Yin raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. Your life is tethered to my daughters. If you ever face an enemy you cannot defeat, you may seek refuge in 100 Flowers Valley. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Judging by her brief display of power, this woman was absolutely at the nascent soul realm. Now that he thought about it, Ling Yin was breathtakingly beautiful. Even the famously possessive Azure Demon Emperor hadn't dared to make a move on her. That alone proved her strength was utterly terrifying. Perfect. Next time he ran into a monstrous nightmare like the Hellfiend Beast, he could just sprint to 100 Flowers Valley and let Ling Yin deal with the headache. Seeing the gleam in Fang Chen's eyes, Ling Yin narrowed her own. Is this brat plotting something shameless? Let me clarify, she added. Unless it is a matter of life and death, you only get 3 uses of this privilege. Each time I will take 1 possession from you, and after the 3rd time, you are required to consummate your bond with you. She fired off those conditions rapid fire, finally feeling a bit more secure. It's a deal, Fang Chen agreed in a heartbeat, absolutely thrilled. Seeing him agree so eagerly, Ling Yin's stomach dropped. I didn't set enough rules, he's already found a loophole. And she was right. Fang Chen had spotted the loophole instantly. If he only asked for help twice, he wouldn't have to sleep with Yeyu, right? As for taking a possession each time, he could just stash his best loot before showing up. What could she possibly take then? This was basically 2 free extra lives. Only an idiot would hesitate. Thank you, Senior Ling Yin. I have urgent business to attend to. Farewell. Beaming from ear to ear, Fang Chen vanished like a puff of smoke. Ling Yin shook her head and stepped quietly onto the rainbow bridge. You following close behind. Yeyu pouted, her tone full of grievance. Mother, how could you say something like that? What if he took you seriously? Were you actually planning to carry his child? Without looking back, Ling Yin replied coolly, he won't. He's disgusted by my past. Yeyu froze, realization dawning on her immediately. She stamped her foot in anger. Bastards, who on earth is spreading these filthy rumors about you? The entire human domain is gossiping about it. An old man with 1 foot in the grave, Ling Yin said indifferently. He's testing the waters to see if I'm still alive, even organizing a search party to find the Earth-Vein Dragon Pearl here. She gently massaged her temples, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I've been quiet for far too long. Some people really think I'm dead. I'll need to find the time to give that old fossil a proper warning. Several days later, inside the South Sea Palace, smack, Demon Empress Jiuming slammed her hand onto the tea table, the sound echoing through the Grand Assembly Hall. Her beautiful face was twisted with icy fury. Joyin, you ungrateful, heartless bastard. How could you take our South Sea's winter cicada nirvana pill and secretly gift it to that manipulative fox from the West Sea? The hall was packed with South Sea royals, all glaring with unbridled rage at the man casually sipping spirit tea in the center of the room. He was tall and strikingly handsome, but his sharp eyes radiated a ruthless, predatory glint. Facing the combined wrath of Empress Jiuming and the entire royal court, he remained completely unfazed, lounging without a care in the world. I was the one who brought the winter cicada nirvana pill back from Mount Sanqing. If you're so mad about it, go buy one yourselves. This man was Empress Jiuming's husband, Demon Emperor Joyin. An elderly royal slammed the table, his voice trembling with bitter disappointment. Joyin, just how much ruin do you intend to bring to our South Sea before you're satisfied? The previous emperor begged until his dying breath, even dropping to his knees, just to convince Jiuming to lower herself and marry a universally despised wretch like you. We hoped marriage would ground you. We hoped you would actually govern the South Sea, but what have you done? You sold off our homeland's treasures to Mount Sanqing, draining our own demon race of resources until we became the weakest faction of the 4 seas. You disregard Jiumeng entirely, openly parading around with that two-faced schemer from the West Sea. And if that wasn't enough, you actually gave away the winter cicada nirvana pill, a lifeline for our entire clan, so she could auction it off for pocket change. How do you face your father's memory? By blood, Demon Emperor Joyen was the true heir of the South Sea, while Empress Jiumeng had married into the royal family. In his youth, Joyen had been the most notorious royal degenerate across the four seas. He was a tyrant who preyed on the weak, plundered without restraint, and committed every vile sin under the sun. But the previous emperor only had one son. He had no choice but to pass the South Sea throne to him. To keep Joyen in check, the old emperor exhausted every favor. He had to arrange a marriage with Jiumeng, celebrated as the most brilliant woman of the four seas. At the time, any woman with an ounce of self-respect was utterly repulsed by Joyen. Jiumeng had only swallowed her pride and accepted the marriage because of the old emperor's desperate, tearful pleas. Taking the throne changed nothing. In fact, Joyen grew worse. He relentlessly exploited the sea demon clans for their wealth and brutally suppressed the other royal factions. His tyranny sparked massive public outrage, eventually igniting a full-scale rebellion. Faced with a united uprising from the royal families, Joyen was finally forced to step down, becoming a figurehead while Empress Jiumeng took the reins of power. Under her leadership, it took 20 grueling years for the South Sea to recover the prosperity it had enjoyed under the old emperor. But infuriatingly, Joyen refused to accept his loss of power. Obsessed with reclaiming the throne, he constantly stirred up trouble behind the scenes. And now, by gifting a vital medicinal pill to his mistress, he was blatantly holding the South Sea royals hostage, trying to force them into submission. The frustrating reality was that Mount Sanqing only recognized Demon Emperor Joyen's royal bloodline. For generations, they had strictly dealt with him alone when trading the winter cicada nirvana pill. That monopoly was the exact reason Joyen could run rampant, leaving the royal elders completely powerless to stop him. Hearing their reprimands, Demon Emperor Joyen glared back with venom in his eyes. You let a woman usurp my South Sea throne. You're the ones who failed my royal father, you old fossils. Demon Emperor Jiumeng bit her lower lip, utterly despising this reckless, degenerate husband of hers. If she hadn't promised the late emperor to help Joyen govern the South Sea, she wouldn't have bothered with this absolute mess. She would have washed her hands of the whole situation long ago, leaving the South Sea to its fate. A palace maid timidly approached to report. Your Majesties, a human named Fang Chen is waiting outside. He says he came specifically to see Demon Emperor Jiumeng to discuss an urgent matter. Fang Chen, Jiumeng knew exactly why he was here, but she was in absolutely no mood to entertain guests right now. Escort him to the guest hall. I'll meet with him shortly. The little maid bowed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. But Joyen let out a bitter sneer. And you have the nerve to accuse me of having affairs. You're no different. Your little boy toy is knocking right at our front door. Have you no shame? Bang, trembling with rage, Jiumeng slammed her palm down, shattering the table in front of her into splinters. Joyen, watch your filthy mouth, she snapped. Don't project your own disgusting behavior onto everyone else. For 20 years, she had worked tirelessly, keeping her reputation absolutely spotless. When had she ever been caught in a scandal with another man? Yet now, over a perfectly normal visit from an outsider, Joyen was wildly throwing around baseless accusations. Even the royal elders couldn't stand by and watch. Jiumeng, don't let him get to you. You've ruled flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. That's exactly why he's grasping at straws to attack you. Picking a fight over a standard public visit. By your twisted logic, Joyen, does that mean every male demon who visits has an ulterior motive? When the old emperor was alive, were all his female guests harboring illicit intentions too? Since Joyen wants to play this game, summon the human here right now. Don't give him an excuse to claim you're hiding something. Jiumeng felt a fleeting twinge of panic. With literally any other man, her conscience would be perfectly clear. But Fang Chen, remembering what happened back at the lightning pool, made her incredibly uneasy. That idiot wouldn't actually blurt out what happened in front of everyone, would he? If Joyen found out, she wouldn't be able to talk her way out of it, even if she had 100 mouths. Still, the elders had spoken. Avoiding Fang Chen now would only make her look undeniably guilty. She gave a curt nod. Send him in. Moments later, Fang Chen strolled into the imperial palace, trailing behind the little maid in high spirits. He silently repeated Demon Emperor Yizhu's warning in his head, keep at least 30 feet away from Jiumeng. Trade the pill recipe for the protective luminous pearl and leave immediately. Steer clear of her scumbag husband. But as he stepped up to the grand assembly hall, Fang Chen froze. Why were there so many people? The massive hall was packed to the brim with at least 100 figures. Every single pair of eyes was locked onto him, sizing him up from head to toe. On top of that, the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Did I show up at a bad time? Well, he was already here. Bracing himself, he crossed the threshold. His gaze immediately fell upon Demon Emperor Jiumeng, seated on the throne and radiating absolute majesty. He offered a respectful bow. Fang Chen, disciple of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, greets the South Sea Demon Emperor. Seeing his impeccable manners and realizing he wasn't going to run his mouth, Jiumeng quietly let out a breath of relief. She adopted a strictly professional tone. You are here to retrieve the protective luminous pearl, correct? Yes, Fang Chen replied. A murmur of surprise rippled through the royal elders. The protective luminous pearl was a highly coveted treasure, exclusive to the South Sea, strictly controlled by the royal family. Even members of their own bloodline rarely earned one. Why on earth was this outsider getting it? A sinister glint flashed in Joyen's eyes. He let out a scoffing laugh. Look at this, and you all condemned me for trading the winter cicada nirvana pill to outsiders. Meanwhile, this woman is openly handing over our South Sea's treasures to her secret lover. Fang Chen shot the man a deeply confused look, noting that he was actually seated as an equal beside the Demon Emperor. What surprised him even more was that he recognized the guy. Wasn't this the dude he'd spotted hooking up in the kelp forest when he used the heavenly scrying mirror to search for the crown prince? Fang Chen vividly remembered that fierce, glaring look. It clicked instantly. This was the South Sea Demon Emperor's husband. No wonder Yizhu had said he'd seen him before. So it's this guy. But what kind of man publicly dragged his own wife's name through the mud like this? Slander me all you want, but do not drag young Master Fang's reputation into the gutter with yours. Jiumeng snapped. I am giving him the protective luminous pearl because he made a massive contribution by crippling the desolate hell beast. I, along with the East Sea Demon Emperor, the West Sea Demon Emperor, and the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, have all granted him rewards. Mine happens to be this pearl. Are there any further questions? The royal elders visibly relaxed. If the other major leaders had also rewarded him, then this was perfectly acceptable. Joyen's expression darkened, his gaze locking onto Fang Chen with pure hostility. What kind of massive contribution justifies a protective luminous pearl? You're just using this as a pathetic excuse to shower your boy toy with gifts. Furious Jiumeng fired right back. Do you think everyone is as much of an utter failure as you are at your age? He is only 18, and he has already accomplished more than you ever will. If someone killed a single elder from his sect, he'd wipe out their entire lineage single-handedly. You're only brave when you're bullying your own people. Why are you glaring at me? The Dream Empress grew more heated by the second. If you're so tough, why don't you try being hunted by a orifice nascent soul realm hell beast? He didn't just escape, he actually managed to wound the damn thing. When the beast tried to flee and threatened to destroy our 4 seas, he's the one who pinned it down. He gave the 4 of us the opening to strike it down and end the threat for good. Could you have done any of that? Well, could you? A heavy silence fell over the hall. The royals stared at Fang Chen, jaws dropped. They couldn't believe this pale, unassuming youth standing before them was such a powerhouse. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. He enjoyed the praise, sure, but he didn't want to get caught in the crossfire of a lover's spat. It was obvious the couple was fighting. The South Sea Empress was clearly using him to take shots at her husband. Right on cue, Zhuo Yin's face darkened, his eyes burning with jealousy. Think you're hot stuff, kid. Let's see what you've really got. He unleashed his nascent soul pressure, slamming it down on Fang Chen. The royals gasped. This guy was completely out of line. Attacking a guest was bad enough, but a nascent soul expert bullying a golden core junior, it was pathetic. The Dream Empress's expression went cold. Enough, she barked. With a sharp crack, Zhuo Yin was hit like a bolt of lightning. He jerked violently and tumbled off his throne, blood trickling from his nose. He looked up, shocked and fuming. Jiumeng, you'd actually hurt me for an outsider. But she was even more livid. How did I end up with such an embarrassing excuse for a husband? She spat. You're supposed to be an elder and a demon emperor. Where's your pride? How can you show your face after attacking a golden core junior? If you don't care about your dignity, fine, but don't drag the South Sea's reputation through the mud with you. She was absolutely fuming. Fang Chen was starting to get pissed off himself. Was this Zhuo Yin guy missing a brain cell? First, the guy accuses him of being the Empress's boy toy, and now he's throwing around his power. No wonder the Pearl Empress warned him to stay away from this guy. He really was a piece of work. Zhuo Yin trembled with rage. Fine, fine. And the rest of you old fossils, you're siding against me too. Great. Then don't expect a single cold cicada annihilation pill from me. You can all rot for all I care. He stormed out, his robes snapping behind him in a fit of rage. He shot one last venomous glare at Fang Chen before disappearing. The royal elders tried to call him back, but Zhuo Yin didn't even look over his shoulder. The Dream Empress slumped back into her throne, staring at the chaos in the hall. She felt exhausted, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Managing this family was a nightmare. Fighting back tears, she spoke. Elders, I'll try to talk sense into him later. As for the pills, don't worry, I'll find a way. The elders sighed and cursed under their breaths, but none of them actually had a solution. The Empress fell silent. She had talked a big game, but she was completely out of ideas. Zhuo Yin was truly enraged this time. There was no way he'd hand over those pills as easily as before. He'd likely demand something humiliating just to punish her. She didn't even want to imagine what kind of twisted price he'd set. Fang Chen watched the drama unfold with a growing headache. He wanted no part of this family feud. He just needed to finish his business and get out. Empress, I need a word with you, in private. She glanced at the elders, hesitant to give people more reason to talk. Can't it be said in front of the others? Zhuo Yin was already suspicious if they went off alone. There was no telling what kind of rumors he'd spread. Fang Chen thought about it and shook his head. No, it can't. He had to protect himself. If he revealed the pill recipe in public, word would get out, and Sanqing Mountain would definitely realize he was the one who'd cracked it. After a moment, the Empress raised her hand and manifested a shimmering water screen, creating a 10-foot-wide transparent barrier. This screen blocks all sound, she said. We can talk inside. It was the perfect compromise. The elders could see her and witness her innocence, but the conversation would remain private. Fang Chen exhaled in relief. That works for me. If the Empress was worried about rumors, he was twice as concerned. That Zhuo Yin was bad news. The less drama Fang Chen had with him, the better. Under the watchful eyes of the court, the two stepped into the shimmering space. The Empress entered first, then turned around to speak. But as she looked at him, her lip gave a tiny, involuntary twitch. Fang Chen was practically glued to the water screen. Guarding himself as if he were afraid, she was about to make a move on him. The Dream Empress didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused. Well, what is it? Fang Chen eyed the distance between them. First, back off. Let's keep a solid 30 feet between us. She pursed her lips. Usually, she was the one telling men to keep their distance today. The world had truly turned upside down. With a cold expression, she retreated to the edge, maintaining the 30-foot gap. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking every bit the haughty royal. This better be important. Fang Chen exhaled in relief. I heard your clan possesses top-tier luminous pearls, the kind that can tank a hit from a nascent soul expert. The Dream Empress froze, eyeing him with deep suspicion. Who told you about those? You came from the East Sea. Was it that damn widow? We don't have any left. Fang Chen's expression turned serious. I want to make a deal, Empress. Give me 100 of your finest protective luminous pearls, and I'll give you the one thing you've been dreaming of. How many? 100. Her eyes went wide. Is this a business proposal or a daylight robbery? You might as well sell me the entire South Sea for that price. Fine, 70 then. Still too much. All right, 10. Final offer. Fang Chen had practically chopped his own price to the bone. The Empress's face hardened. Impossible. The divine luminous pearls are the ultimate treasures of the South Sea. I wouldn't give a single one to an outsider, let alone 10. Don't even dream about it. The conversation was over. She raised her hand to dissolve the water screen, showing zero interest in whatever trade he had in mind. To her, Fang Chen was just a lowly human disciple. There was nothing he could possibly offer that was worth even a single one of her pearls. So you're saying you don't want the recipe for the winter cicada nirvana pill? The Empress stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes narrowing. Say that again. Fang Chen smirked and produced a parchment. He covered most of the recipe with his fingers, leaving only a small portion and a handwritten note from the Yizhu Empress visible. You recognize Sister Yizhu's handwriting, don't you? She stared at the verified words, the recipe is authentic, and her eyes filled with shock. Is it really the winter cicada nirvana pill? That's impossible. How could you get your hands on this? There's no way Mount Sanqing would ever let this secret out. Fang Chen folded the recipe. Of course they wouldn't. As revenge against the East Sea, they even kidnapped the Prince of Dream City, hoping to unleash the sea springs and wipe out all 4 oceans. The Empress gasped, so that's what Joyen meant about the chaos in the East Sea Palace. It was Mount Sanqing all along. It all clicked. Fang Chen wasn't lying. With Yiju's handwriting right there, this recipe was the real deal. This was it. The South Sea could finally break free from the shackles of Mount Sanqing and Joyen's control. The sudden surge of joy was overwhelming. She strode forward on her long, elegant legs, her face alight with excitement. "Quick, let me see. I need to be absolutely sure." Fang Chen immediately held up a hand. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Keep your distance." Damn, those legs were long. She'd cleared half the distance in just a couple of steps. Any slower, and she'd have been right on top of him. Her expression stiffened. Feeling awkward, she glanced at the royal elders outside. They were all staring with very strange expressions. They couldn't hear the conversation, but they could see their empress practically throwing herself at Fang Chen, only to be harshly rebuffed. Her face flushed with a mix of shame and annoyance. That bastard, he's acting like I'm trying to jump his bones. Do I really look like that kind of person? She retreated awkwardly, happy now. "So, do we have a deal?" Fang Chen asked. 10 pearls for the recipe." She frowned, her mind racing. Why exactly 10? Why not 5 or 8? Did that damn widow tip you off? She's the only one who knows our true inventory. The South Sea has exactly 10 of those pearls. No more, no less. Fang Chen rubbed his nose and stayed silent. "That confirmed it. That woman is pure evil," she hissed. "She's got a heart as black as ink." Fang Chen nodded in silent agreement. "Exactly. Sister Yiju is the devious one here. Don't blame me." "I can't give you 10, she said. "I'll give you 1. 10, Fang Chen countered. 2 at most. She shot back. 9, 3, that's my limit. 8, 5 is the absolute maximum. 6, Fang Chen declared, and it's a deal. Fang Chen pulled out the recipe and crossed out the ratios for the key ingredients before tossing it over. No way was he giving her the full secret until those pearls were in his hand. She caught it with trembling hands. Her heart leaped as she scanned the list of ingredients. She had secretly tried to engineer this pill before, even hiring a 7-star soul master to analyze it. The components he'd identified matched this recipe perfectly. Even better, the soul master had provided estimated ranges for the ratios, and every single one she could see on the paper fell right within those parameters. Combined with Yiju's personal confirmation, Yiju was notoriously meticulous. She would never put her name on something this important unless she was absolutely certain. This was the real deal. She was radiant with joy, feeling like a bird finally released from its cage. Young Master Fang, you have done me, and the entire South Sea, an incredible favor. Beaming with excitement, she moved toward him again, only to see him back away with a look of extreme caution. In the midst of her triumph, she couldn't help but shoot him a massive eye roll. Let me discuss this with a few core clan elders first. Don't worry, with this pill recipe in hand, they won't have a single objection. She instantly dispelled the water screen. Calling her most trusted elders forward, she sealed them within a new water barrier to ensure absolute secrecy. When she revealed the recipe for the Winter Cicada Nirvana pill, the elders were absolutely stunned. The elders practically vibrated with excitement. What is there to hesitate about? Of course we trade. 6 Supreme Protective Night Pearls in exchange for the South Sea's eternal freedom. This isn't a trade. This is an unfathomable grace young Master Fang is bestowing upon us. Old Dream, befriending young Master Fang was the smartest move you've ever made. Earning his favor is a blessing for the entire South Sea. Make sure you keep in close touch and maintain a good relationship with him. We can never have too many allies like him in the South Sea. Demon Empress Old Dream was glowing. Thanks to Joyen's toxic influence, the South Sea had been an absolute mess for the last 20 years. She had been patching things up endlessly just to barely restore the South Sea's former glory, let alone achieve any real growth. Usually, the elders just showed her basic gratitude. This kind of unanimous, glowing praise was a first. It was clear just how massive a political victory Fang Chen had handed her. With this achievement under her belt, her authority in the South Sea was now unshakable. As for maintaining a good relationship with him, she shot Fang Chen a sideways glance. The guy acted like she had the plague, keeping a solid 10 feet between them at all times. How was she supposed to maintain anything? Then let's throw a proper celebration to thank young Master Fang. Afterward, I'll take him to the Royal Forbidden Grounds to harvest the Supreme Protective Night Pearls. Finally, we'll ask him to write out the exact ratios for the missing ingredients. Naturally, the elders were all in favor of this plan. When Fang Chen heard the plan, he frowned slightly. Could we maybe skip the banquet? He was worried that delaying would only invite trouble. He seriously doubted that Demon Emperor Joyen would just swallow his pride and let things go after being so humiliated. I know what you're worried about. Demon Empress, old dream, scoffed coldly. Don't be. In the past, our hands were tied by our need for the winter cicada nirvana pill. Most of the time, we had no choice but to let him run wild. But things have changed. If he dares to pull his usual stunts again, even if I wanted to let him off, the elders would skin him alive. The Demon Empress wasn't his only victim. The clan elders had long been gnashing their teeth in hatred over that entitled brat. Now that their shackles were off, it would be one thing if Joyen kept his head down, but if he had a death wish and dared to cause trouble, they'd be more than happy to settle all their old scores. While the grand banquet was being prepared in a luxurious palace hall, Demon Emperor Joyen was smirking as he arranged a variety of toys on his bed, a tasseled black leather whip, a string of white beads, red binding ropes. A bizarre and extensive collection. He picked up the whip and cracked it fiercely through the air. Stupid bitch, you looked down on me, didn't you? Nitpicking my every move, refusing to let me touch you. Today I'm going to show you exactly what I'm capable of. You can play the haughty empress in public, but behind closed doors, I'll play with you like a dog. I'll make you understand who truly rules the South Sea. As long as he held the monopoly on the winter cicada nirvana pill, he was dead certain Empress Old Dream would come crawling to him. When she did, he was going to brutally conquer that aloof, high, and mighty woman. Go tell the Empress that in 1 hour I am leaving the South Sea, and I will never return. Tell her I'm only giving her 1 hour. The terrified maid scurried off to deliver the ultimatum. An hour passed, no one came, his voice dropped to a frosty sneer. Tell her I'm feeling generous. I'll wait 1 more hour, and this is her absolute final chance. Another hour ticked by, still no sign of her. What the hell is she doing? Does she not want the winter cicada nirvana pill? Does she not give a damn about the survival of the South Seas demon clan? What did you say? She's throwing a banquet for Fang Chen and having the time of her life, and she said I shouldn't bother waiting, and to get the hell out while I can. Furious, Joyen slammed the leather whip into the ground, a murderous glint in his eyes. Outrageous. Is this bitch trying to stage a rebellion? At the banquet, Empress Old Dream was in extremely high spirits, constantly raising her glass. The only annoying detail was that Fang Chen, who should have been seated in the prime spot to her right, had insisted on sitting way in the back just to keep his distance. This actually sparked rumors among the royal elders. Had Old Dream tried to take advantage of the boy? Probably. Why else would he be guarding against her like she was a thief? Well, you can't blame her. Old Dream is a woman, and she's been lonely for a long time. Fang Chen is young, handsome, and incredibly accomplished. It's only natural she'd fall for him. Let it go. As long as she doesn't abandon the South Sea, we elders will turn a blind eye. Better this than watching her chained to a bastard like Joyen. A vein throbbed on Empress Old Dream's forehead. So what if she had sneaked a peek at his cultivation and caught a glimpse of his body? Did he really have to act so guarded that he gave the elders the completely wrong idea? Once she harvested the protective night pearls for this guy, she was kicking him out immediately. If he stayed any longer, who knows what kind of scandalous rumors would spread. Right at that moment, the main doors of the banquet hall were kicked off their hinges. Dirt and debris exploded inward, forcing the elders seated near the entrance to hastily abandon their seats. Seeing Joyen's fiercely dark expression, the crowd erupted in anger. You arrogant bastard, it's this menace again. Can't you go a single day without acting like complete trash? Empress Old Dream's good mood evaporated instantly, her face turning incredibly hostile. This doesn't concern you, and you are not welcome here. Get out. The clan elders glared at him with icy disdain, not offering Joy in a shred of respect. You've got some nerve, ignoring the life and death of our people, to lead a bunch of old fools in entertaining a lowly human. What is he, your new lover? I'm not even dead yet, and you're already looking for my replacement. Hearing him spout this absolute garbage, the core elders, who had harbored years of bitter resentment, let their expressions freeze over. Joyen, your actions over the years prove you are fundamentally unworthy of being a South Sea royal. If you continue to cause a scene and insult our esteemed guest today, don't blame us elders for stripping you of your royal status and banishing you. I guarantee that if the old demon emperor saw what you've become, he'd throw you out himself. HMPH, Joyen sneered mockingly. I know you old fossils have been dying to kick me out of the South Sea, but do you actually have the guts? Without me, how are you going to buy the winter cicada nirvana pill from Mount Sanqing? They only do business with me. They don't give a damn about you old relics. Then he shot a venomous glare at Fang Chen. And you, pretty boy, mooching off our South Sea hospitality. Who the hell gave you the right? Fang Chen furrowed his brows. Time and time again, this guy pushed it. Did he really think Fang Chen was just a pushover? Demon Emperor Joyen, keep me out of your marital drama. I'm just passing through, but if you're dead set on looking for trouble, I'm more than happy to bury you. This Demon Emperor Joyen might carry the title, but Empress Old Dream had once knocked him off his throne and given him a bloody nose with a single cold snort. It was obvious he was exactly what the abandoned Pearl Demon Emperor had described: an unorthodox nascent soul. He had raw power, but he wasn't a true nascent soul realm expert. Fang Chen, however, held a powerful rune arrow. If it truly came down to a fight, it wasn't so clear who would fall first. You little brat, you've lost your mind. You dare raise your voice against me in my own South Sea. The turbid Yin demonic emperor laughed, utterly incensed. He had originally come with the sole intention of disrupting the banquet and ensuring no one enjoyed themselves. Seeing Fang Chen openly disrespect him, he naturally seized the opportunity to escalate. He casually produced a handful of cold cicada annihilation pills, snorting. Come, whoever dares slap this pathetic human will earn one of these cold cicada annihilation pills as a reward. But the entire hall remained dead silent, everyone staring at him with cold, unwavering gazes. The turbid Yin demonic emperor scoffed. Still too little for your liking. Fine then, 2 pills. Still not a soul stirred. 3 pills. The turbid Yin demonic emperor frowned. What's this? Have I lost my authority over you? Think carefully. These are the very last cold cicada annihilation pills. Yet, still no one moved. Slap Fang Chen, who holds the pill formula for the cold cicada annihilation pills. The turbid Yin demonic emperor nervously scanned the crowd. What's gotten into all of you? Don't you want the cold cicada annihilation pills anymore? Whether Fang Chen got slapped or not was irrelevant. What he truly wanted was to assert his control. Only those who obeyed him would receive the cold cicada annihilation pills. Those who didn't could get lost. Yet the crowd met his gaze with cold indifference, completely unmoved by the cold cicada annihilation pills. A terrifying sense of losing control washed over him. He could no longer command the demonic beasts of the South Sea. Fang Chen set down his wine cup, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. Turbid Yin demonic emperor, it seems you can no longer command your own people. Perhaps I should take over instead. Wai Wuji is the undisputed CEO of Deluded Simps, thinking his tracking spell is cooking, while Fang Chen accidentally runs a royal family and gets called father by the crown prince. Bro literally groped a demon empress and lived. That's not luck. That's plot armor made of pure audacity. And don't get me started on those side. Path nascent soul frauds imagine training for centuries just to be a glorified punching bag for the real deal. But the absolute peak cinema. High Priestess Ling Yin. This woman snacks on lethal aphrodisiacs like they're Skittles, and just drop to reproduce or your soul gets deleted deadline on our boy. Forget romance, this is a biological hostage situation. Would you actually secure the bloodline with your mortal enemy just to survive? Or are you petty enough to let the parasite devour your soul just to spite the priestess? Pick your poison, toxic fatherhood, or legendary extinction.